350. Devotedly for the people serve in the People's Committee. We must send progressive elements into the government bodies so that the work of the People's Committee is properly conducted. The Workers' Party must give great prominence to the People's Committee and help it in every way to carry out its tasks thoroughly. It must thus be seen to that the people's government bodies implement all the democratic laws in concrete terms and carry out the tasks of the democratic revolution successfully. It is important to do the work of the United Front well. As for the work of the United Front, frequent mention has already been made at meetings, many articles in newspapers, and party decisions have referred to it. Nevertheless, some people still have an insufficient understanding of this work, and behave contrary to the strengthening of the Democratic National United Front. As you all know, every political party in North Korea has set forth a democratic program and is endeavoring to carry it out. Therefore, we can strengthen our united front with other political parties, and must do so without fail. We must not behave haughtily just because we are strong. If we are self-assertive and behave arrogantly, the united front will make a poor showing and, accordingly, our great nation-building work will not make good progress. Our party members must work positively to make the United Front a success. In order to strengthen the work of the United Front, our party members should, first of all, acquire the right style of work. They must become Workers' Party members who are modest in behavior, willing to join hands with friendly parties, who kindly explain our party's policies to their members, tirelessly educate them, and keep in step with them. Our united front with the friendly parties is aimed, after all, at building a new, democratic Korea successfully. So, they must not be left alone to take a wrong step. While working to strengthen the Democratic National United Front, we should criticize them for their faults frankly and in good time and lead them along the right path. 351. Our party should pay close attention to the work of public organizations. Failing to take into account the fact that members of the friendly parties are enrolled in public organizations, some comrades are now nursing an incorrect idea about the question of guaranteeing the party's leadership of these organizations. Our party members should work most exemplarily within the public organizations, thus leading them along the right path and inducing them to thoroughly carry out our party's line and policies. Working in firm cooperation with members of the friendly parties in these organizations, the Workers' Party members should make sure that they carry out all policies of our party faithfully and should play the vanguard role in rallying and educating the masses. In North Korea today the masses of the people are united in the public organizations. But their education is as yet in a poor way. Our party members, and the cadres working in the public organizations in particular, should feel a great deal of responsibility for this. We should direct great efforts to the guidance and education of the members of the Democratic Youth League and other public organizations. In particular, the youth should be educated properly. At present the Democratic Youth League of North Korea has a membership of 1.3 million, yet, they are not well educated. Only by giving a proper, democratic education to the youth can the Workers' Party have a reliable reserve and carry on the building of a new, democratic Korea successfully. Our party members, therefore, should pay close attention to the work of the DIL and make strenuous efforts to educate the DIL members well. Furthermore, we should lay great stress on economic work. One of the important questions calling for our party's special attention today is the collection of the agricultural tax in kind. Our information work concerning the system of agricultural tax in kind is not progressing very well among the peasants. Our party members should conduct information work on a large scale in favor of the agricultural tax in kind, thereby driving its essence and 352. Significance home to all peasants. The introduction of the agricultural tax in kind is of importance not only for improving the living standards of the peasants and developing the agricultural productive forces but for successfully building a new Korea. In view of the economic conditions in North Korea, the state cannot solve the food problem for the present nor can it build democracy successfully if it does not collect the agricultural tax in kind. The correct introduction of the agricultural tax in kind is vital for the consolidation of the results of the democratic reforms and reconstruction and development of industries. We should skillfully lead the peasants to come forward willingly and pay the agricultural tax in kind in time, and thus provide food for the workers and office employees and contribute positively to the building of democracy and industrial reconstruction. Now I would like to answer the questions raised in the course of the meeting. First, as for the difference between the political lines of North and South Korea, the question is plain and clear. There are now two political lines in Korea, one being the democratic line followed by North Korea and the other, the anti-democratic line followed by South Korea. In other words, our country pursues a line which aims to develop Korea in conformity with the people's demands and hopes, and a line which seeks to reverse the forward movement of history against the people's demands and hopes. Today South Korea has two forces, the Progressive Force, the Communist Party, New Democratic Party, People's Party, Democratic Public Organizations and the like, that advances along the line of democracy, and the anti-democratic force, Syngman-rhee and other fascists, pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation and the like, that seeks under the manipulation of the US reactionaries to drag Korea back into the darkness of feudal society, turn our country into a colony of imperialism and make our people colonial slaves again. We should resolutely fight against the anti-democratic attempts of the reactionaries. 353. No amount of frantic maneuvering on the part of the pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation and other reactionaries can check our people's advance along the road of democracy. The anti-democratic line of the reactionaries will come a cropper before our democratic line. A question has been asked as to how the work of amalgamating the Communist Party, New Democratic Party and People's Party is proceeding in South Korea. Concerning this, there will be a separate report. But I would like to make one brief remark. You will be very anxious because you do not know the South Korean situation well. It is quite natural that you should be deeply concerned about the South Korean situation, since South Korea, a half of our territory, is inhabited by our fellow countrymen, and our comrades in South Korea are fighting against the enemy under the reactionary US military government. We must know what an arduous struggle our South Korean comrades are waging under the conditions in which all manner of intrigues and white terrorism by the US imperialists and the Syngman-rhee clique, their stooges, are rampant, and must extend warm greetings and encouragement to our South Korean comrades who are fighting valiantly for the country and the people. Speaking of how matters stand with the fusion of the three parties in South Korea, as soon as it was announced on July 29 last that the Communist Party and the New Democratic Party would be amalgamated in North Korea, preparations for the merger of the parties started in South Korea. The preparatory committee for the merger of the three parties was formed in South Korea at the proposal of the People's Party, and the preparatory committee is now campaigning for the fusion of the three parties in the face of all kinds of intrigues and obstructive moves by the reactionaries. The US reactionaries and the Syngman-rhee clique, their henchmen, are making every attempt to frustrate the merger of the parties in South Korea. Regrettable above all is the fact that the subversive elements and sectarians who had sneaked into the parties 354 are making mischief, obstructing the merger. The reactionaries who had crawled into the Communist Party in South Korea set themselves up against the fusion of the three parties. Kang Jin and some others went so far as to issue an anti-party statement. With the backing of the US military government and the Syngman-rhee clique, they are interfering with the work of the merger. Of course, such a phenomenon is not confined to the Communist Party. In the other parties, too, wicked elements are operating covertly under the aegis of the reactionary US military government. But it is certain that before long the fusion of the parties will be realized triumphantly in South Korea, too. For the successful merger of the three parties in South Korea, the ranks of the parties should be cleared of subversive elements and sectarians as soon as possible. We hope that our South Korean comrades will form the Workers' Party, a mass-based party, despite every obstructive move by the enemies within and without. Comrades, our revolutionary cause is just and we are following the right path. Our policy is the most people-oriented policy required and longed for by all the people including the working class, and the wisest policy welcomed and supported by the masses of the people. That is why we are sure to win. It is my firm belief that all comrades attending this Congress and all party members will put up a vigorous struggle to expand and strengthen the Workers' Party and augment its fighting efficiency and thus enable our party to carry out its historic mission with credit. 355. Program of the Workers' Party of North Korea. August 29, 1946. With the aim of building a prosperous and democratic, independent, and sovereign state, the Workers' Party representing and defending the interests of the working masses of Korea endeavors to carry out the following tasks. 1. To build an independent and sovereign democratic state of Korea. 2. To transfer the state power for the whole of Korea to the People's Committee, the People's Government, in order to build a democratic People's Republic. 3. To confiscate the land owned by the Japanese, traitors to the nation and landlords and distribute it free among the peasants with little or no land, to further consolidate the results of the agrarian reform in North Korea and to carry out the agrarian reform throughout Korea. 4. To nationalize the factories, mines, railway transport, means of communication, other enterprises and cultural establishments owned by the Japanese state, organizations and individuals and traitors to the nation. 5. To nationalize all the banks and other financial agencies. 6. To introduce an 8-hour working day for the factory and office workers, social insurance, and equal pay for women as for men. 356. 7. To grant the equal right to elect and be elected to Koreans of 20 years of age and upwards, irrespective of property status, education, religious belief, and sex. 8. To grant all the Korean people freedom of speech, the press, assembly, public meetings, demonstrations, organization of parties and associations and religious belief. 9. To grant women equal political, economic, and legal rights with men, abolish the remnants of feudalism in family relations and customs and give state protection to mothers and children. 10. To reform public education, do away with the remnants of the Japanese educational system in the educational work of various schools, grant all Korean people the right to education, irrespective of property status, religious belief, and sex and, at the same time, to promote the normal development of Korea's national culture, art, and science. 11. To abolish the remnants of the Japanese imperialist tax system which used to threaten the life of the working masses, and to introduce a new fair tax system. 12. To organize a national army and to introduce the obligatory conscription system, and 13. To promote close friendship with neighboring countries fighting for world peace and with all peace-loving states and nations. 357. Congratulations on the founding of the magazine Yosan Nyosang. September 6, 1946. Dear Korean women, I express my heartfelt thanks to you, Korean women, for your vigorous, genuine, sincere, and devoted efforts for nation building and for the movement for women's emancipation, the efforts you have made ever since the August 15th liberation which you greeted with overwhelming joy after suffering double and treble oppression because of Japanese imperialist rule for 36 years and of the outworn custom of male supremacy that had been in practice for thousands of years. More than 600,000 North Korean women who truly love our nation and are striving for women's genuine freedom and equality have already united under the banner of the Women's Union. You, the members of the Women's Union, belong to one organization and, knitted together in bonds of firm solidarity, make up a great force that helps in building a democratic Korea. This is a great event unprecedented in Korean history. In the countryside many women were in the forefront of the struggle to carry out the agrarian reform and are now striving to increase agricultural production. In factories the working women are pulling their weight in the movement to speed up production shoulder to shoulder with men. Educated women are working day and night to abolish illiteracy in towns, villages, and the rest of the country. How? 358. Thrilling it must be for you, women, to witness these stirring events. In former days, too, the worthy, brave and true daughters of Korea fought for the liberation of the country and the people and for women's liberties, dedicating the bloom of their youth to the struggle without fearing the enemy's inhuman persecution and prison bars in the homeland or shedding their blood in the alien mountains and wilderness of Manchuria. Our women's brilliant and proud exploits in the past and at present prove that the women's movement is a part of the social movement and that they can win equal rights with men and their complete social emancipation only when they struggle devotedly with the men for national liberation and for the building of a new country. The women who constitute a part of society can achieve complete emancipation only if they strive with no less devotion and awareness than men to solve the problems arising on the productive fronts of the factories and countryside and on the political and cultural fronts. This is the only way to be followed by the women of Korea. We are well aware that women were treated like slaves in feudal relationship. They were excluded from economic, productive, and all other social activities under the feudal system. If a women's organization claims emancipation apart from economic and productive activities and all other social activities related to them directly or indirectly, such an organization will eventually turn into a rich women's club. Our women's movement cannot exist without democracy. The women must have a clear idea of which is true democracy and at the same time should fight vigorously against the pro-Japanese and pro-American elements, traitors to the nation and other reactionaries who oppose democracy. If women lack democratic consciousness and enthusiasm for the democratic movement, their organization will be similar to the Patriotic Women's Association of Japanese imperialism, however hard they may work. Our women should pool their efforts and teach and learn from one another. That is precisely the way to true democracy, conforming to 359. Our line of nation building. Fighting for democracy is essential for building a new country. Article 1 of the Women's Union Program clearly stipulates that it shall struggle to establish a democratic government. I hope that our women, the Korean mothers and daughters who truly love their country, will share half the work in building a new, democratic state, preserving their noble traits as befitting the women of a democratic Korea. I congratulate you on the founding of the magazine Yosan Yosang in the belief that it will be a helpful and correct guide to the enlightenment and development of our women. 360. On the results of the inaugural Congress of the Workers' Party of North Korea. Speech at a meeting of activists in the South Pyongan Provincial Organization of the Workers' Party of North Korea, September 9, 1946. Comrades. The formation of the Workers' Party of North Korea through the merger of the Communist Party of North Korea and the New Democratic Party of Korea was achieved triumphantly in only 1 month through discussions at party meetings of all levels, general party cell meetings, city, county, and provincial party conferences, and the party congresses, after the decision was taken to amalgamate the two parties at a joint enlarged meeting of the central committees of the two parties on July 29. The triumphant completion of this great work is by no means an accident. It shows that the entire party membership, unanimously convinced that the formation of the Workers' Party by merging the Communist Party and the New Democratic Party was a historically necessary and most correct measure, took an active part in the fusion of the two parties with a high degree of political enthusiasm. Why were we able to complete the merger successfully in such a short time, and what are the positive features which emerged in the course of this work? 361. First, the founding of the Workers' Party, representing the interests of the broad masses of the laboring people, through the fusion of the Communist Party and the New Democratic Party was most fitting in view of the present international and internal situation and was a measure fully in conformity with the expectations and demands of the Korean people. The international situation today is characterized by the fact that, on the one hand, the forces of the people who love peace, freedom, and democracy have liquidated the remnants of the fascist forces and are waging a vigorous struggle for world security and social progress, and, on the other, international reaction is raising its head, seeking to drag the world into the horrors of another war. In this international situation, the Korean people, a component part of the democratic forces of the world, who seized power in North Korea after liberation, carried out great democratic reforms and laid the base for the complete independence, sovereignty, and democratization of Korea. The patriotic and democratic forces rallied around the people's power are growing and gaining strength with every passing day, crushing the remnant forces of Japanese imperialism and all reactionary forces. In North Korea, where democracy has gained the upper hand, the people enjoy all rights and liberties, and their life is improving rapidly. In contrast to this, the people in the southern part of Korea have come under a more barbaric rule than in the years of Japanese imperialism, and the danger is increasing hourly that the people will be plunged into colonial slavery again. Therefore, the Korean people should fight more stubbornly now to eliminate the danger that has arisen in South Korea and win complete independence and sovereignty. To this end, it is important above all to unite the broad democratic forces more firmly and, in particular, to secure the monolithic unity of the laboring masses. The founding of the Workers' Party through the recent merger of the two parties is therefore most appropriate in the light of the 362 international and internal situation, and it answers the demands of the whole people. When the line for merging the two parties was announced, all the people, not to speak of the members of both parties, expressed warm approval, and the merger proceeded successfully in an extremely enthusiastic atmosphere. A major reason why the work of fusing the two parties was brought to a victorious conclusion lies first in the correctness of the line to found the mass-based Workers' Party. Second, the victorious results of the recent merger have shown that the members of the Workers' Party are politically very mature and steeled. Our people, who had no experience of participation in politics under the 36 years of colonial tyranny of Japanese imperialism, grew politically and progressed ideologically in the course of carrying out the democratic reforms after liberation. Thus, our party members are now able to grasp the present international and internal situation correctly and have been convinced of the correctness of the party's lines and policies through their practical experience. They have come to know well the character of Korean society and what constitutes the major motive power in the democratic revolution today, and to correctly understand what our tasks are at the present stage of democratization and how to carry them to victory. The recent merger of the two parties has proved that the membership's trust in the party center and in other leading bodies at various levels goes very deep. All this shows that our party members have made considerable progress politically and ideologically, and this constituted another major factor ensuring success in the merger. Third, our party has achieved ideological unity and solidarity. Through all the struggles waged in North Korea until now, our party members have been armed with the party's ideology and united by having one and the same purpose and will. The struggle for ideological unity within the party has dealt a heavy blow to undesirable elements and factionalists lurking in it and cemented the 363 unity and cohesion of party ranks. This unity and cohesion is important for guaranteeing that our party can break down any resistance on the part of the reactionary elements and lead the people on to victory. Eloquent proof of this is the success of our recent party congress, at which 801 delegates, representing some 370,000 members, correctly accomplished the great task of founding the Workers' Party, by being united with one mind and one will. If we had not exposed the factionalists and checked their maneuverings beforehand, and if we had not firmly secured the unity of ideology and will in the party, we would not have accomplished the merger of the two parties so smoothly and successfully. Fourth, another major factor for making victory of the inaugural Congress of our party is that its leadership was steadfast and experienced, and correctly organized and directed the work of merging the parties. Our party leadership consists of seasoned revolutionaries who carried on underground movements or armed struggles against the rapacious Japanese imperialism during the last 10 to 20 years at home and abroad, and who have acquired revolutionary steadfastness and revolutionary theory and accumulated rich experience during the protracted revolutionary struggle. These revolutionaries, working in cooperation, made a scientific analysis of the world's situation and the concrete conditions in our country and, on this basis, clearly defined the line for democratic advance in Korea and our immediate tasks, and confidently mobilized the party members and the people to win victory. So, we were able to achieve great successes in bringing about democratic reforms and in building democracy in the brief period of 1 year after liberation. Since we had such a strong leadership, We were recently able to rally hundreds of thousands of party members under a single banner and triumphantly found the Workers' Party, the vanguard of the laboring masses. Fifth, the prestige of our party has been signally enhanced among the masses because of the democratic reforms. Immediately after liberation there were no few instances of 364 undesirable elements penetrating the Communist Party and impairing its authority and prestige. Following the third enlarged meeting of the Executive Committee of the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of North Korea, however, these elements were purged, and the party was united as one with the masses to thoroughly defend their interests and, in particular, played a vanguard role in the struggle to carry out the democratic reforms including the agrarian reform, so that its prestige rose greatly in the eyes of the masses. The people came out in unreserved support of the amalgamation of the Communist Party and the new Democratic Party because they were convinced that when the two parties were fused, the new party would fight more stoutly and reliably for their interests. The creation in North Korea of this unified party of the laboring masses represents a fresh advance for the revolutionary movement and a great victory for the democratic forces in our country. This victory will also exert a powerful influence on the democratic forces in South Korea by inspiring them to unite and merge their three parties. While the positive features mentioned above emerged in the course of the amalgamation of the parties, various shortcomings were also revealed. First, I must point out that some party members do not fully understand the significance of the formation of the Workers' Party and that rightist and leftist deviations still manifest themselves in our ranks. Some people think that only Marxist-Leninists can be admitted to the Workers' Party and maintain that Marxist-Leninists alone can participate in carrying out the tasks of the democratic revolution at the present stage. This is a serious leftist deviation. It is true that the Marxist-Leninists are the most advanced and active in fulfilling the democratic revolutionary tasks today, and it is natural that revolutionaries armed with Marxism-Leninism should become the core elements of our party. But it is a great mistake to think that only those who are well versed in Marxism-Leninism can 365 take part in the democratic revolution and join the Workers' Party. It is our view that whoever displays a high degree of patriotic enthusiasm and initiative and plays a vanguard role in the building of a democratic country at present can join the Workers' Party, even if he is not yet armed with Marxist-Leninist ideology. And not only workers but also peasants and working intellectuals who fight resolutely at the head of the masses, can all be admitted to the Workers' Party. Others maintain that now that the Workers' Party has been formed, Marxism-Leninism should not be the guiding theory of the party and the communists should forsake Marxist-Leninist principles. This is the most dangerous rightist view. The democratic revolution of Korea by no means progresses independently of the law of social development as pointed out by Marxism-Leninism but precisely according to that law. We Korean communists do not plan to build communism in our country right now. Our immediate task at the present time is to complete the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic revolution. In view of the present international and internal situation and the character of Korean society, we communists should take the most active part in the struggle to reform society along democratic lines and complete the stage of the democratic revolution at an early date, and we should play the foremost role in all work of building democracy. Marxism-Leninism is the most scientific and revolutionary theory that illuminates the road of struggle for the people at each stage of social development and at each stage of the revolution and, accordingly, it also serves us as the lodestar in carrying out the tasks of the democratic revolution in Korea today. Therefore, the question can never arise that our party should give up Marxism-Leninism as its guiding theory because it has become the mass-based workers' party, or that the communists should forsake Marxism-Leninism because they have become members of the Workers' Party. Only if we communists become more faithful to the principles of 366 Marxism-Leninism and arm ourselves more closely with Marxist-Leninist ideology and theory, can we successfully fulfill the tasks of the present historical stage which we must inevitably go through in the struggle to attain our ultimate goal. As pointed out above, the former is a leftist tendency and the latter a rightist one. We must reject both of these tendencies and follow the correct line as required by the party and by Marxism-Leninism. Second, the building of a powerful mass-based party through the amalgamation of the two parties has revealed that a narrow-minded, exclusionist tendency still exists among some comrades. This is due to their lack of a clear understanding of the significance and fundamental purpose of the merger of the two parties. The Workers' Party, representing and defending as it does the interests of the broad masses of the laboring people, aims to build a rich and strong, independent democratic state capable of assuring democratic freedom to the working masses of Korea and democratic advance of the country. The fact that we have such a mass-based political party means that we are in a position to lead the broad laboring masses better and unite them more firmly. Only when they are organized and mobilized, can democracy triumph and the complete independence and sovereignty of Korea be won at the earliest possible date. We must therefore overcome all hidebound sectarian, parochial viewpoints and all manner of exclusionist tendencies and strive to strengthen and develop our newly established Workers' Party in every way and to rally the broad masses around it. We should subordinate everything to the struggle for democracy and national independence. Third, some acts which weaken the work of the United Front have been revealed since the founding of the Workers' Party. These also reflect a wrong tendency. The stronger our party grows, the more modest it should be in relations with the friendly parties, the more open-mindedly it should. 367. Cooperate with them and the closer relations it should maintain with them in the building of democracy. Certain local party organizations try to boss the show in the work of the organs of the people's power and in other work, adopting the arrogant attitude that the Workers' Party is almighty. This is a wrong tendency. Today we cannot tolerate any acts which weaken or undermine the united front. Last, it is said that there are individuals who claim that the merger of the two parties is temporary and that the party will certainly split someday. This is a groundless slander spread by reactionary elements who allege that the merger is a communist trick, and to spread such a calumny is a hostile act born of the intrigue to disrupt our party. Today our party unites the broad masses of the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals, and this is not a temporary policy but a permanent one and, accordingly, the amalgamation of the parties will be eternal. We should realize that the status of our working people has changed fundamentally as a result of the introduction of the democratic reforms in North Korea after liberation. Our peasants have been freed from feudal exploitation once and for all. Their living conditions are improved, their cultural standards are raised and their thinking, too, is undergoing a change. They took an active part in carrying out the democratic reforms, including the agrarian reform, and are displaying high patriotic zeal in the building of democracy. The North Korean peasants of today are neither the peasants of the days of Japanese imperialism nor the peasants of the feudal age. Now our peasantry plays a great role in all spheres of politics, the economy, and culture and, together with the working class, it makes up the main unit of the patriotic, democratic forces. The same can be said of the intelligentsia. Formerly, the intellectuals served Japanese imperialism and the bourgeoisie, but now the vast majority in North Korea are working for the good of the people, particularly for the good of the laboring masses. In only a little over 1 year since liberation, our scientists, technicians, 368. Teachers, physicians, writers, and artists have done a great deal in the building of democracy. They actively participated in putting into effect the democratic reforms such as the agrarian reform, the labor law, the law on sex equality and the nationalization of industries, and are struggling devotedly to strengthen the people's power, rehabilitate industry, and develop educational and cultural work. What does this show? It shows that intellectuals in North Korea have quit their old position where they served the Japanese imperialists and propertied classes and have changed or are changing to become intellectuals of the people serving their country and people. Hence, it is reasonable that the staunchest, most politically conscious and most advanced individuals from among not the workers alone but from all the laboring masses, that is, the workers, peasants and intellectuals, can be admitted to our Workers' Party. As the movement towards democracy in our country progresses and our society advances to a higher stage, the social and economic position of our workers, peasants, and intellectuals will change further, their political level, too, will rise still higher, and their interests will be identified more closely with one another. Thus, the unity of the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals will be strengthened and, accordingly, the merger of the two parties will become further consolidated. As is clear from this, the allegation that the merger of the two parties is temporary or that the party will split in the future is completely baseless. We must clearly understand that it is merely a slander put out by reactionary elements as part of their design to wreck the cohesion of our laboring masses and the unity of our party. In dwelling upon the results of the work of merging the parties at this meeting of activists, I want to put the following tasks before you. First, I especially stress the need for you to make a profound study of all documents of the inaugural Congress of our party in relation with your practical life and faithfully carry out the tasks set forth at 369. The Congress. A decision, however good, which is not carried into effect, is useless. Second, the greatest effort should be made to get the entire party membership to understand the character and aims of the Workers' Party and its program, and not only to expand the party quantitatively but also to consolidate it qualitatively. To this end, the information department of the party should not concentrate only on information work designed for the masses at large, but should direct their primary concern to ideological education within the party so as to raise the political and ideological level of the membership and increase the fighting efficiency of the party before anything else. This will make every party member sufficiently able to lead the masses and become a core element among them, and to become a pacemaker for the masses, capable of uniting, organizing, and educating them. Third, party members should have a clear theoretical understanding of the significance of the Democratic National United Front and play the vanguard role in expanding and strengthening the United Front. We should always maintain close relations with the friendly parties and public organizations, correctly organize people from all walks of life in the common struggle to build democracy, and never compromise with anything that might impair the United Front. At the same time, in the United Front work our party should by no means lose its identity but should always play the leading part and categorically reject tailist tendencies. Fourth, all party members should fight stubbornly to overcome rightist and leftist deviations, execute the party's line correctly and strengthen ideological unity within its ranks. We should energetically wage principled day-to-day ideological struggle among the party members in order to expose and crush all sectarian and splinter group activities and the anti-party tendency of supporting the party outwardly while betraying it behind its back, and to prevent hostile ideas of any kind from penetrating the party. 370. Fifth, we should greatly heighten revolutionary vigilance, lay bare before the masses the intrigues and subversive activities of the reactionary elements, and enlist the united strength of the broad masses in a mass struggle against those elements. At present, the desperate maneuverings of the U.S. reactionaries and their lackeys, the traitorous Syngman clique, in South Korea become more glaring every day. The Hibang-ilbo, the organ of the Communist Party of South Korea, was closed down there long ago, and on September 6, democratic papers such as the Yusun Inmanbo, Hyundai-ilbo, and Junggang Sinmun were also forced out of existence. It is quite evident that these acts are committed by reactionary elements who, frightened by the victorious founding of the Workers' Party of North Korea, are seeking to block the formation of a Workers' Party in South Korea and to prevent Korea from attaining independence and sovereignty. The intrigues of the reactionary elements in South Korea are indeed outrageous. According to absurd reports in the reactionary papers Dong-A-ilbo, T-Dong Sinmun, and Hansong-ilbo on September 6, more than 5,000 students in Pyongyang raided Soviet Army headquarters on August 29, National Humiliation Day, and over 2,000 students were killed or wounded in a clash with Soviet troops. Comrades, who killed and wounded Korean people? None other than reactionary elements. They spilled the blood of South Korean people as they were going to celebrate the anniversary of the August 15 liberation, by showering shells and bullets upon them from planes, guns, and rifles. Upset to see that the North Korean people were indignant at the atrocious murder case in Gwangju, those elements concocted these false reports. We should not relax our vigilance against the reactionary elements even for a moment. They exist not only in South Korea but also in North Korea. We must smash these reactionary forces by relying on the strength of the masses of the people, the United Democratic Forces. 371. And give the greatest material and moral support to the South Korean people. Last, I want to lay the main emphasis on the question of consolidating the People's Committee. Doing this by no means implies that Workers' Party members should monopolize its work. We, Workers' Party members, should support the People's Committee more actively than anybody else, unite the broad masses around it and be exemplary in carrying out all its decisions. Let us hold high the banner of the Workers' Party of North Korea, which has taken its glorious first step by fusing the Communist Party with the new Democratic Party, rally all the patriotic, democratic forces and march forward vigorously to bring about the complete independence and sovereignty of the country and new victories for democracy. Long live the Workers' Party of North Korea. For the early formation of the Workers' Party of South Korea. Long live the Democratic National United Front. Long live the complete independence of Democratic Korea. 372. Be competent workers. Dedicated to the building of a democratic state. Speech at the opening ceremony of Kim Il-sung University, September 15, 1946. Dear teaching staff and students. Availing myself of this opening ceremony of the first university in our country, which is to train competent workers for the nation and the state, I heartily congratulate all the teaching staff and students. Brothers and sisters, the founding of this university is a matter of honor to our nation and state and a great event marking a brilliant page in our history. In the past, under the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism, the Korean people had not a single primary school of their own, not to speak of a college. Although freed from the rule of imperialist Japan, they are still unable to wipe out illiteracy and are backward in culture and technology. Under the evil rule, our national culture, art, and science were completely suppressed and there were no cadres of our own. Today the Korean people are masters of the country and have nationalized all the key industries, but they are coming up against difficulties in running the state and industries by themselves. Therefore, an important task facing us today is to quickly shake off our backwardness and raise our standards of culture, science and 373. Technology. Otherwise, our country will become an imperialist colony again and our people will be doomed to become homeless just as they were under Japanese imperialist rule. Brothers and sisters, if we are to revive our nation and transform the country into an independent democratic state, we must have our own men of culture, artists, scientists, and technicians. In other words, we need cadres who are able to advance all spheres of the country's politics, the economy, and culture. We are very short of these cadres and the number and qualities of the ones we do have are not equal to the challenge of the tasks ahead. That is why we are now opening this university to train the cadres needed by liberated Korea. The state and the people place great hopes in this university. I firmly believe and sincerely hope that you will carry out the work ahead of you successfully, to meet the expectations of the country and the people. I wish you to be competent workers who serve the people, who are dedicated to the building of a democratic country, and equipped with a wealth of advanced science and knowledge capable of transforming Korea, backward in technology and culture, into a highly civilized and developed country. You must not lose sight even for a moment of the importance and seriousness of your task and the great hopes the country and the people place in you. The Korean people must quickly develop politically and ideologically. We still have many survivals of the outdated evil ideas spread by Japanese imperialism for 36 years. In and out of the campus you should uproot the ideological remnants of Japanese imperialism. You should steadily temper yourselves and study hard to become competent cadres of the new, democratic Korea who are infinitely loyal to the country and the people and firmly equipped with advanced science and technology. 374. Let US expose and smash the reactionary maneuvers of the US imperialists. Concluding speech at the 6th meeting of the Central Committee of the Democratic National United Front of North Korea, September 18, 1946. Concerning the reactionary policy of the U.S. military government in South Korea, a report has been presented and speeches made at today's meeting, so I would like only to make a few remarks on what attitude the Korean people should adopt towards the United States. The Korean people advocate maintaining friendship with those countries which respect the interests of our nation and support the democratic independence and sovereignty of Korea, but they reject and cannot but resist those which encroach upon their interests and hinder the democratic independence and sovereignty of Korea, and attempt to colonize it. The Korean people's attitude to the United States depends entirely on the attitude of the United States towards our country. If the United States pursues a friendly policy towards our country, our people will become friendly to it. But, since it harbors an ambition to colonize Korea and follows a reactionary policy as we see today, it is the enemy of our nation and, accordingly, the Korean people should fight against U.S. imperialism. When the U.S. troops first landed in South Korea right after liberation, we regarded this as ominous and placed no hopes in them. 375. Although we were aware of the aggressive nature of the United States long ago, we saw no immediate need to oppose the U.S. military government openly because it said it would support the independence of Korea even in words. But, under the present circumstances when the aggressive nature of the U.S. imperialists has been unmasked in South Korea, we can no longer refrain from opposing them. Today the U.S. troops are carrying out the most reactionary policy in South Korea. As soon as they set foot in South Korea, they declared military government and dissolved the people's committees formed on the initiative of the people and did everything in their power to prevent the democratic advance of the patriotic people. The U.S. military government is ganging up with pro-Japanese and pro-US elements and traitors who betrayed their country and people to turn them into its faithful stooges, and is allowing the reactionaries to swagger about as they please and to perpetrate all kinds of atrocities against the people. Now in South Korea the U.S. troops are ruthlessly trampling upon the elementary democratic freedoms and rights of the people such as the freedom of speech, the press, assembly, association, and religious belief, and are arresting, imprisoning and slaughtering patriots and other people at random. Moreover, the U.S. imperialists are taking over as enemy property all the factories, mines, and other industrial establishments which should justly belong to the Korean people and lording it over them. All this shows that the U.S. imperialists are indulging in every possible machination to make our country their colony. We cannot tolerate their barbarities in South Korea any longer. All the Korean people should be on the alert and launch a resolute struggle against them. As you all know, the policy of a state is not immutable. The state should formulate its policy in conformity with the time and circumstances. The present situation demands that we fight actively against the U.S. military government. Since the U.S. imperialist moves to convert our country into a colony are becoming more apparent, r. 376. People will again find themselves in a wretched plight as a ruined nation, far from building a fully independent and sovereign state, if they do not resist the U.S. military government. The 30 million Korean people would rather die in battle than become the slaves of the U.S. imperialists. To fight against the U.S. military government does not hinder the solution of the Korean question but, rather, it creates favorable conditions for it. An energetic struggle against the U.S. military government is essential to awaken the masses of the people, strengthen the democratic forces and accelerate the democratic development of our country and the building of a fully independent and sovereign state. Emphasis should be put on exposing and condemning the barbarities of the U.S. imperialists. All the people should be clearly informed of their aggressive nature and all the crimes committed by the U.S. military government in South Korea. Mass meetings should be held to oppose and denounce the reactionary plots of the U.S. military government and to reveal to the whole world every atrocity the U.S. imperialists commit in South Korea. Public opinion should thus be aroused throughout Korea and, further, all over the world. We should strengthen the work of exposing and condemning the U.S. imperialists' barbaric crimes so that all the people come out in the struggle against them and the broad progressive people of the world give active support to the just struggle of our people to achieve their complete national independence and sovereignty. We should send the U.S. military government authorities letters of protest against the outrages of the U.S. imperialists. We should make strong demands once again that power be transferred to the Korean people, that patriots be released from prison, and that an agrarian reform law, labor law, and law on sex equality be put into effect in South Korea immediately, and that all industrial establishments including factories, mines, railways, communications and banks be handed over to our people. If the US imperialists do not accept these demands, we will fight to the last. If the USSR-US Joint Commission resumes its meeting and we attend it, we will also make a protest there against the US. 377. Imperialists, and will continue to condemn them in the future, too. In order to check and frustrate the reactionary maneuvers of the US imperialists, it is most important to encourage the South Korean people to launch an active struggle. How can we sit idle at a time when the US imperialists are slaughtering the patriots in South Korea, taking away factories and land, the fruits of our people's sweat and blood, and preventing us from building an independent and sovereign democratic state? Workers, peasants, and the rest of the people in South Korea will have to display more courage in combating the US military government. The democratic forces should be strengthened for a vigorous struggle against the US military government and the successful building of a new, democratic Korea. The enemies are now making every attempt to weaken our democratic forces. We should sharpen revolutionary vigilance and redouble our efforts to win over the broad masses of the people and build up the democratic forces. What is important in strengthening the democratic forces is to build up democratic political parties and public organizations well and consolidate the Democratic National United Front. These parties and public organizations should make vigorous efforts to sweep away the alien elements from their ranks, strengthen their organizations and firmly unite all patriotic, democratic forces in the DNUF. Thus, all the people should unite efforts to intensify the struggle against the US imperialist barbarities in South Korea and expedite the building of a new, democratic Korea. Building up a solid democratic base in North Korea is a decisive guarantee of success in nation building. Only when the democratic base is firmly built, can we frustrate all the machinations of the US imperialists and their lackeys in good time and accelerate the establishment of a unified government, thereby achieving full democratic independence and sovereignty. The political parties and public organizations should strive to lay the foundation for building a fully independent, sovereign, and democratic state in North Korea, while further consolidating the successes already achieved in the building of a new country. 378. On elections to the People's Committees. Report to the second meeting of the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of North Korea, September 25, 1946. Comrades. On September 5 the second enlarged meeting of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea adopted the regulations on elections to the People's Committees, along with the regulations relating to the provincial, city, county, sub-county and RI People's Committees. It has been decided to hold elections to the provincial, city and county People's Committees in all areas of North Korea simultaneously on November 3 in accordance with these historic regulations on elections. We should be well aware of the significance and progressive content of the elections and exert all efforts to make them a success. 1. Significance of the elections to the People's Committees. Comrades. The democratic elections in our country will be another 379. Outstanding victory in the fulfillment of democratic tasks and an immortal monument adding a new page to Korea's 5000-year history. The democratic elections in our country will be the first great event of this kind in Korean history and, at the same time, an event of really worldwide historic significance which will have a pioneering influence on colonies and semi-colonies in the East. So far the Korean people have held no elections at all. Our country has a 5000-year-long history, but our people have had no opportunity of participating in government and expressing their will freely. In the past, Korea's corrupt feudal ruling classes mercilessly repressed and trampled upon the people's will and, by so doing, they turned our people into an ignorant people whom they could exploit and dominate as they pleased. To cap it all, for 36 years in the past, when deprived of their country by the predatory Japanese imperialists, the Korean people were completely excluded from politics, denied elementary political rights and freedoms, and lived literally like prisoners, owing to the Japanese imperialists' barbaric colonial enslavement policy unparalleled anywhere in the world. Today our people whose human rights were trampled on and who were deprived of liberties in this way, have become masters of government and are in a position to participate in the democratic elections which allow everyone to freely express his will. Through the coming elections the Korean people will be able to exercise genuine political rights and freedoms in practice and to enjoy a decent human life and happiness as masters of the country. From their own bitter experience in the past, our people fully know how miserable and humiliating is the position of people without political rights and freedoms. The genuine rights and freedoms of people are guaranteed only when they have the right to elect and to be elected, which enables them to participate in politics. The forthcoming democratic elections afford tangible proof that the North Korean people have come for the first time to enjoy genuine rights and freedoms and lead a life worthy of human beings. Comrades. 380. Our people liberated from Japanese imperialist colonial rule put it forward as their immediate basic task to build a unified, completely independent and sovereign democratic state by smashing all the reactionary forces at home and abroad and achieving the firm unity of the broad democratic forces and, further, to join the ranks of those championing the cause of world peace and democratic progress. When our people who have been striving to carry out this basic task look back on the course leading up to the historic democratic elections in North Korea, they cannot but be proud of the achievements gained in the past period. By forming people's committees in all provinces, cities, counties, and sub-counties on the people's initiative only 2 or 3 months after liberation, we straightened out the confusion and difficulties immediately after liberation and established a new order, thus demonstrating to the world our nation's ability of self-government. In North Korea democratic political parties and public organizations were formed and strengthened with each passing day, and the work of uniting the broad masses was carried out vigorously. By uniting all the patriotic, democratic forces, we established the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea on the rock-like basis of the Democratic National United Front. In carrying out the agrarian reform and enforcing the labor law, the law on sex equality, the law on nationalization of industries and the system of agricultural tax in kind, the PPCNK has clearly shown that it is a genuine organ of people's power representing and defending the people's interests. We are now in a position to hold democratic elections because the PPCNK has creditably fulfilled the democratic tasks assigned it as a genuine people's government. Through our people's struggle after liberation, the ground for colonial and feudal exploitation has been removed and a great social and economic change effected in North Korea. This social and economic progress in North Korea has provided the basis for holding truly democratic elections. Through the coming elections our people can send their trustworthy representatives to the people's committees and thus 381. Strengthen and develop the PPCNK to be a more solid people's government that fully represents the true wishes of the people. A government will only have the wholehearted support of all the people when it has been established by people-oriented free elections, and that government will only be strong when all the people support it wholeheartedly. And a government elected and supported by all the people will serve the people faithfully for sure. When a people's committee consists of representatives elected directly by the masses of the people, instead of being set up by a few people, the people will participate in the administration of the state through those representatives and the people's committee will be the home of all the people. The coming election campaign will provide a substantial democratic education to all the people. Even those who so far have had only a faint idea of democracy will come to have a real taste of true democracy through the elections, and all the people will come to know through personal experience what a good thing democracy is. The essential requirement of democracy is that the masses of the people seize and exercise state power. With the participation of all citizens of North Korea in the coming elections, our people's government, which was established on the initiative of the people and has served their interests, will have a complete legal foundation and the essential requirement of democracy will be fully met. Our government provides the people with all conditions for exercising democratic rights and freedoms not in words but in practice. Only when the people have democratic rights and freedoms and enjoy happiness in everyday life, Will they take an active part in the work to achieve full independence of Korea and to build a democratic state? The country's reunification and complete independence necessitate the strengthening of the people's government in North Korea. This is a shortcut to establishing a unified, democratic all-Korea government. Because if the People's Committee, the genuine people's government organ which the people have elected directly, 382, and are supporting, is strengthened further still in North Korea, the democratic forces of North Korea will become more powerful and serve as a driving force to step up the democratic development of South Korea. The strengthening of the people's government in North Korea will inspire the broad masses of the people in South Korea more vigorously to rise up in opposition to the reactionary U.S. military government that has taken over the evil governor-general type administration of Japanese imperialism and is maintaining the anti-democratic setup of county magistrates and provincial governors, and to get all state power transferred to the People's Committee, the organ of people's government. The people's government bodies in North Korea will be strengthened greatly through the forthcoming elections, and the consolidated people's committees will demonstrate the united might of the democratic forces widely at home and abroad, and thus hasten the settlement of the Korean question. 2. The progressive content of our election system. Comrades, the election system we are going to apply this time in North Korea is a most excellent, democratic one. First, the main feature of our election system is that the election campaign will be conducted on the basis of the Democratic National United Front. For achieving Korea's complete independence and sovereignty on democratic lines, which is our immediate basic task, we should closely unite all the patriotic, democratic forces and form a strong Democratic National United Front. Our election system reflects this actual and specific requirement of our country. 383. In North Korea, the broad Democratic National United Front has already been formed and, in support of the People's Committees, is actively pushing ahead with the building of democracy. In the coming elections, all the democratic political parties and public organizations affiliated with the DNUF will play the leading role. In addition to the members of political parties, independent personalities will also take an active part in the election campaign. The DNUF will jointly discuss and decide on the candidates to stand as People's Committee members and nominate them jointly. The joint candidature system is made possible only by subordinating the interests of individuals to those of the parties and the interests of the parties to those of the whole nation. Only when we have the spirit of subordinating everything to the national interests will we be able to enhance the leading role of the DNUF in the elections and further strengthen it through the elections. Second, another main feature of the forthcoming elections is that they will be conducted on the principle of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballot. To elect on the principle of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballot is the most progressive and democratic system of election demanded earnestly by all the people. Universal suffrage means that all citizens of North Korea will go to the polls with the right to elect and be elected. All citizens over the age of 20, except pro-Japanese elements, traitors to the nation, insane persons, and those who have been deprived of citizenship by a judicial decision, can participate in the elections, irrespective of sex, property status, religious belief, education, and length of residence. Equal suffrage means that all persons without distinction can equally exercise their franchise, each having a vote. Direct suffrage, unlike indirect elections in which someone is elected to vote and cast his ballot on behalf of the electors, means that each elector votes directly for a candidate standing for the People's Committee. And secret ballot means that the election is carried out by secret voting so that the electors can express their will freely. 384. Such a progressive democratic electoral system has no parallel in capitalist countries. In the United States, Britain, and other capitalist countries, universal and equal suffrage is talked about a good deal, but, in practice, universal suffrage is not guaranteed owing to legal restrictions with regard to property status, education, length of residence and so on, and equal suffrage, too, is a mere formality. In those countries, elections are held in conditions of race discrimination, class antagonism, and harsh oppression by the reactionary rulers, including the capitalists and landlords. There can be no true equality in elections between the capitalists who have all the material and spiritual wealth and the workers who have nothing but their bare hands, or between the landlords and the peasants. In the capitalist countries, the meeting halls, printing shops, printing paper, and the like are not available to the working masses, and, accordingly, freedom of speech, the press, and assembly is but empty talk. It goes without saying that elections under such conditions cannot possibly be democratic. Third, complete exclusion of the pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation is a characteristic of the elections. The exclusion of pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation from the elections is aimed at eliminating the reactionary forces that constitute the biggest obstacle to the country's independence and sovereignty and democratic progress, and at opening up the highway to nation building. Their elimination is a prerequisite for the building of a fully independent and sovereign democratic state. The coming elections are a sacred and lofty national event for the country's complete independence and the building of democracy. Through the elections we should check up on the composition of our population and purge the pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation, thus preventing alien elements from making inroads into the people's committees. This is an essential condition not only for guaranteeing the sacred significance of our elections but for strengthening the people's government. The pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation sold out our people in the past and today, too, are trying desperately to sell them. 385. Out to the imperialists. Only when those quislings are excluded from the democratic elections and eliminated from the ranks of our people, can the purity of these ranks be ensured and the Korean nation be made to flourish. Fourth, it is a characteristic of the coming elections that due consideration is being given to making it convenient for the people to cast their vote. In the regulations on the elections, serious consideration is given especially to the fact that the Korean people have had no experience of elections and are lacking in political training, and that there are many illiterates among them. We have made sure that in the coming elections every convenience will be afforded to electors who are unable to vote because they are illiterate or crippled, or because they find it difficult to go to the polls due to illness or old age. Further, a sub-constituency will be set up for 500 to 1000 inhabitants and, if circumstances require, for even 50 inhabitants. And in order even to enable all inpatients to vote, special arrangements have been made to set up a sub-constituency in each hospital with 25 electors. All these measures show most strikingly that the coming elections are truly democratic elections for the people. 3. Election campaign and tasks of party members. Comrades, in connection with the democratic elections taking place on November 3, which have no precedent in Korean history, our party's task is to make every effort to bring the historic elections to a victorious conclusion. In the light of its position in the DNUF, our party is charged with the heavy responsibility of successfully carrying out the forthcoming elections. 386. Prior to the historic democratic elections, therefore, our party has set its members the following tasks. First, party members should themselves have a correct understanding of the elections and vigorously conduct the information campaign for the elections. The election information work should always be with all the people. Party members should explain concretely to all the people the significance of the elections and the progressive nature of our election system. Thus they must ensure that no one abstains from voting. Second, through the election campaign they should educate the masses to have a deep understanding of the PPCNK. The masses of the people should be made to clearly understand that the way to hasten the establishment of a unified, democratic government and ensure the country's democratic progress is by strengthening the PPCNK. Thus all the people should be encouraged to give strong support to the PPCNK and strive for its further strengthening. Third, they should make every effort to ensure that true workers in the service of the people be elected to the people's committees. Our party should pay special attention to nominating candidates to stand for members of the people's committees properly. Party members should go among the broad masses of the people and explain carefully the need to elect good people, so that able workers who can devote themselves to the country and the people will be elected to the people's committees. Fourth, through the election campaign they should further strengthen the DNUF and enhance our party's influence on friendly parties. At the same time, they should make every effort to show the broad masses of the people that our party is active and exemplary and to enhance the prestige of our party. Fifth, they should skillfully conduct the work of defining pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation. This problem should never be handled carelessly, and a close investigation and detailed analysis should be made before forming a 387. Correct judgment. The regulations on pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation should not be interpreted mechanically or applied indiscriminately. When you are going to judge whether or not people are pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation, you must take account of each person's specific conditions while acting strictly according to the regulations. As for those who deeply repent of their mistakes and devote themselves with enthusiasm to nation building, they should be treated leniently. Sixth, taking advantage of the election campaign, they should educate the masses extensively in democracy. Education in democracy should always be conducted in close combination with state affairs. In particular, education should be associated with the work of paying agricultural tax in kind, so that a vigorous drive is made to gather in the autumn harvest successfully. By associating closely with the masses, party members should educate them effectively, learn from them and rally them firmly around the party. Seventh, they should look out for the plots of the reactionaries who are seeking to obstruct the elections, giving them no chance to infiltrate. All the party organizations and members should enlist the masses actively in the struggle to ensure victory in the democratic elections and to strengthen the people's government bodies, thus expediting our building of a fully independent and sovereign democratic state. 388. On the establishment of the Workers' Party of North Korea and the question of founding the Workers' Party of South Korea. September 26, 1946. The founding of the Workers' Party, which represents and defends the interests of the laboring masses of Korea, through the merger of the Communist Party and the New Democratic Party, is the greatest event in the political life of our people at the present time. This event has aroused profound public interest, and the attention of all the people has been focused on it. We have triumphantly completed the establishment in North Korea of a unified party of the laboring masses. In South Korea, however, the activities of those who are sincerely striving to bring about a merger of the parties are obstructed, and the merger has not yet taken place owing to the divisive activities of those who are opposed to the merger and unity. These divisive activities are supported by the reactionary right-wing camp. As was to be expected, the reactionary forces have gone all out to frustrate the merger of the democratic political parties of the working people. U.S. imperialism and its lackeys smuggled their spies into these parties to rig up so-called opposition groups and cause unprincipled disputes and factional strife in an attempt to split the democratic forces. 389. The criminal activities of the factionalists have wasted most precious time for the liberation movement and created favorable conditions for the reactionary forces. This is the basic cause of the delay in the merger of the parties in South Korea. We cannot on any account overlook the fact that the merging of the parties is retarded in South Korea, nor can we tolerate the double dealing of the factionalists. For only the unity and cohesion of the democratic forces throughout Korea is the prerequisite for building a new, genuinely democratic Korea, and constitutes the most important guarantee for the political, economic, and cultural development of our country. We can attain victory only if we have a correct understanding and make a politically correct assessment of this matter. To do this, we must correctly understand the following questions: what has happened in North and South Korea in the year since the Korean people were liberated from Japanese imperialist slavery, and how do they differ? Why is it that the merging of the political parties of the working people into a single party, the Workers' Party, and the unity of all the working people are the most important, inevitable, and urgent tasks in the political life of our country at the present stage? What are the tasks of the unified Workers' Party? What do the opponents of unity want, and where are they trying to lead the Korean people? What, in the final analysis, are the immediate tasks at the present stage? 1. 1 year has already passed since Korea was liberated from the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism. Great changes have taken place. 390. in the political, economic, and cultural life in North Korea in this short span of time. In the past year we have laid a solid foundation for developing Korea along truly democratic lines and building a people's republic, by carrying out great democratic reforms. Our people, who took power into their own hands, have come to enjoy democratic rights and liberties never known at any period in the history of our country. This can be seen from the fact that all the people are taking an active part in the political life, and it is also graphically shown in the social composition of the People's Committees. The composition of the People's Committee membership in North Korea is as follows. Shop floor workers, 5.7%. Peasants, 71.8%. Office workers, 15.8%. Handicraftsmen, 2.1%. Tradesmen, 4.6%. Incorporating representatives of the broad masses, the People's Committees maintain close ties with them and strive to guard their interests. All the policies and activities of the People's Committees are aimed, first of all, at the democratic advance of our country and at enhancing the well-being of the broad masses. In carrying out its policies, the People's Committee relies on the firm unity and the democratic united front of all the political parties and public organizations. The United Front embraces more than 6 million people from all walks of life, that is, nearly all the adult population of North Korea. Before long the people in North Korea are going to elect People's Committee members in accordance with the democratic election law. The forthcoming elections will serve to further strengthen our people's power and the democratic forces united around it. 391. The People's Committees are based on the strength of the broad masses of the people. They have enhanced the political zeal of all the people in North Korea and inspired them to take an active part in building a new, democratic Korea. In March this year, the agrarian reform was already carried out in the rural areas of North Korea, bringing about a radical change in the relations of production. This dealt a decisive blow to the landlords, the most reactionary class in Korea, by wiping out their economic base. The peasants were freed from feudal exploitation and oppression and became the masters of the land, so realizing their centuries-old aspiration. The peasants now not only work their own land, which was distributed free by the People's Committee, but have also got rid of the system of exorbitant forced delivery of farm produce plus all kinds of exacting taxes and levies extorted from them in the years of Japanese imperialism. They have become free to dispose of their farm produce after delivering only 25% of the harvest American Samoa tax in kind. As a result, their zeal for production has risen as never before and our agriculture which was long stagnant has begun to make rapid progress. Last August the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea promulgated a law nationalizing industry, transport, communications, and banks which had been owned by the Japanese imperialists, pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation. With this we have brought under national ownership of all the people, the backbone of the economy which constitutes the material base for building a fully independent and democratic state. In June this year, the PPCNK promulgated the labor law, freeing factory and office workers from harsh, colonial-type exploitation and introducing the 8-hour working day and a social insurance system. In addition, a law was passed to guarantee women's social rights equal to those of men for the first time in the history of our country. Besides, the PPCNK abolished the former slave-type colonial education, established a democratic educational system and took 392 measures for the rapid rehabilitation and development of our national culture. Last year there were 387 primary schools and 91 middle schools, and 126 middle schools have been built this year. These figures show that the number of schools has increased by far as against the years of Japanese imperialist rule. Moreover, a people's university was built in only a year after liberation and now a teachers' training college and a medical college are being established, whereas there was not a single university in North Korea under Japanese imperialist rule. 30 specialized technical schools are under construction around the major factories. In all schools lessons are given in Korean and over 50 different textbooks have already been compiled and published in our language. Over 8,000 adult schools were opened last year to eliminate illiteracy among persons beyond school age and provide them with general education. In addition, we have set up 83 theaters and cinemas, 717 libraries, and now publish more than 30 newspapers in North Korea. The People's Committees have done a great deal of work to improve the material and cultural life of the people and to ensure their political rights. In North Korea, the democratic political parties and such public organizations as the trade unions, the Peasants' Union, the Youth League, the Women's Union and the Arts Federation have been organized, with the result that the masses participate freely in the political life. The people are assured all political rights and complete freedom of speech, the press, assembly, and association. With the great democratic reforms, a radical change took place in the socio-economic base and the positions of all classes and strata in North Korea. The enforcement of the law on nationalization of industries wiped out the foundations of Japanese imperialist colonial rule and deprived the traders to the nation who had collaborated with Japanese imperialism of their economic foothold. The landlords whose land was confiscated were liquidated as a class once and for all. Thus, all 393. The forces that, hand in glove with Japanese imperialism, had oppressed and exploited the Korean people were deprived of their economic foothold and politically eliminated. Meanwhile, the People's Committees have protected the property of the non-comprador capitalists and encouraged the business activities of individual entrepreneurs and traders. They provide all the entrepreneurs and traders who support the democratic reforms and are ready to contribute to the improvement of the people's livelihood with the possibility of having a share in the important branches of the economy, like industry and trade, and assist them in every way. In this way, we ensure that entrepreneurs and traders are free to carry on their business activities and, at the same time, enlist and utilize all available capital for the development of the national economy. Our working class, formerly subjected to the most barbaric exploitation under Japanese imperialist rule, now has the right to work at state enterprises which have come under the people's ownership and serves the people and society. The workers have won all rights and the possibility of taking part in state political life. Our working class constitutes the core of the democratic forces in North Korea, and its sense of organization and its politico-ideological level are rising rapidly. Our peasants have also been freed from the feudal exploitation of the landlords and are able to work freely on the land which is now their own. They have become the masters of the land and are taking an active part in building an independent democratic state, and their political enthusiasm is running ever higher. The position of the intelligentsia has also changed. The great majority are closely united with all the working people. Our intellectuals no longer serve Japanese imperialism and the exploiters as before, but are working most loyally for their state, the nation, and the working people. They regard the interests of the state and the people as their own. This means that their views and ideas have changed and that they are resolved to work with all devotion for the country and the people. 394. All these changes have strengthened the political unity of the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals. Their united strength is the basis of the Democratic National United Front in the struggle to build a new Korea. At the same time, it was the unshakable foundation of the merger of the Communist Party and the New Democratic Party into a unified party of the working masses. The establishment of the Workers' Party through the merger of the two parties is of tremendous historic significance in expanding and strengthening the democratic forces and promoting the building of democracy in our country. A political party is the advanced detachment of a certain class, defending its interests and fighting to meet its demands and aspirations. The Communist Party, as the advanced detachment of the working class, fought for the interests of the working class. The New Democratic Party defended primarily the interests of the peasants and the working intellectuals. Thus, the Communist Party and the New Democratic Party represented the interests of different classes. Nevertheless, they fought under a common program from the beginning. This can be explained by the fact that the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals are all laboring masses and their interests are identical. The working class gave active support and assistance in carrying out the agrarian reform. This is because they were fully aware that agriculture could be developed at a fast tempo only when the feudal tenant system was abolished and the peasants were freed from bondage to the landlords, and that without the development of agriculture, industry could not go ahead, the country could not prosper and develop, and the people's welfare could not improve. The peasants actively supported the law on nationalization of industries and the labor law, for they knew that unless the economic foothold of Japanese colonial rule and the remnants of the cruel, colonial-type system of forced labor were removed, industry could not be developed, and this, after all, would also prevent progress in agriculture. 395. Our intellectuals were also aware that the democratic reforms were fully in accord with their vital interests, and so participated in them with keen interest. Thus, the common interests of the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals determined the common goals and tasks of the Communist Party and the New Democratic Party and furnished the basis for the common struggle of the two parties for the independence and democratization of the country. That is why the two parties, actively supporting the People's Committee, waged a common struggle for carrying out the democratic reforms including the agrarian reform and the nationalization of industries. Owing to these common features and interests, the two parties have merged into a single party, the Workers' Party. The greater the success of the democratic movement and the farther our society advances in the future, the closer the unity of the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals will become, and the stronger the unity and cohesion of the Workers' Party will grow. Thus, the founding of the Workers' Party marks an event of great historic and political significance in strengthening the unity and cohesion of the working people and further developing our country. The Workers' Party, as the vanguard of the laboring masses of Korea, the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals, will lead all the people in achieving the complete independence and sovereignty of the country and the final victory of democracy. Our party, however, is not the one and only party existing in our country. From this arises the question of mutual relations with other parties and other classes. Our party actively supports the democratic demands of the Condoist Kong Party and closely cooperates with it in order to advance in step with it. The Condoist Kong Party, in spite of its religious character, can advance hand in hand with our party for Korea's independence and democracy. As for the Democratic Party, which represents the interests of part of the intellectuals, traders, and entrepreneurs, our party will likewise. 396. Support its democratic program. In order to bring about the rapid rehabilitation of the national economy, we encourage the business activities of the national capitalists and actively draw the traders and entrepreneurs into the building of democracy. In this way, our party has waged and is waging a common struggle in unity with all the democratic political parties. We must forge closer ties with members of the Condoist Kong Party and the Democratic Party and unite with them more firmly under the banner of democracy, thereby steadily expanding and strengthening the DNUF. Our party is now confronted with weighty and complex tasks. To carry them out successfully, it is first necessary to consolidate the success of the merger of the parties and strengthen and develop our young party organizationally and ideologically. We must make the lines and strategic and tactical policies of the party clear to all its members and arm them with scientific Marxist-Leninist theory and thoroughly revolutionary ideas. Thus, we must make each party member a conscious revolutionary fighter who struggles with the greatest courage for the freedom and happiness of the people, and we must turn our Workers' Party into the steel-strong, core detachment of all the patriotic, democratic forces. 2. The situation in South Korea is fundamentally different from that in North Korea. There the U.S. military government, having seized all power, oppresses the Korean people, and the introduction of democratic reforms is inconceivable. Some people think that South Korea merely lags behind North Korea. This is an utterly wrong view, implying as it does that South Korea, too, is advancing along the road to democracy, only at a 397 slightly slower pace than North Korea. In reality, North Korea is advancing along the road to democracy, whereas South Korea is moving along an entirely different course. The thing which distinguishes democracy from pseudo-democracy is whether the people can participate in state administration or not. The South Korean people, however, are denied the right to participate in government. They have not the slightest elementary democratic rights. The People's Committees set up by the South Korean people immediately after liberation were not recognized and, worse still, they were dissolved and their officials arrested and thrown into jail. The democratic parties, deprived of freedom of political action, are forced underground. Of all democratic political parties, it is the Communist Party that is waging the most determined struggle for the freedom and independence of the country and for the happiness of the working people. This is a hard fact admitted by all conscientious people in Korea. How have the US imperialists and their lackeys, who are obstructing the democratic independence and sovereignty of Korea, dealt with the Communist Party of South Korea? They have arrested, imprisoned, and murdered large numbers of the leading cadres and members of the Communist Party and banned its organ the Hibang Ilbo. In order to lower the prestige of the Communist Party in the eyes of the masses of the people, the reactionaries have fabricated the so-called forged note case and staged a farcical trial on it. They have framed the so-called right-left collaboration plot in an attempt to isolate the Communist Party. Not only members of the Communist Party but also those of the People's Party and the New Democratic Party are suppressed and persecuted. The reactionaries persecuted Mr. Ryo Un-hyang, leader of the People's Party, and went so far as to try to strangle him with violence. The reactionaries are acting barbarously, suspending democratic publications, arresting members of the democratic political parties in 398 large numbers, forming terrorist bands to murder patriots in the streets in broad daylight, and so on. Their terrorist acts grow more violent with every passing day and their suppression of the democratic forces becomes more and more outrageous. The persecution of the working class, in particular, has reached extremes. Look at the massacre in Gwangju last August 15. With tanks, planes, machine guns, and bayonets the Yankees attacked over 1,000 workers of the Hwasun Colliery who were marching towards the city of Gwangju to attend a mass meeting to mark the anniversary of August 15, killing 1 and wounding 109. What a cruel fact this is. Hundreds of such enemy atrocities have been sternly condemned by the whole nation. This is the so-called democratic order of the Syngman-rhee clique and the humanitarian assistance to Korea which the Americans are advertising so loudly. The land problem has not been solved at all in South Korea. The peasants are subjected to merciless exploitation by the landlords and suffer from all kinds of exacting levies and the forced delivery of farm produce as in the Japanese imperialist years. The only change, if any, is the transfer of land owned by Japanese landlords to Korean squires, and the replacement of the Oriental Development Company of Japanese imperialism by the New Korea Company of U.S. imperialism. Far from having an enforced labor law, the workers are exploited more harshly than ever and are suffering from unemployment and hunger. The industrial establishments owned by the Japanese imperialists and the traders to the nation, far from being nationalized, have been turned into means for the greedy pro-Japanese stooges and profiteers to line their pockets. As for the women, far from being emancipated, they find themselves in an indescribably wretched plight. All these facts thus irrefutably prove that what is happening in South Korea is totally different from developments in North Korea. A firm basis of democracy for the people has been laid in North Korea, whereas the traitorous Syngman-rhee clique with the undisguised 399 backing of the U.S. military government is openly pursuing an anti-popular, anti-democratic policy in South Korea. They are scheming to set up a reactionary ruling machine which, while hanging out the signboard of democracy, actually aims at oppressing all the Korean people. In this grave situation, the primary task of our nation and of all the working people is to unite and again unite. What kind of unity, then, do we advocate? Though opinions differ, the unity we advocate is one based on the interests of the toiling masses, namely, the interests of the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals. There can be genuine unity only when it is based on this correct principle. In contrast to this, both the right-left collaboration pursued by the reactionary clique in South Korea under the manipulation of the US military government and unity with the traitorous right-wing forces sought by the rightist elements in the left-wing camp are all anti-people unity detrimental to the interests of the laboring masses and all other people. Such unity only panders to the activities of the reactionary groups. We do not need unity of this kind. Genuine Democrats must wage an uncompromising struggle against the attempt to forge this kind of unity. For such unity will undermine the democratic forces, help the reactionaries and hamper the democratization of Korea. The factionalists and anti-party elements who have sneaked into the democratic political parties are clamoring that the unity they are pleading for is for the good of the country and the people. But it is, to all intents and purposes, something which can only profit the enemy, which will break up the working masses and help the US imperialists and the traitorous clique. We call for unity of the toiling masses that can meet the democratic demands of the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals. All Democrats must wage a resolute struggle for genuine unity to safeguard the interests of the laboring masses. 400. The fact that the Communist Party and the New Democratic Party merged to form the Workers' Party in North Korea has given rise to a movement for a similar merger in South Korea. The initiator of this movement was the leadership of the People's Party. It proposed to the Communist Party and the New Democratic Party that the three parties merge to form one. Though more than a month has already passed since the proposal was put forward, the movement has failed to have any results as yet. Broad sections of the laboring masses in South Korea are aware of the need for unity and are strongly demanding it. Many public organizations, for instance, have adopted resolutions calling for the unity of the parties of the working people. The resolutions adopted by the National Council of Trade Unions and the National Confederation of Peasants Associations point out that the entire membership of the two organizations unreservedly support a merger. Besides, a joint statement of the Central Committee of the Culture and Art Federation, the National Women's Union, the Cooperative Committee, the Democratic Youth League and others strongly condemns those who are bent on divisive maneuvers in opposition to unity and gives unqualified support to the merging of the three parties. The officials at the lower levels in the Communist Party, the People's Party and the New Democratic Party and all their members have realized the need to merge the three parties and are working hard for an early merger. The fact that the merger movement is developing on such a mass scale is of tremendous significance. It shows that the merging of the three parties is the most urgent question at the present stage and represents the unanimous demand of the broad masses. All Democrats must heed this mass demand. Meanwhile, a preparatory committee for the merger of the parties has been set up in South Korea, and it has drawn up and made public a draft program for a merger. This is a democratic program, a program that is correct in principle. We give it our unreserved approval. 401. The question of a merger, however, has not yet been solved, and, considering the whole situation, its solution is likely to be much delayed. What is it that is obstructing the accomplishment of this important task? It is the difficulties created by the hostile activities and subversive plots of the reactionaries who are supported and manipulated by the US military government. They are making every vicious attempt to frustrate the merger. They are brutally persecuting the leaders of the democratic left-wing political parties and public organizations, and have wantonly suspended or banned progressive publications in South Korea. Along with this, another main factor retarding the merger is the factional activity of the anti-party elements who are maneuvering within the parties. An anti-party group has appeared within the Central Committee of the Communist Party of South Korea. The 6 elements of this group insist that although they themselves agree to a merger, it has to be approved at a party congress. They argue that a merger without the approval of the party congress is a violation of the democratic principles of the party. Upon what grounds do they charge that the democratic principles of the party are being violated? In North Korea the merger proceeded in general along the following course. A merger was first decided on by the Central Committee of the New Democratic Party and then by the Central Committee of the Communist Party. After that, the question was discussed and a merger was decided on at a joint enlarged meeting of the Central Committees of the two parties, and a draft program and rules for the Workers' Party and a declaration on the merger were submitted to the lower organizations of both parties for discussion. Following these discussions, provincial, city and county party conferences elected delegates to the inaugural Congress of the Workers' Party. Thus, the merger of the two parties was finally decided on at the inaugural Congress of the Workers' Party attended by delegates from both parties. Do the anti-party factionalists think that this way of solving the 402 question runs counter to democratic principles? If the anti-party group had truly close links with the masses and paid deep attention to their opinions, it would not have committed such a grave anti-party mistake. If it is really conversant with democratic principles and respects them, why does it not pay heed to the demand of the party members and the toiling masses who earnestly desire to fuse the parties without missing the chance and without delay, in the grave situation where reaction prevails in South Korea? This only goes to show that the factionalists have got too far out of touch with the masses. Therefore, their anti-party activities amount, in the final analysis, to opposing a merger itself and helping the reactionaries in their divisive maneuvers, whether by design or not. These activities on the part of the anti-party group are no doubt due to sheer position seeking. And position seeking helps the reactionaries and disrupts the parties of the laboring masses from within. So the expulsion of the anti-party elements by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of South Korea was a correct measure. Otherwise, the revolutionary ranks would be torn asunder. Similar anti-party elements are to be found within the People's Party and the New Democratic Party as well. The factionalists in these parties, like attracting like, have gone to the extent of scheming to cook up a separate workers' party. But no matter how viciously the factionalists might try by means of sophistry, tricks and schemes, the party which they are seeking to organize could never be a militant party of the laboring masses but would inevitably compromise with the reactionary right-wing elements and traitors. It is said that the factionalists have even drawn up a program for unity and one for organizing a workers' party. But no matter how much they might embellish their programs, the anti-party elements cannot conceal the fact that they are helping the reactionaries and only pursuing their own dirty ends. The factionalists have perhaps forgotten that separatists making up 403. A minority that acts in an unprincipled way against the majority will eventually go over to the side of the traitors to the nation and the enemies of the people. Moreover, some members of the democratic parties are standing in the way of a merger because they do not have a principled, correct understanding of the need for it. For instance, some elements maintain that a merger at present would be momentary and temporary. What sort of temporariness are they talking about? Theirs is quite a wrong view. A party, whatever party it may be, cannot hope for eternal existence. This is because a party is not a party for its own sake, but a weapon necessary for achieving the aims of a certain class. It is clear to everybody that the Communist Party, the People's Party and the New Democratic Party are parties of the working people with common aims. What are the aims which the laboring masses of Korea are struggling for today? They are to establish a unified, democratic provisional government in Korea at an early date, effect thoroughgoing democratic reforms in South Korea as in North Korea, expand and consolidate the democratic victories already gained, and build a rich and strong, fully independent and sovereign democratic state that is demanded by the Korean people. Even after winning victory in this battle, our working people must all join in a struggle for a better future. This historic cause of the Korean workers, peasants, and working intellectuals and their common interests determine the common tasks of the parties of the laboring masses, provide the possibility and give rise to the need for their merging and for unity. This being the case, how can it be said that a merger of the parties of the working people could be momentary and temporary? Certain people say that unity is impossible because of the difference between the programs of the parties. If that is the case, we may ask, does the program of the People's Party tally with those of the reactionary right-wing parties? No. The program of the People's Party is poles apart from those of the reactionary right-wing parties and contrasts fundamentally with them. What then does it mean when certain elements, shoving aside 404, The question of merging the parties of the laboring masses, insist on the so-called right-left collaboration and go so far as to hold consultations on this. What can their idea be when they say it is impossible to merge the democratic parties which have programs in common, while it is possible to collaborate with the reactionary political parties whose programs are totally different from theirs and have nothing in common between them? The intention of those who speak thus is, in a word, nothing but to desert the democratic left-wing camp and go over to the anti-popular, anti-democratic, reactionary right-wing camp. True, some differences exist between the programs of the democratic political parties, but the points they have in common and where they coincide are greater. The points they have in common provide them with the possibility of waging a struggle against the common enemy and uniting as one for accomplishing the same goals. Must we fight and defeat the reactionaries by swiftly achieving the unity of the parties of the working people based on common aims and interests? Or rather, must we be crushed by the enemy by operating separately and in isolation? To this question everybody will answer with one voice that the merging of the parties is the only correct solution. All Democrats, truly mindful of the interests of the laboring masses, must overcome the intrigues of the reactionary forces and the obstructions set up by them, expose and smash the divisive activity of the position seekers, self-seekers and factional elements, and awake those members of their parties who do not yet correctly understand why a merger is essential so as to complete the merger of the parties with concerted efforts in a short time. ******. United, we stand; divided, we fall. The independence and sovereignty of Korea on democratic lines can be achieved at an early 405 date only if the laboring masses are united and all the democratic forces are knit together. The establishment of a unified party of the laboring masses is a decisive guarantee for accelerating the growth and strengthening of the democratic forces and for assuring the triumph of democracy. This has been confirmed by the experience in North Korea, where the fusion of the Communist Party and the new Democratic Party was triumphantly brought about in a short period of time. Let us concentrate all our efforts on the struggle for the unity of the laboring masses and the founding of a mass-based party in South Korea. Victory belongs to the Korean people who aspire to unity, national independence, and democracy. Let us all march forward confidently to victory. 406. To create the national anthem and the march of the People's Army. Talk with Writers. September 27, 1946. Today I am going to talk to you about creating the national anthem and the march of the People's Army. We should quickly set about writing the national anthem and make preparations now for creating a march for our army which is soon to be founded. For nearly half a century our people lived in endless pain and grief, fettered to the colonial chains of Japanese imperialism, and drained the bitter cup of sorrow to the dregs as a ruined nation. The Japanese imperialist aggressors went so far as to mercilessly trample upon the time-honored history and brilliant culture of our nation. Now that our people are liberated from the Japanese imperialists' tyranny, they are working freely as true masters of the country. By our own efforts we have established the people's government and are developing our national culture and building a prosperous, independent and sovereign state. Our workers are rehabilitating the factories and enterprises destroyed by the Japanese imperialists, and by getting rid of the feudal land ownership under the agrarian reform law the peasants have become the masters of the land. The working people can now send their sons and daughters to school without worry, and everybody is entitled to medical treatment in the 407 event of sickness. In this way the people embarked on the road of creating a new life under the correct guidance of our party. The political enthusiasm of our people in creating a new life is very high indeed. Our people's hearts are full of joy at having regained their lost country to lead a happy life. This is the moment when our people feel the urge to sing lustily of their joy and emotion at enjoying freedom and happiness in the liberated country, and they want to express this in their national anthem. This is a natural desire for our people who have started building a new life under the guidance of our party. But as yet we have no national anthem to satisfy these sincere sentiments and desires of our people. Therefore, they continue to sing the old song. The words not only jar on the sentiments of our people but are also outdated. The tune has been borrowed from a foreign song, and is not the kind we wish. This song cannot inspire our people with patriotism in building a new, democratic country. We must create a national anthem as soon as possible. All writers and composers must take part in creating the national anthem, and anybody who is not a writer or a composer but wants to have a try at it must be allowed to do so. Ours is indeed a beautiful country. It is washed by the sea on three sides, the mountains are grand and majestic, and grain crops and fruits of various kinds are thriving in the fields. Our country abounds in mineral resources and treasures, too. Our people boast a 5,000-year-long history, and they are a resourceful people with a brilliant culture. Back in ancient times they won world renown for the astronomical observatory Kumsangdi in Gyeongju, the invention of metallic printing types and for their excellent fine arts. Moreover, the music of our country is rich in beautiful melodies. Thus, the science, culture and art of our country have a proud history. From ancient times our people have driven back the foreign invaders and defended our land at the cost of their blood. The anti-Japanese guerrillas, in particular, took up arms and fought heroically. 408. Against the Japanese imperialist aggressors for 15 long years. The working people of our country freed from exploitation and oppression have taken power firmly in their hands today and are making every effort to build a new, prosperous country. The national pride and dignity of the Korean people who have such a beautiful country and glorious traditions of struggle must be incorporated in the song. By singing such a song, the people will be inspired with a greater love for their country. A national anthem with this content should be created for the people as soon as possible. Our people, now the masters of the country, should be provided with a song of our glorious homeland, the national anthem. The national anthem will help immeasurably in uniting our people around our party and people's government who have risen to build a new country and will call them to a greater struggle and victory. In the near future we will form our national regular army. How many people lost their lives and property and were ruthlessly trodden underfoot in the past just because we did not have a genuine people's army of our own. Because it did not have a powerful army in the past, our country was swallowed up in the end by the Japanese imperialist aggressors, and our people were forced to live as colonial slaves shedding tears of blood. Historically, our country has never invaded another. The present international situation shows that although the Second World War is over, the imperialist forces of aggression have not given up their plans of aggression against small and weak countries and are constantly plotting a new war. Our army to be founded in the future must grow into an invincible regular army of the revolution which, by inheriting the brilliant revolutionary traditions of the anti-Japanese guerrilla army, will be able to defeat the aggressor under any circumstances. Our soldiers will be armed with an indomitable revolutionary spirit and with modern weapons, firmly guard the achievements of our democratic construction and defend the lives and property of the people like the apple of their eye. Thus our army will become a righteous army and enjoy the people's great love. 409. The song which the soldiers of our people's army will sing must be composed with ardent patriotism, burning hatred against the enemy and the lofty revolutionary spirit of fighting for the reunification and independence of the country. I hope you writers will display great pride in creating a splendid march that will raise our soldiers' morale and stir their patriotism and loyalty to the people. 410. The present stage of democratic construction and the duties of cultural workers. Speech at the second meeting of information workers of the provincial people's committees, political parties and public organizations, cultural workers and artists in North Korea, September 28, 1946. Dear cultural workers, at this meeting of cultural workers today, I would like to say a few words about the democratic construction we are now carrying out and the tasks and duties confronting the cultural workers in this respect. I begin by paying my sincere respects to you cultural workers who are coping with all the difficulties and hardships and working enthusiastically to fulfill the tasks assigned you in local areas and workplaces. An urgent task facing our people at present is to uproot the vicious remnants of Japanese imperialism which still remain deep-seated in all fields of politics, the economy, and culture, smash all the anti-democratic, reactionary forces in South Korea and build up our national economy, so that the country achieves complete independence. This is indeed a great and sacred task for the nation at large, to create a new era in our history. With a view to implementing this great and significant task, we 411 first carried out the agrarian reform in March. This historic work was an epoch-making event that transformed not only the countryside but also the Korean society based on backward agriculture. With the successful completion of the agrarian reform, the feudal land ownership was abolished and the peasants became new people in charge of agricultural production and true masters of the countryside. They started to till their own land freely, and lead a cheerful and hopeful life. Second, we introduced the system of agricultural tax in kind. It made it possible to remove the heavy burdens imposed so far on the peasants, stabilize and improve their lives and, at the same time, raise their cultural standards. Third, we enforced the labor law which provides the workers with an 8-hour working day and the right to social insurance. It emancipated the workers from slavish and colonial exploitation and oppression, and firmly ensured a cultural life and social position for them. The labor law enabled the workers to tackle production with great emotion and burning enthusiasm and display in every way their creative initiative. Not only that, the law changed fundamentally the position and significance of labor in our country. The former concept that labor is the duty of the poor and the humble alone disappeared, and all the working people understand clearly now that labor is essential for the creation of a new life and that through their labor they take part in the sacred work of the state, and work cheerfully with enthusiasm and joy. Fourth, we enforced the law on sex equality. As a result, women were freed from feudal subordination and slavish inequality forever and together with men became the driving force for democratic construction. Fifth, we enforced the law on nationalization of industries to place under the state ownership the major industries and economic establishments owned by the Japanese and the traders to the nation. This law and the agrarian reform law constitute the two major measures for democratic construction. The former was an important 412 law that put our industry and economy at the service of the people. Besides, in order to eliminate the poison of Japanese imperialism in the field of culture and develop our national culture and art rapidly, we encouraged the activities of the cultural workers and artists with the General Federation of Arts as the pivot and saw to it that the state provided every condition for them. Moreover, for the rapid development and improvement of the people's knowledge and minds we built far more institutions of higher learning, and specialized, secondary and primary schools than in the Japanese imperialist years, and opened 717 libraries and over 12,000 adult schools. In this way we undertook various work of great importance in the 1 year after liberation. We will hold democratic elections for the first time in Korean history, drawing on the great achievements of the democratic reforms. The coming elections will, so to speak, sum up the building of democracy in the 1 year after liberation. All this work is a prerequisite for the free development of our country and the building of an independent and sovereign state, and is also important undertakings to ensure the independence and sovereignty of Korea and its free development. Without carrying out these democratic tasks to guarantee the interests and life of the people, we cannot win the freedom and independence of the country. The democratic tasks which we have so far fulfilled and are going to fulfill in the future, are of historic importance in consolidating the social foundations for making our country prosperous and independent. Therefore, all the Korean people without exception should regard these tasks as their own and make every effort to carry them out successfully. To contribute to the fulfillment of the tasks, let those with money give money, let those with strength give strength, let those with knowledge give knowledge, let those with technique give technique. Only when all the people devote their all to state work, will our country rise up again and our nation attain its honor, position, and rights as one of the world democracies. Dear cultural workers. 413. You are the cultural workers of North Korea. You are not the cultural workers of the former feudal, colonial Korea, but those of the new Korea. Radical changes took place in North Korea in the span of 1 year. Through the democratic reforms, North Korean society underwent a complete change, and a great transformation was made in all fields of politics, the economy, and culture. In other words, the feudal relations, which were the root cause of holding our country in a backward state for several centuries, were broken, and the aftermath of the hated colonial rule of Japanese imperialism that plunged our country into the dark quagmire of bankruptcy was liquidated, with the result that ours became a new society, democratic, free and happy. Today North Korea has been turned into a new, democratic society. In North Korea power passed to the people, the feudal land ownership in the countryside was destroyed and the peasants, who till the fields, became the masters of the land. The key industrial establishments became the property of the people, that is, of the state. With the enforcement of the democratic labor law which stipulated an 8-hour day and social insurance for factory and office workers, the working masses were completely freed from feudal, colonial exploitation and oppression. Furthermore, women accounting for more than half of the population were emancipated from all kinds of humiliation and maltreatment suffered in the old society, and have equal rights with men. We cannot call such a society a feudal, colonial society. We call it a new, democratic society. In the course of great changes taking place in North Korea, all true patriots, Democrats, and the rest of the people here displayed a great deal of ardor and energy. Needless to say, cultural workers too played an important part in the great democratic reforms. Technicians strove, despite all difficulties, for industrial rehabilitation in factories, and artists went out to factories and villages to successfully fulfill their assigned tasks, side by side with the workers and peasants. All the 414 cultural workers fought resolutely against pro-Japanese reactionary ideas in culture and for building a new, democratic national culture. In short, in North Korea the cultural workers are of a new type who serve their country and the masses of the people, instead of working for the colonial policy of Japanese imperialism and the reactionary forces as before. The cultural workers of North Korea made a great contribution to the democratic reforms and in doing so acquired a new quality. Therefore, it is wrong to approach the cultural workers of today with the former narrow-minded attitude. In other words, we should regard them in a new light as cultural workers fighting for the homeland and the masses of the people in firm alliance with the workers and peasants. We must understand clearly that in any country cultural workers played a great role in a revolutionary era and in the period of democratic reforms before. Moreover, in a backward country like Korea, the role of the cultural workers must be correctly appraised. If today anybody ignores or neglects the role of the cultural workers in carrying out the democratic reforms in our country, he will be a failure and turn into a person who dislikes democratic construction. Cultural workers always take part in all democratic reforms as the pioneer and guide of the masses. The experience of world revolution, or the past year's developments in North Korea, or the present realities show that cultural workers play a valuable and powerful role in our work of nation building. Comrade cultural workers, as you see, your mission in democratic construction at present is tremendous, and your share is indeed great. You cultural workers are most important for the country's democratic construction and the building of national culture. Owing to the vicious enslavement policy of Japanese imperialism, however, there are still very few cultural workers in our country. Your mission, therefore, is all the more important and your effort in building a democratic Korea should be all the harder. 415. Now I would like to say a few words about the immediate tasks of the North Korean cultural workers. First, you should organize a cultural front on a firm basis. Cultural workers who truly love their country must form a united front solidly, despite the fact that they are occupied in different areas and have different tastes. Today the reactionaries are attempting to disrupt the ranks of cultural workers and thus form a reactionary camp of culture. The progressive cultural workers of Korea today should maintain the highest vigilance in this respect. Our only weapon in the cultural front or in the building of a democratic state, or in the struggle to crush the reactionaries is unity first, unity second and unity third. You must remember that this is the most powerful base for the Democratic National United Front. Second, we should train cadres. In particular, we should do our best to train technical personnel. Japanese imperialism deliberately prevented the growth of our cadres. Without our own cadres, our nation will be ruined again. You should give positive help in bringing up our cadres who will decide the destiny of the country. The most vital question facing cultural workers at present is to train our own personnel. The university set up in North Korea is now training technicians and specialists, and various specialized technical schools are bringing up personnel. But it will take at least 4 or 5 years for these students to be ready to work as technicians in factories and enterprises. We should therefore foster many workers capable of managing and operating these establishments during this period. We should train many technicians and specialists quickly right in the factories or at evening short courses. This alone will make it possible to rehabilitate and develop the national economy. For the country to be fully independent, we must operate economic institutions ourselves, and develop all fields including culture and art by our own efforts. Despite the present inadequate conditions and many difficulties, we must overcome all this and display creative ability in training our own cadres and technicians as soon as possible. Although the key industries and economic 416 establishments are nationalized, we are very short of technicians, who number only a few hundreds. How can we push ahead actively with huge construction projects relying on such a small number? If we fail to build the economy independently within a short period of time, the democratic construction we have achieved so far will end in fiasco, and our nation fall into slavery again. Stalin once said, "Cadres solve everything." Since all its people worked enthusiastically to acquire technical skills, the Soviet Union has now become a country with the most advanced and excellent technique and science in the world, and fully demonstrated its great strength in the anti-fascist war. In order to turn Korea into a developed democratic country, we should settle the problem of technology. We again stress, technology and talented personnel solve everything. Third, cultural workers should feel a high sense of responsibility for the fact that the overwhelming majority of our population is illiterate. You should realize that with so many illiterate people we will be unable to promote democratic development and will also meet with difficulties of all kinds. To wipe out illiteracy, a disgrace to our nation, you will have to launch an anti-illiteracy campaign by various methods. This is an important duty the country has placed on cultural workers today. Fourth, cultural workers should study hard. Suppressed by Japanese imperialism, our cultural workers remained isolated from the advanced science of the world for a long time, and lagged behind the world trend of progressive democracy. We must arm ourselves with advanced science and follow the world trend as early as possible. At the same time, you should know how to learn from the people. We believe in the strength and talents of the masses of the people. We should go among the masses, get to know them first and understand everything about them. We should learn their wisdom and creative ability. We should become not only their teachers but also their students. Fifth, cultural workers should take an active part in the work of 417 People's Committees. You must be well aware of how important the coming elections are in consolidating our democratic forces and achieving complete independence and sovereignty. You should make the utmost effort to ensure success in the elections, the first in our people's history. Sixth, our cultural workers should be active in combating the reactionary policy of the U.S. military government in South Korea. Today, when the American reactionaries' policy of colonizing South Korea is revealed to the whole world, how can any Korean tolerate it? As the eye of the people and as their pioneer, cultural workers especially should take the lead in exposing and opposing the reactionary policy of the U.S. military government, and fight more ruthlessly to forestall the traitorous acts of the Syngman clique, the stooges of U.S. imperialism. In conclusion, I pay my respects to you for your vigorous efforts for democratic construction in the past year and, At the same time, hope that you will take part more actively and devotedly in the work our people urgently need, and fight bravely as activists. Our people are expecting a great deal from the activities of you, cultural and information workers, and are expressing a boundless respect and a close friendship for you. I firmly believe that as the standard bearers of democracy, you will press forward vigorously for the building of an independent, democratic state to meet our people's expectations. 418. The tasks of the Democratic Youth League organizations. In expanding and strengthening the democratic forces. Speech at the Second Congress of the Democratic Youth League of North Korea, September 29, 1946. I offer my warm congratulations and greetings to you, the delegates of the Democratic Youth League who, under the leadership of the Workers' Party, are striving tirelessly day and night as important workers for the building of democratic Korea, and, through you, to all Korean youths. At this meeting, to sum up the work of the DIL organization, the vanguard detachment of the youth movement, I should like to deal with a few of the tasks confronting the youth at present. Our nation's greatest and immediate task is to establish a democratic people's republic as early as possible. To do this, it is of the utmost importance to expand and strengthen the democratic forces. And we must further consolidate the democratic base, North Korea, and thoroughly eradicate the remaining forces of Japanese imperialism and feudalism. If we are to strengthen the democratic forces, the democratic parties and public organizations must rally more closely under the banner of democracy, and the role of public organizations uniting the broad masses of the people should be raised in every way. It is 419. Imperative to raise the role of the DIL, which occupies a very important place among the public organizations. The DIL ranks have now greatly swelled and comprise 1,300,000 youths. Hence the important task of strengthening the DIL organizations as regards quality. In order to strengthen the DIL organizations, the democratic education of young people should be carried on vigorously. The DIL organizations should do their utmost to train large numbers of positive, militant, theoretically qualified, and talented young people. In order to rehabilitate North Korea's industries ravaged by Japanese imperialism and eliminate its technical and cultural backwardness, we need science and technology. Nevertheless, North Korea has only several hundred scientists and technicians at present. In view of this, we have made it one of the most urgent tasks to train scientists and technicians. The present situation of our country calls for a large number of new, competent scientists and technicians from among the youth. If the young people do not become the shock force in taking the fortress of science and technology, our country and people will remain backward as regards the economy and culture, and our people may again come under the colonial yoke of imperialism. So, the young people should make tireless efforts to become the new talent possessing a knowledge of science and technology, and should study all the time. And all young people should arm themselves firmly with revolutionary ideas and strive to strengthen the ideological unity of the DIL. The DIL should become a reliable assistant of the Workers' Party of Korea, and be boundlessly faithful to the country and the people. To this end, all DIL members should arm themselves with an indomitable revolutionary spirit to fight to the last for the freedom and independence of the country and the happiness of the people, and should forge a firm principled unity. Yet, there are still rogues in the DIL who harbor malicious ideas and try to divide its ranks. In order 420. To strengthen the ideological unity of the youth, a resolute struggle should be unfolded against evil ideological tendencies of all shades, including liberalism and individualism. Taking this stand, the 1,300,000 DIL members should advance fearlessly with one mind and one will along the road indicated by the Workers' Party. Furthermore, in order to strengthen our democratic forces, we should further consolidate the democratic base established in North Korea. For this purpose, all members of the DIL should positively support and carry out all the laws enforced by the People's Committee, and always take the lead in the struggle to consolidate the results of the democratic reforms. Also, In building up the economy and culture to consolidate the democratic base, the youth should always undertake the difficult jobs and devote all their energies and talents to the cause of enriching and developing our country. Since the forthcoming elections to the provincial, city and county people's committees are democratic elections unprecedented in our history, they are of great significance in strengthening our people's power and the democratic base. The DIL members should participate enthusiastically in the election campaign and be an example in the drive to win victory in the elections, rallying the people closely around the people's government. Our DIL members should take the lead in the shock force movement to bring in the harvest and in the deliveries of agricultural tax in kind. At present the food problem is a matter of the utmost urgency. If only the peasants deliver the agricultural tax in kind without delay, this problem will be solved satisfactorily. Therefore, the DIL members should help the peasants as far as they can to deliver the agricultural tax in kind in good time, working with them in the harvesting and threshing operations. They should also strive to protect state property. We have nationalized the factories, mines, transport facilities, communications services, and banks formerly owned by the Japanese imperialists and the traders to the nation. All the state property belong to the people and are important assets for the country's prosperity and the welfare. 421. Of the people. To protect the state property from damage by the enemy and to value and cherish them is the sacred duty of all the people, and, in particular, one of the most important tasks of our DIL members. All members of the DIL must keenly realize their important responsibility in this matter and value state property more than anything else and be exemplary in their protection. We should support the South Korean youth extensively, both materially and morally. We oppose the U.S. military government not from any prejudices or preconceptions. The policy pursued by the U.S. military government in South Korea is totally reactionary and anti-popular. From the stand taken by the U.S. side at the recent meeting of the USSR-US Joint Commission, we were able to get a good idea of the intentions of the U.S. imperialists entrenched in South Korea. It is obvious that the U.S. imperialists are scheming to subjugate our country economically and trample upon Korea's independence. Moreover, they are out to exclude the true representatives of the workers, peasants, youth, and women from the provisional government, while making every attempt to get only their stooges represented on it. This is because these lackeys once sold out Korea to Japanese imperialism and now, just as in the past, they seek to sell our country to U.S. imperialism. Our people are not docile sheep, they are not a foolish and servile people who will look on calmly while their country is being turned into a colony again. Our youth, in particular, who are filled with patriotic enthusiasm and a sense of justice, cannot remain impassive. We must unite forces and repulse the enemy who is attempting to swallow up our country once again. The DIL members should expose every crime committed by the U.S. military government and its agents and inform the people far and wide of the actual facts about the treacherous policy of the Syngman clique. At the same time, they should be on the alert to prevent reactionary elements from worming their way into our ranks. By drawing on the good experience you have gained so far in DIL work and by remedying the shortcomings in it, I feel sure you 422 will make the DIL a disciplined, ideologically united, militant youth organization, and will fight staunchly for the independence, sovereignty, and democratization of the country, united closely with all the democratic forces under the banner of democracy. Long live the Democratic Youth League, a new, democratic youth organization. Long live the Democratic National United Front. Long live complete independence and sovereignty on democratic lines. 423. For the development of physical culture and sports on a mass scale. Speech at the Congress of Sportsmen. October 6, 1946. Dear comrades, youth, students, and sportsmen, I am very glad to attend the first Congress of Sportsmen after liberation and see the lively and cheerful faces of you comrades, youth, students, and sportsmen who have come from all parts of the country. The country's liberation from the colonial rule of Japanese imperialism and the democratic reformation of society have brought a free, hopeful, new life to the youth, students, and sportsmen. You are not slaves shackled to the imperialist yoke as in the past. You are proud masters of your country and your destinies. You are the growing sons and daughters of liberated Korea who have ample opportunity to keep physically fit and to widen your intellectual horizon by studying as much as you want in the homeland. Formerly, Japanese imperialism deprived the Korean youth and students of all freedoms and rights and allowed them no opportunity of learning and no possibility of building up their bodies. Countless numbers of young people in Korea were shipped off by force as drafted labor, patriotic service corps, voluntary labor corps, or to battlefields as volunteers, student soldiers and conscripts. Under these conditions, physical culture and sports were a pastime for the privileged classes only, or were no more than military training. 424. For an aggressive war by the Japanese imperialists. Physical culture and sports in liberated, democratic Korea at present should not be confined to the distinguished records of a few individual players, nor should they become a pastime for a few. Our physical culture and sports should be developed in the future as an important factor of nation building to ensure Korea's independence and sovereignty and its democratic development. In other words, in order to bring up staunch fighters for building a democratic Korea, physical culture and sports should be developed in such a way as to give all people physical and mental training. In this connection, it is of special importance to put physical culture and sports on a mass basis. Because only by developing them on a mass basis, making them an everyday event, and popularizing them among the broad masses, can the health of our people as a whole be promoted and all the people become physically strong and mentally sound. We should encourage all youth, students, and working people to take an active part always in physical culture and sports and should strive to make them a part of life among the masses. Comrades, in North Korea the Democratic National United Front has been formed and, on this basis, the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea established, and the work of transforming society along democratic lines successfully advanced. In March the historic agrarian reform was carried out, the labor law, the law on nationalization of industries, and the law on sex equality were put into force, and the system of agricultural tax in kind introduced. Furthermore, on the basis of the great victory in the democratic reforms, elections to provincial, city, and county people's committees will take place on November 3 amidst the warm support and approval of all the people. These elections will further consolidate the foundation for building a democratic Korea and increase the might and influence of North Korea as the base for building a democratic Korea. 425. In South Korea, half of our territory, the colonial policy of the U.S. military government and the treacherous acts of its henchman Syngman-rhee clique are becoming more undisguised of late, and suppression of the patriotic, democratic forces has reached its peak. Today, therefore, liberation is a mere name for our South Korean compatriots. In fact, they remain languishing in the abyss of death as before. Unable to tolerate the appalling hardships and brutal suppression in South Korea any longer, the workers headed by the railwaymen, office employees, and students came out in a general strike on September 23 last in protest against the reactionary policy of the U.S. military government. This you know well through the radio and newspapers. Our South Korean compatriots, deprived of all rights and poverty-stricken, are suffering worse than under Japanese imperialist rule and are longing with all their hearts for North Korea, where our people have seized power and are creating a new, happy life. They are demanding that power be transferred to the People's Committee and that democratic reforms be carried out in South Korea, too, the same as in North Korea. It is the sacred duty and honor of upright young people to rise up for justice and lay down their lives for truth. Today all young people in Korea should rise up as one against the colonial subjugation policy of the U.S. military government in South Korea and the traitors' unpardonable barbarities against the people. United more firmly under the banner of the Democratic National United Front, the North Korean people should further consolidate the victories won in carrying out the democratic tasks and fortify the democratic base, in their efforts to smash the plots of reactionary elements and to establish a unified, democratic government as early as possible. For this purpose, it is essential to bring up healthy, energetic people fully equal to the task of nation building. In this context, physical culture and sports should play a major role. I expect all comrades present here without fail to become excellent, sturdy builders of the nation as required by the homeland. 426. Today enable vanguards in the work of rearing all youth, students, working people, and the rest of people as energetic and cheerful democratic builders of the new society by popularizing physical culture and sports everywhere. The youth are brave and reliable shock troops in the great work of building a democratic state. The future of our liberated homeland rests on the shoulders of the youth. Therefore, I repeat my request that you youth and students, more deeply conscious of your mission, should study hard, build up your bodies and work actively with all your might and talent for the complete independence and sovereignty of the country, the happiness of all the people and the prosperity of the nation. In conclusion, I express my firm belief that this Congress of Sportsmen will mark up great success and make a big contribution to the development of popular physical culture and sports in our country. 427. For the building of a revolutionary army. Talk with the cadets of Subcamp No. 1. Camp No. 1 of the Security Officers. Training Center. October 7, 1946. I appreciate the great effort you have made to build this training center. Arranging a new home even for a single family is no easy task, and I am sure you have had to work very hard and overcome a lot of difficulties in creating this training community for thousands of soldiers. All the difficulties, however, have been surmounted by your determined effort to build a genuine army of the Korean people as quickly as possible, an effort spurred by your memories of the humiliating experience with the Japanese imperialists before liberation. Indeed, this is a remarkable and righteous struggle. We are very gratified with the results of your work. Today I would like to speak about several tasks of the Security Officers Training Center in building our genuinely revolutionary armed forces. What is essential in organizing a revolutionary army is to arm the soldiers politically and ideologically. The Security Officers Training Center should, first of all, eradicate the survivals of the outdated ideology of Japanese imperialism from the minds of young trainees and imbue them with Marxism-Leninism and the revolutionary idea of our party. 428. As you all know, our country was a colony of Japanese imperialism for a long time. In the past our young people had the misleading reactionary propaganda of the Japanese drummed into their ears and saw many outrages committed by their army and police. Although the Japanese imperialists fled from Korea, the survivals of their evil ideas which poisoned the minds of people still persist. Unless one wipes out these ideological remnants, one cannot become a builder of a new society. This is all the more true of the soldiers who are in arms to fight the enemy in defense of the revolution. The training center should strive to eliminate the survivals of Japanese imperialist outworn ideas from the minds of young soldiers. This is not an easy task that can be done in a day or two, for the old ideas took root in the young minds over a long period of time. Meetings or speeches alone cannot remove them. So the training center should steadily unfold a powerful ideological struggle, while at the same time strengthening politico-ideological education. It is important in eradicating the residues of old thoughts that officers set an example for the men to follow. Practical examples are more effective than 10 or 100 words in educating the men. Next, the ties between the army and the people should be further strengthened. The support of the people is the source of the strength of a revolutionary army to defeat a strong enemy. In former days, the anti-Japanese guerrilla army could defeat piratic Japanese imperialism even under difficult conditions precisely because it won the support and sympathy of the people. An army which is firmly united with the people and enjoys their active support and sympathy is invincible. Nevertheless, you still have little consideration for the people and their property. You have dug up peasants' fields to get your water pipes laid. You cannot strengthen ties with the people if you do things like that. You should not regard even a shovelful of earth as mere dirt abundant in a vast land. You must know how our peasants treasure. 429. Their land. If you need some earth and have to dig for it in a field, you should go to the tiller, discuss the matter with him and ask for his permission before you dig it. The training center should restore the fields to their former state as soon as the water supply works now underway are finished. Wherever it is, our army should always regard it as an inviolable law to protect the lives, property, and interests of the people. If you, the sons and daughters of workers and peasants, do not respect the interests of the people, then who can do it? Besides, servicemen should become their true sons and daughters and servants who truly respect them as parents and who help them when they are in difficulty and teach them when they are uninformed. In this way the bonds of kinship between the army and the people will be further strengthened. Unity between officers and men is a trait inherent in the Revolutionary Army and one of its top priorities. Officers and men of the Revolutionary Army are firmly united in ideology and will because of their common class stand and aims in struggle. In the days of the anti-Japanese guerrilla army, officers and men were in complete unity cemented by true revolutionary comradeship. The officers valued and loved their men as fellow revolutionaries and true comrades in arms, and from the bottom of their hearts the men respected and followed their officers as revolutionary seniors. Because officers and men were thus solidly united and all acted as one, the anti-Japanese guerrilla army was able to emerge victorious in the 15-year-long war against Japanese imperialism. It is this valuable tradition that should be handed down to the Revolutionary Army we are going to form. In other words, we intend to build a truly people's army which will carry forward the tradition of the anti-Japanese guerrilla army, safeguard the country and the people from imperialist aggression and provide a military guarantee for the Korean Revolution. Accordingly, our army should be permeated with a spirit of unity between officers and men. To this end, the officers should first pay attention to the daily life and all activities of their men with warm comradeship. The practice 430 of commanding officers hurling abuse at their men or beating them as in the imperialist army cannot be tolerated in the education or daily life of our army. In addition, commanding officers should not try to tighten discipline merely by issuing orders or dictating to their men. If a commander shouts at the table, 5 minutes to eat, or stop eating, stand up, it differs little from the way the Japanese imperialist army behaved. Discipline, too, should be established to suit the character of our army, a revolutionary army. As our young people are unfamiliar with the army life, a collective life, some of them may be slow-moving and fail to keep pace with the rest in collective action or lag behind a little. Commanding officers should ask these men if they have any problems. And if you find they have, you should help them to solve their problems or kindly teach them what they do not know, instead of just shouting commands without discrimination. If someone gets up late in the morning, the commander should ask if there was anything the matter with him the previous night, if there was anything on his mind to keep him awake, if his bed was uncomfortable, if he is sick, or if he has had bad news from home, and then kindly help him with the heart of a parent caring for his child. How do parents show their love for their children at home? Parents always take loving care of their children, and pat them on the head. At table they sit next to their children, giving advice, drink some water before you eat slowly and chew your food well, otherwise it will lie heavily on the stomach, or you will choke. Commanding officers should always love and look after their men with the heart of a parent. Only then can there be genuine unity between superiors and subordinates and among comrades as well as voluntary discipline. Good arrangement of the daily routine is essential for a collective life. Among the cadets, you will find youngsters with different backgrounds, some from factories who used to work in shifts, some from farm villages who are not too punctual, some who used to read. 431. In bed at night, and so on. So commanding officers should organize the daily routine properly so that all the men can shake off their past habits and get used to the group life as quickly as possible. The schedule of the day should allow ample time for meals and rest, and time to read newspapers and books and to write home. The men should be given a tough training and enough time to sleep. In addition, the schedule must allow time to inform trainees of the situation at home and abroad. The daily schedule at the training center should be drawn up in time taking these points into account and everyday life organized properly. Officers at the sub-camp should always treat their trainees as parents bringing up their children and explain to them the aim of forming a people's army and educate all of them well to be the real hardcore of the Revolutionary Army. To continue. The training center should be made to look spick and span. Looking over the place today, I found that cooking is still being done outdoors and the bedrooms are not properly fitted out. The recruits who used to sleep in warm rooms at home and eat a hot meal, even though it was bean paste soup, should not be accommodated like this. You should quickly get the camp ship-shape and provide the men with better living conditions. In the first place, you should build a mess hall as soon as possible and improve the assortment of the men's meals. You should provide them with adequate cooking utensils and good dining tables. The tables should not be too long but rather small so that 4 or 5 men may sit at one table. If they take their meals in this way, they can easily see what food the men like, who is a bigger eater, who likes his food salty, or who likes it hot. If they know one another's tastes and help one another when taking meals, they will feel at home and friendly towards one another before long, even though they are not old acquaintances. At the training center the cadets should be taught how to cook nicely so that they will not chop radishes too big for the soup as they 432. Do now and so that they do not make the soup too thick or too salty but prepare all other food tastefully. More rice instead of other grains should be rationed, and meat and oil supplied adequately to improve the quality of the meals. Quarters should be made neat and comfortable. At present the beds are made of planks that have not been dried and planed properly because of the pressure of time. But this is not the way to do it. We did not do it this way even when we were fighting in the mountains against the Japanese imperialists in the past. Conditions are far more favorable now. Why, then, should we work and live in such a crude manner? We must never overlook the sleeping quarters of our precious men, nor should we allow even one of their fingernails to get hurt. Commanding officers should pay meticulous attention even to the making of a bed for the men's quarters so that it will be good looking and durable. Double berths for 4 men would be more suitable than ordinary beds arranged in rows. In this way, anyone who tosses about in his sleep will not disturb the others and it will make it easier to shift them for the cleaning. The front part of the beds should be fitted with stools for the men to sit on in rest hours, and drawers installed under them for books and the like. Beds should be good and the quarters clean and tidy so that the men can spend a pleasant time in a warm and convenient place after training. Washrooms, bathrooms, laundries, and other sanitary and quartermasters' facilities should be equipped conveniently and in a hygienic and modern way. Lecture halls, demonstration lesson rooms, and training aids should also be prepared well, and a shooting range, tactical and physical training grounds fully equipped as soon as possible. An auditorium and nation-building rooms should be quickly and well prepared to provide the cadets with conditions for an active political and cultural life. Supply service for the soldiers should be improved. The supply system should be quickly established at the training center to ensure 433. Prompt and planned delivery of all the goods needed for the work of the center and the life of the soldiers. Officials of the Provincial Party Committee and the Provincial People's Committee should frequently meet those in charge of the training center to discuss the soldiers' living conditions and help them solve their problems, if any. It would be better if the chairman of these committees came to the training center in person. Since the soldiers safeguard our party and people's government, the latter are obliged to assist the former responsibly. All our youths are clever, energetic, and talented. The training center should solidly arm these fine young people politically and ideologically and get them well prepared in military technique to firmly defend the country and the people in the event of foreign aggressors invading this land again to oppress and exploit our people. You should devote all your efforts to the building of a revolutionary army, always remembering our country's past and bearing in mind the eager desire of the Korean people to become a fully fledged nation with a powerful regular army of their own as soon as possible. 434. Let us consolidate the foundation for the building of a democratic Korea. Speech at a mass rally in Sakja County, North Gyeonggi Province. October 10, 1946. Dear citizens in Sakja County. I pay my warm respects to my fellow countrymen, brothers, and sisters in Sakja County, who are making devoted efforts to build an independent, sovereign, and democratic state. I have long planned to visit the Suphan Power Station, a treasure of our Korea, and the Kongsa Carbide Factory, but was delayed till today for many reasons. I came here today and saw the majestic Suphan Power Station and your gallant struggle to build a new country, which confirmed my belief that democracy will certainly be victorious and that the Korean people are fully capable of building an independent, sovereign, and democratic state by their own efforts. In the past the Korean people were kept in bondage, suffering harsh exploitation and oppression under Japanese imperialist colonial rule, but now they are the proud masters of the country. In North Korea factories and enterprises have come into the people's possession and all wealth is used to create a happy life for them. The Suphan Power Station too has become the people's property, and as its masters, they are operating the station by themselves. 435. The Suphan Power Station is one of the biggest properties of the Korean people and an important power base for building a democratic Korea. The station is an important material basis for the construction of our democratic country. If we increase the production of electricity by running it well, factories will be able to turn out many more goods needed for building a new Korea and for improving the material and cultural standards of the people. When I think of this, I simply cannot suppress my rising excitement, and feel full of courage. Filled with emotion and excitement, I will tell you briefly about the external and internal situation and certain tasks we should carry out in the future. The world's situation at present is different from that before the Second World War. In the West, Fascist Germany had been out to conquer and control the whole of Europe, and in the East Japanese imperialism had occupied Korea and Manchuria and had tried to swallow the whole of China and many other countries in Southeast Asia. All were defeated, and the world was freed to lead a life of peace. Today the peace-loving and democratic forces in the world are growing in scope and strength with each passing day, while no imperialist power is in a position to invade weak nations at will. Like many peoples in East Europe freed from fascist oppression, we Korean people after liberation have embarked on the road of democratic development and are endeavoring to take our place among the democracy-loving peoples of the world. Now when the masses have won democracy and freedom, and are yearning for peace, there still remain fascist survivals in all parts of the world, in the East and the West, and in collusion with aggressive imperialist countries they are putting a brake on democratic advance across the world. Take Greece in Europe as an example. In that country the reactionary forces, manipulated by the British reactionaries, have reappeared to repress the young democratic forces. In Asia too, the Zhangjiashi clique of China, at the instigation of the American reactionaries, triggered off civil war against the democratic forces, with the result that even now, over 1 year after 436, the Second World War ended, the Chinese people are suffering from the war. What, then, is the situation in our country? In North Korea after liberation the People's Committee, a true people's power, has been established and democratic political parties and public organizations formed, and they are gaining in scope and strength daily. In North Korea one democratic reform after another is being carried out with success to lay the foundations for building an independent, sovereign, and democratic state and for helping our country take up an equal position with democratic countries of the world. Thus, the pro-Japanese elements and the traitors to the nation are being purged from all branches including politics and the economy, and feudal backwardness and the survivals of Japanese imperialist colonial rule are gradually disappearing. On November 3, at democratic elections people will be able to elect the members of the People's Committees truly representing their interests according to their will. But in South Korea inhabited by our fellow countrymen, the situation is quite different. Owing to the moves of the U.S. military government, the reactionaries including pro-Japanese stooges are still influential there. The American imperialists, pro-Japanese and pro-American elements and national traitors are suppressing the true patriots and people there more ruthlessly than in Japanese imperialist days, turning South Korea into a dark society like the feudal Ri dynasty. Look, dear citizens, the American imperialists and their lackeys dissolved the people's committees, the people's organs of power, in South Korea, and resorted to every despicable means in suppressing the people. Moreover, they invented the atrocious murder case in Gwangju on August 15, the Hawaii Islet incident and, most recently, the Taegu incident to intimidate large numbers of workers and peasants with tanks and aircraft and kill them with bayonets. They also deprived the people of freedom of speech, the press, assembly, and association, closed down progressive newspapers, and arrest and 437. Imprison patriotic Democrats at random. And at the session of the USSR-US Joint Commission, the American imperialists proposed to the Soviet side that they share, as trophies, all the factories, mines, and enterprises formerly owned by the Japanese imperialists, which were built by the blood and sweat of the Korean people, instead of handing them over to our people. The Soviet side resolutely rejected this proposal. This precisely is one of the reasons why the USSR-US Joint Commission was adjourned. At present, the American imperialists have seized the economy of South Korea by changing the name of the Oriental Development Company of the Japanese imperialist aggressors to New Korea Company and, in place of the latter, are bleeding the workers, peasants, and working intellectuals white there. Unable to bear this exploitation and oppression by the American imperialists, the South Korean people have risen up in struggle. Workers on the railway and in almost all other fields have come out in a general strike across the whole of South Korea from Busan to Seoul. While in North Korea the people have become the masters of the country and owners of the factories, and democratic construction makes successful headway from day to day, in South Korea the people are oppressed ruthlessly and their democratic demands trampled upon violently, owing to the reactionary schemes of the American imperialists and their stooges. What are our tasks under these circumstances? We should lay a more solid foundation for democracy in North Korea, a democratic base for the whole of Korea. Only when we consolidate the democratic foundation of North Korea can we frustrate the moves of the American imperialists and their lackeys, achieve the democratic development of the whole country, establish a unified government and succeed in building a prosperous and democratic, independent, and sovereign state. In order to strengthen the democratic base, first, all the people should unite more firmly around the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea. 438. A few people cannot make our nation-building work successful. It is only possible by uniting all the people. The PPCNK is a genuine people's power which fights for the freedom and happiness of our people. Firm unity around the PPCNK is a sure guarantee for establishing a democratic people's republic, desired by all the Korean people. All the people should actively support the PPCNK, rally around it and implement its laws and decisions to the letter. In the forthcoming elections, the North Korean people will participate directly in the government of the country for the first time. We should make these democratic elections an important opportunity to instill in the people confidence in the triumph of democracy, draw them extensively into the work of nation building, strengthen the people's power and unite the masses more firmly around it. The first election law to be enacted in our country is most progressive and democratic. It stipulates that the elections be held on the principle of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballot. Under the law, all citizens, men and women, young and old, irrespective of property status, education, with the exception of pro-Japanese elements, national traitors, and insane persons, have the right to elect and to be elected representatives of the people. In the coming elections, political parties will not compete with one another, but they will all support and elect those who will represent the interests of the people. November 3rd will be an outstanding occasion for our people when they exercise their political rights. All of you should take an enthusiastic part in the elections of genuine people's representatives and vote for them without fail. All the people should fight to transfer power to the People's Committee and effect democratic reforms all over the country. The Agrarian Reform Law, the Labor Law, the Law on Sex Equality, the Law on Nationalization of Industries, the system of the agricultural tax in kind, and the democratic election law are all of great significance in building a fully independent and sovereign state. 439. In our Korea, By the united efforts of all the people we should strive to have these democratic laws carried out as soon as possible in South Korea, 2, the same as in North Korea, and begrudge no spiritual and material aid for the South Korean people in their struggle to achieve this aim. Second, efforts should be made to reinforce the economic foundations of the country. Our country is still in a difficult position economically. In 1 year after liberation we have scored no small successes in the struggle to restore the factories and enterprises devastated by the Japanese imperialists and to develop the country's economy, but its economic foundations are still shaky. In order to strengthen the democratic base and build a prosperous, new Korea, we should develop the economy energetically to consolidate the economic foundations of the country. All the working people including workers, peasants, and progressive intellectuals should devote all their efforts to the rehabilitation and development of the national economy. In cooperation with technicians, workers should complete as quickly as possible the restoration of factories and enterprises damaged by the Japanese imperialists so that they produce large quantities of various goods including clothes and shoes, and strive to develop industry all round. Peasants should increase agricultural production and pay the tax in kind in good time, thus providing factory and office workers with food in a responsible manner. All our production today should not be for foreigners like the Japanese and American imperialists. It should be for the Koreans and for the construction of a prosperous, new Korea. We should strive to develop the national economy with all possible speed in order to bring about the prosperity and development of the country, improve the people's living standards and give all the people a happy life. Through this endeavor the people's revolutionary enthusiasm should be fired and they should be encouraged to take an active part in the democratic political life. Only then can we strengthen our democratic forces and fulfill the democratic tasks more quickly under 440. The banner of the National United Front. Third, vigilance should be heightened against the plots of reactionaries. The American reactionaries and their stooges, the Syngman clique, not only suppress the democratic activities of the people and slaughter patriotic people by forming terrorist groups in South Korea but also send spies and saboteurs into North Korea in a bid to obstruct the struggle of our people for building a democratic Korea. They are sending their spies into the democratic political parties, public organizations, and people's committees in North Korea and committing terrorist outrages and setting fire to factories by mobilizing saboteurs. As part of the enemy's atrocities, the children of a cotter in the PPCNK were killed and a railway factory and the Manfo sawmill burnt down. The enemy may attempt to destroy the Suphang power station, an important power base for building the new Korea, too. Just think, what will become of us if they demolish the station? We must never allow them to do that. All the people must unite with one mind and one will, and be constantly on the alert, keenly watchful against every move of the reactionaries. By themselves they must beat off any enemy who tries to ruin or hamper the building of an independent, sovereign, and democratic state. I wish you greater successes in your struggle to build a new, democratic Korea. 441. Answers to questions put by a journalist of the newspaper Minju Yusun. October 10, 1946. Question: I believe that the elections to the provincial, city and county people's committees to be held in our country soon will assume worldwide significance and will have a considerable influence on the reunification of the North and the South of Korea. What is your opinion, General? Answer: the forthcoming elections to the provincial, city and county people's committees in North Korea are of great external and internal significance, inasmuch as they are most progressive and democratic. They will be the first democratic elections not only in our country but in the whole of Asia. Therefore, they will have a great political impact on many countries in Asia and will stimulate their democratic development. We can say this because the agrarian reform carried out successfully in our country in March had a tremendous influence on other countries. The coming democratic elections will enable our people freed from the colonial rule of the Japanese imperialists to exercise their true political rights for the first time in their history, so there is no doubt that they will give great encouragement to many peoples in Asia fighting against imperialist exploitation and oppression for national independence. The coming democratic elections in North Korea will exert a great 442 political influence, particularly on the people of South Korea. They will enable the South Korean people to understand clearly that the elections to be held in North Korea involving the broad masses of the people are indeed progressive and democratic, and that a genuine people's power defending their interests can only be established through elections of this kind. The coming elections will exert greater influence on the South Korean people than the democratic laws such as the Agrarian Reform Law, the Labor Law, the Law on Sex Equality and the Law on Nationalization of Industries, which have already been proclaimed and carried out in North Korea, and will prove a tremendous encouragement for reunification of the North and the South. In other words, these elections will provide an excellent opportunity to promote the reunification of the two parts of Korea. Question: I imagine the overwhelming majority of Christians in North Korea take a progressive attitude at present, but some who cling to the old idea of worshipping the American missionaries who came to settle here in the past still have an inclination to place their hopes secretly on the U.S. military government and its stooges, pro-US elements, and national traitors in South Korea. What have you to say about this, General, and do you think this will have any effect politically on the results of the forthcoming elections? Answer: Religion is not banned in North Korea and freedom of religious belief is guaranteed by law. Men of religion should be brought to understand clearly that they are free to believe in a religion or not. By the way, to ensure freedom of religious belief does not mean that religious activities against state policy should be allowed. Such activities cannot but be regarded as betrayal of the interests of our people. Infringement on the interests of the country and the people should be thoroughly denounced. Since our people led a wretched life as colonial slaves without a state for nearly half a century in the past, quite a few had a tendency to put religion first. However, they should not have such backward 443 ideas when we are building an independent, sovereign, and democratic state after defeating the vicious Japanese imperialists and liberating our Korean nation. From now on, everyone should actively participate in building a rich and strong, independent, and sovereign state with the true patriotic idea of fighting for the interests of the country and the people. The foreign missionaries living in Korea in the old days were the espionage agents of the imperialists. Only the imperialist countries dispatch missionaries in order to invade other nations, but there can be no such a thing in the democratic world today. Religious people should abandon the wrong idea of worshipping foreign missionaries. From now on, religion should also be subjected to the interests of the state and the people and should be for the sake of our nation. This is the only religion Koreans can believe in. We are of the opinion that some Christians at present are inclined to place certain hopes on the U.S. military government and its stooges in South Korea, but that this will have no political effect of any consequence on the coming elections. We believe that Christians are first of all Koreans, and that, if they really love Korea and want the country's independence and sovereignty, they will take an active part in these elections of great significance in the history of our nation. Question: I understand that your main objective, General, in coming to Saekju at this moment is to give guidance to the Suphan Power Station and the Kongsu Carbide Factory on the spot. Please explain the urgent tasks that have arisen in carrying out the electrification of the country. Answer: the Suphan Power Station is an important power base and a treasure of our country. Our country has the Suphan Power Station and many others. The electricity to be generated by them is a great asset for rehabilitating and developing industry and electrifying the country. Electrification is one of the most pressing problems in our country at present. Only when the factories and all branches of the national 444 economy are electrified, can the economy be built up rapidly and the country prosper and develop. The most urgent task in the electrification of the country is to switch over to electric traction on the railways. Insufficient supply of good quality coal for the railways is making it very difficult to operate the train service. That is why the railways should be electrified as soon as possible. First, we plan to electrify the Pyongyang-Wonsan line and are conducting a survey. It is not at all easy to carry out the electrification of the country. We are faced with a lot of difficult and complex problems, including technical personnel and materials. To solve these problems will take a long time. This does not mean that we should sit idle. From now on we should train large numbers of technical personnel capable of managing the power stations and factories. Technique and personnel solve everything. All branches of the national economy should fully display creativeness to cover the shortage of materials and technical personnel and make a supreme effort to find a solution. In this way, the electrification of the country should be accelerated and the economy be rehabilitated and developed quickly. 445. On present tasks of scientists and technicians. Speech at a conference of scientists and technicians October 18, 1946. Dear scientists and technicians. Today our people are carrying on the great work of establishing an independent, sovereign, and democratic state in our liberated country. Really important are the tasks the scientists and technicians should tackle in restoring the ruined economy, sweeping away the country's centuries-old backwardness and building a new, prosperous Korea. It is no exaggeration to say that victory in nation building depends largely on the scientists and technicians. As you all know, in a little over 1 year following liberation we successfully carried out a series of democratic reforms, among them the agrarian reform. The enforcement of the labor law and the nationalization of major industries opened up a wide avenue for all factory and office workers, scientists, and technicians to throw off completely the yoke of colonial slavery and manage the country's life for themselves. The great victorious democratic reforms have liquidated once and for all the economic foothold of the Japanese imperialists for plundering our country of its natural resources at will and bleeding our people white in the past, and the protracted feudal bondage of exploitation. The workers and office employees have become the masters of the factories while the peasants have become the masters. 446. Of the land. The scientists and technicians, too, are now able to contribute freely to the building of a prosperous country by applying their talents and ability to the full in the factories, mines, enterprises, rail transport, and communications which have become the property of the people. This shows that we have laid social foundations for building a solid independent national economy in a short span of time and rapidly improving the living standards of the people. However, we cannot rest content with this. Since we are no longer servitors but masters of the country, we should have the attitude of master and strive like master to build our country well. The Korean people waged a long and arduous struggle to recover the livelihood they had lost. Today we should devote all our enthusiasm and energy to building up well the new life we have regained. Only when we run our factories and enterprises properly and lay a solid foundation for an independent national economy, will we be able to ensure the genuine independence and sovereignty of the country and achieve its prosperity and development. To attain this goal, we urgently need scientific and technical personnel, and the extraordinary energy, valuable talent, and creative enthusiasm of you scientists and technicians. Now, I am going to deal briefly with the immediate tasks of the scientists and technicians. First, scientists and technicians should make an active contribution to the planned rehabilitation and development of the national economy and to the planned management of all factories and enterprises. You know, I am sure, that our industries have already passed the period of adjustment and entered the stage of full-scale reconstruction. An urgent problem facing us now is to work out a correct plan for industrial reconstruction. Without a detailed plan for factories and enterprises or on a nationwide scale, it is impossible to restore and develop the industries now in the hands of all the people. In order to draft an exact national economic plan, it is necessary to make a thorough examination of our economic situation and the 447 actual conditions in all factories and enterprises, and there must be an accurate assessment of equipment, raw and other materials, funds, and manpower. We should organize figure work and statistical work properly, and formulate a plan on the basis of exact figures and carry it out. It is important in drafting a state plan to give the right slant to economic construction. In particular, a careful study must be made as to which industries are to be earmarked for reconstruction. While stressing the rapid rehabilitation of the factories and enterprises demolished by the Japanese imperialists, for immediate production of goods, we should direct much effort at developing the machine building and light industries, the most backward industries in the past. In light industry, too, stress should be placed on manufacturing plenty of daily necessities, instead of luxury goods. In this way we must closely examine and get to know the actual situation in our country and all our resources and work out a plan in conformity with our specific conditions and, according to this plan, rapidly restore and develop our industries and all the other branches of the national economy with our own hands, efforts, and talents. Second, you should take an active part in the work of training technicians and specialists. Without its own technical personnel, no country can become economically self-reliant, nor can it build a new society. The Soviet Union has grown into a world power with a modern industry and a large-scale mechanized agriculture because it has lots of excellent scientists, technicians, and specialists of its own. If Korea, though backward now, is to rank among the advanced countries of the world in a short period of time as a prosperous country with its independent national economic foundation, it must, from now on, train large numbers of capable technicians. Colleges and specialized technical schools must be set up, and evening technical schools and short courses opened everywhere to train large numbers of technicians and specialists. Very important in this respect is the part to be played by you who have already acquired science and technology. While 448. Carrying out your immediate research work and technical guidance with due responsibility, you should do your best to train technicians and skilled workers. At the same time, you should make an effort to learn more from the achievements of the world's advanced science and technology. We should not display the least arrogance in learning, we should always be open-minded and modest. Foreign technicians are in our country at present helping with our industrial rehabilitation. While working together with them, you should learn their techniques quickly and make them yours. Third, scientists and technicians should undergo further political tempering and equip themselves thoroughly with progressive ideology. As you know from your own experience, the position of scientists and technicians has changed fundamentally in our country. Today our scientists and technicians are provided with all conditions for freely studying advanced science and technology and are in a position to serve their country and people as they please, putting an end to the life of an employee in the past. The Provisional People's Committee of North Korea, which represents and defends the interests of all the people, always shows great concern for improving the living standards of the scientists and technicians and ensuring that they can devote all their energies to scientific and technological progress without the least inconvenience or anxiety. You scientists and technicians should give positive support to our people's government, which guarantees you every freedom and right, and, together with the workers, peasants, and all other patriotic people, you should rally closely around the PPCNK and be the first to join the struggle to implement all its policies. Besides, you should take loving care of state property, the foundation for the improvement of the people's well-being, and resolutely struggle to defend our people's government and democratic system. In particular, you must become highly vigilant against the 449 plots of the reactionaries to wreck our economic construction, and expose and frustrate their subversive moves whenever they are made. And you should make tireless efforts to eliminate the old thoughts with which you were obsessed under Japanese imperialist rule and equip yourselves with noble patriotism and a spirit of selflessly serving the people. Dear scientists and technicians, today the country and the people expect really great things of you. Your knowledge, talents, and experience are invaluable for the cause of building a new, democratic country. We have a great deal of work which can be carried out only by the enthusiasm and endeavor of scientists and technicians. I hope that you will work devotedly to hasten the building of democracy in the country, having a correct understanding of the tasks of the scientists and technicians at the present moment. 450. On strengthening state discipline and founding the Central Bank of North Korea. Concluding speech at the 18th session of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea, October 29, 1946. 1. On strengthening state discipline and heightening the spirit of nation-building and service to the people among officials. Many shortcomings are now being revealed in the collection of agricultural tax in kind and in many other activities. The shortcomings in the officials' work fall under two headings. One is the tendency to regard meetings as the panacea for all ills, instead of responsibly implementing the laws, decisions, and instructions of the state. And the other is the lack of the spirit of nation building and service to the people. Unless these negative tendencies among officials are corrected, the building of a democratic Korea will not be successful. We must strengthen state discipline among government officials. In order to be efficient in the work of democratic construction and succeed in building a prosperous and democratic, independent and 451. Sovereign state, all officials must strictly observe state discipline and do their jobs with a sense of responsibility. However correct the laws and decisions of our people's government, they are useless, so long as there is no rigid discipline of implementing them to the letter. At present some officials lack a sense of responsibility towards their work and tend to replace their work with meetings. Of course, meetings are needed to carry out our tasks correctly. But we should not try to solve all problems by holding meetings. A discussion of the task in hand must not be an end in itself, the decision passed by the meeting must be implemented without fail. Laws, decisions, and instructions of the state are not implemented properly because administrative officials show a lack of strict discipline in carrying out state policies to the letter. This is manifest, for instance, in the work of collecting agricultural tax in kind, an important task facing the people's government today. In handling an important matter such as this, some government officials merely stress the importance of the task at a meeting and do not take concrete steps to thoroughly carry it out. On account of the irresponsible attitude to work, the tax in kind is not being collected with success. The failure of the Pyongyang City People's Committee to collect house taxes by the deadline set by the state is another instance of the irresponsible attitude to work of officials who do not observe state discipline. In spite of government officials' irresponsible attitude to work, no serious effort is being made to tighten state discipline and heighten their sense of responsibility. Even in a socialist country which won the revolution a long time ago, a strong emphasis is put on a sense of responsibility for work. Our country has only just started building a democratic state, and so to put no emphasis on a sense of responsibility for work is a grave mistake. We must see to it that all irresponsible and undisciplined practices among government officials are combated with determination and that all officials acquire the spirit of strictly implementing the laws, decisions, and directives of the state. In this way, we will heighten the 452 officials' sense of responsibility and establish strict discipline under which they correctly implement all state policies. It is also important to encourage government officials to cultivate the spirit of nation building and service. Now they lack the spirit of building the country and serving the people. Quite a few officials are working perfunctorily and bureaucratically, making false reports to their superiors. According to the report by the Director of the Public Prosecutor's Office, the agricultural tax in kind assessed for South Hamgyong Province is considerably lower than it should be. This is because in its report the province reduced the cultivated land and exaggerated the flooded area. There was a similar case in South Pyongan Province, too. As we gleaned from our talks with peasants, heads of agricultural departments of provincial people's committees are working in a bureaucratic manner, seated at their desks, without studying their work sufficiently. This shows, after all, that the officials do not work devotedly for the building of a new country and lack the spirit of faithful service for the people. If they had had an ardent love for their country and the people and a fervent spirit of nation building and service, they would have tried to levy the tax in kind correctly and refrained from making false reports on the cultivated land and the flooded area. The officials' half-hearted attitude towards nation building and poor service are also evident in the neglect of state property. Some officials now talk about the need to protect state property, but in actual fact they waste it by handling it carelessly. Some officials leave the lights on in their offices after they go home. This, too, can be considered negligence of state property and the interests of the country and the people. Those who do not value the property of the country and the people cannot be regarded as true patriots and faithful servants of the people. If we are to encourage officials to strengthen state discipline and develop their spirit of nation building and service, we must intensify their ideological education. At present this education is inadequate. 453. We should improve ideological education for government officials so that they can clearly understand their heavy tasks and work with a high degree of awareness and responsibility. The members of the PPCNK should strive to rectify the shortcomings in their work quickly and pay close attention to the education of local people's government officials. In addition, it is important to strengthen inspection of work. Regular inspection of the officials' work will enable them to discover and correct their shortcomings before it is too late and perform their tasks properly. At present, inspection is considered something to be feared or conducted perfunctorily because of misconception on the part of some officials. The failure of the people's government organs to correct their defects in time is due largely to the fact that some officials, still afraid of inspection as in the years of Japanese imperialism, deceive inspectors, and that inspectors deceived by officials at lower levels do not inspect them properly. All officials should have a correct understanding of inspection and make it an occasion to rectify their shortcomings and improve their work rather than be afraid of it. And inspection should not be perfunctory, it should be organized meticulously and conducted efficiently. Officials at higher levels should regularly inspect the work of those at lower levels and in this way help their subordinates and educate them properly. We must solidly build the ranks of government officials. We should completely remove undesirable, heterogeneous elements and idlers from the organs of power and replace them with fine people faithful to their country and people. Government officials should carefully observe state discipline and satisfactorily carry out all their tasks by displaying a high spirit of nation building and service. For the present, they should conduct the collection of agricultural tax in kind in a proper manner. Agricultural tax in kind should total no more and no less than 454% of the harvest. It should be exactly 25%. The people's government organs should efficiently carry out this task until the total amount originally estimated is delivered to the state, including the 130,000 tons still missing. Efficient information work is necessary for the successful collection of agricultural tax in kind. We should fully acquaint the peasants with the content and significance of the system of agricultural tax in kind. Only then will all the peasants strive to pay it in time with a high degree of political enthusiasm. When the elections are over, all members of the PPCNK should undertake to explain the agricultural tax in kind to the peasants. We should strengthen the inspection and control of agricultural tax collection. The heads of the General Affairs, Personnel, and Food Administration departments of the PPCNK should take charge of this work and enlist the officials of the Public Prosecutor's Office of North Korea, Security Bureau and Agriculture and Forestry Bureau for detailed fact-finding on the levying of agricultural tax in kind. And each province, too, must thoroughly investigate and report any negative practices in tax collection. By intensifying information work, inspection, and control in this way, we will ensure that the peasants pay the tax in kind before the fixed time. 2. On founding the Central Bank of North Korea. Today the PPCNK is establishing its central bank, the Central Bank of North Korea. Recently we effected the law on confiscating without compensation and nationalizing all the factories, mines, power plants, rail transport, communications, banks, trade, and cultural establishments, etc., which had been owned by the Japanese state and 455 individuals and traders to the nation. This property is an important asset for the nation's economic development and the building of an independent and sovereign state. New economic conditions created by the democratic reforms require a corresponding new financial system and raise the urgent question of founding a central bank, the center of the system. So far, we have had only a peasant bank as a special financial body but no central bank of our own. However, we are now establishing an independent central bank that will play the role of the central account settling body and that will gradually assume the responsibility for issuing banknotes. Organizing the Central Bank of North Korea is not a matter of simply taking over existing banks but is an important work for expropriation of the branch banks formerly owned by the Japanese imperialists and the traders and for the establishment of a people-oriented financial body suited to the actual conditions of building a new Korea. Our officials should have a correct understanding of this and pay close attention to this work. In organizing the Central Bank of North Korea, the question of funds should be handled correctly and with caution. The Central Bank of North Korea should not be responsible for the settlement of accounts left over by former banks. The financial transactions of the banks before the August 15 liberation were conducted by the Japanese imperialists. So we are not under obligation to settle the accounts. The state cannot assume responsibility for the bank balance of the period immediately after the August 15 liberation because the transactions were not conducted under the guidance of the PPCNK but freely by separate individuals. Since the supervision of bank activities by provincial people's committees after liberation has no legal basis, it is not worth mentioning. Granted that provincial people's committees had something to do with bank activities, it can be regarded merely as lateral supervision. We should, therefore, examine the current bank deposits and balances and take over all the funds now available at the banks. 456. The Central Bank of North Korea will be under the direct control of the PPCNK, and its capital will be fixed at 500 million won, consisting of all assets of nationalized branch banks and a subsidy granted by the PPCNK. The bank's head office will be located in Pyongyang, and for the present its branch network will not be extended but reorganized to include the branch banks now existing in North Korea. The Public Prosecutor's Office of North Korea will supervise the central bank. Needless to say, the Public Prosecutor's Office alone will be unable to control all its activities. So a council must be formed within the bank itself to ensure proper supervision of its activities. The council as the supreme organ of the central bank will discuss and decide on the important questions related to banking affairs, and the council must be responsible to the PPCNK. The council must have a chairman and a vice chairman and include the head of the finance bureau of the PPCNK as a member. His presence on the council will help to link finance and banking. And the day-to-day management of the central bank should be the responsibility of its president, who is at the same time chairman of the council. Some time ago we organized the Peasant Bank of North Korea. As a cooperative credit organization for the peasants, it aims to consolidate the results of the agrarian reform, accelerate development in agriculture, and, in particular, eliminate usuries in the rural areas and satisfy the demands of the impoverished peasants for farming funds. The Peasant Bank must be under the direction of the head of the Finance Bureau, and in matters of financial and fund control and fund adjustment it should come under the control and supervision of the central bank, which will be responsible for settling accounts and issuing bank notes. With the recent organization of the Peasant Bank and today's founding of our own central bank, the first of its kind, the basic structure of the banking system has been built in our country. From now on, we should steadily develop the system to suit the 457. New system of national economy. In conclusion, I will touch on the problems of instituting an electric power department and arranging meetings to celebrate the democratic elections. A suggestion has been made to establish an electric power department in the Industry Bureau. This question requires careful consideration. In my opinion, there is no need for an electric power department in addition to the General Bureau of Electricity now operating under the Industry Bureau. If the department is to be set up inside the Industry Bureau, it will be better to make it an advisory body to the head of the Industry Bureau. If the department is imperative for the guidance and management of the electric power industry and not as an advisory body, you may do so, but you must dissolve the General Bureau of Electricity. For success in the democratic elections, we should arrange meetings to celebrate them in all parts of North Korea. We should hold a mass meeting in Pyongyang on November 1 and, on the basis of its report, mass meetings should be held in the rest of North Korea on November 2. Thus, all the people will celebrate the historic democratic elections and zealously work for success in the elections. 458. Let us surmount all unfavorable conditions and develop rail transport. Speech at the third meeting of the head and office chiefs of the Transport Bureau. October 31, 1946. Comrades, I would like first of all to extend my warm thanks to the railway employees who are striving to restore and develop the damaged railways. The railways are the arteries of the country. If the railways, that is, the arteries of the country, do not function properly, they will greatly hold back the development of the national economy. In any country, the railways play an important part in national economic development. If a country fails to run its railways satisfactorily and to develop the economy, it will remain poor. In order to raise our country to the level of the advanced countries as soon as possible, it is imperative to rehabilitate and develop rail transport. The railway workers have so far kept the railways running in spite of manifold difficulties, and particularly from April, they increased the carrying capacity of the railways far more than before. This illustrates clearly what great efforts the railway workers, technicians, and office employees made to develop rail transport. Indeed, they have accomplished a great deal in the important period of building a 459 new, democratic Korea. I am very gratified that even with inadequate technical skills, the railway workers keep the railways operating, giving full play to their creative initiative. The success scored in rail transport is ample proof that although our people were trampled underfoot under Japanese imperialist colonial rule in the past, subjected to all manner of maltreatment and contempt, they can now restore and develop the wrecked railways and industries by their own efforts and build a prosperous, independent and sovereign state. The railway workers should not rest content or be satisfied with what they have done up till now. Besides the successes, rail transport has quite a few shortcomings, too. This spring the railways did not deliver on time the fertilizer produced by the Hungnam fertilizer factory, thus putting a big obstacle in the way of agricultural production, nor did they transport salt in good time, so that much fish was spoiled. They even failed to ensure a timely transportation of foodstuffs and caused great difficulties in the life of the workers at the Hungnam District People's Factory. In the past there were frequent accidents on the railways. A short time ago there was a train collision, in which a locomotive and track were damaged and many lives lost. This is a serious matter hindering the building of a new country. One reason for the low carrying capacity and frequent accidents on the railways is the lack of strict discipline in this field, which the reactionaries take advantage of to engage in subversive activities and sabotage. Another reason is that the railway officials have neither organizational ability nor activeness in state affairs. Through the shortcomings apparent in rail transport, we can tell that the workers in this field lack a true spirit of loving their country and people. If they do not love their country and work like masters, leaving their workplaces to wander about, we cannot escape from our former destiny, the destiny of a ruined nation. Who are the masters of the railways? They are the liberated. 460. Korean people and the railway employees. Now the railways have become the property of the country and the people. Therefore, the work you are doing is not for others but for your own good and for the good of the country and people. When a person clearly understands that his work is for his own good, he can bring initiative and activeness into play. Peasants work hard on the farm precisely because they know that they are working their own land for their own good. The railway workers, too, should fully understand that they carry on their work as the masters of the railways. If they all make vigorous efforts by displaying patriotism, deeply conscious of being masters of the country and the railways, they can fully guarantee the work of rail transport and step up the building of a new Korea, rich and strong. Every effort should be made to remedy the shortcomings on the railways quickly and develop rail transport. Many difficulties lie ahead of us as we set out to build a new country. This is the evil consequence of Japanese imperialist colonial rule. The Japanese imperialists not only intensified their colonial plunder of Korea and hampered at every step the development of its national economy, but also demolished before they fled after defeat what few economic facilities that existed. Since our economic foundation is weak, we experience no little difficulty in the work of nation building and in our everyday life. At present all the people from the officials of the PPCNK to children, suffer from hardships. Without clearing the obstacles ahead of us, we cannot develop rail transport nor can we build a prosperous, independent and sovereign state. If officials make no attempt to overcome the difficulties in the hope of living a life of luxury from the very outset, they are seriously mistaken and really foolish. If we fail to surmount the difficulties today, we will encounter greater ones in the future. The railway workers should make vigorous efforts to overcome all difficulties, restore and develop the railways and increase their carrying capacity, by displaying a high degree of patriotism. In order to develop rail transport, the workers in this field 461 should acquire technical knowledge. Although our people have become masters of the country at present, they cannot justly act as the masters for lack of technique. In the past, the Japanese imperialists kept the technical know-how to themselves and did not allow the Koreans to acquire it. For the rehabilitation and development of the economy of the new Korea, it is vital to raise the technical level. If you remain satisfied with the technique you possess at present, exerting no further efforts to master it, you are not qualified to be the masters of the country and the railways. Ignorance of technology makes it impossible to develop the rail transport and increase the carrying capacity. To study technical knowledge is one of the most important tasks facing the railway workers now. They should make every effort to learn technical know-how. They should fully acquire the traits of learning while working and working while learning, and of teaching one another. And they should strive to learn from the advanced technique and good experience of other countries, too. Another important task of rail transport is to strengthen discipline. The railways should always be run smoothly, and this requires strict discipline, the same as in the army. In order to strengthen discipline on the railways, it is important first to establish a system of strictly obeying the orders of superiors. Without discipline whereby superiors' orders are carried out to the letter, we cannot maintain the train services. In this field it is necessary to set up a precise system of work and establish iron discipline to carry out the orders and instructions of superiors promptly and accurately. An intense struggle should be waged on the railways against the practice of breaking discipline. It is the sacred duty of all people to abide by state law and discipline. If anyone breaks the law and discipline set by the state, it means that he infringes upon the interests of the country and the people. Therefore, an uncompromising struggle should be waged against violations of state law and discipline, even if 462 they are trifling. From now on, discipline must be tightened on the railways to avoid even a minor accident. To take good care of the property of the country and the people is one of the important tasks facing railway workers. At present some of them are regrettably lacking in the spirit of taking loving care of this property. Some time ago, when traveling by train, we found there was no electric lamp in the coach and all the seats needed repairing. On seeing the inside of this coach, many things came to mind, in particular the inconvenience travelers would have to put up with, and so we could not but feel unhappy. The responsibility for such a careless maintenance of the railway coaches rests with none other than you workers in rail transport. Those who do not value state property cannot be called patriots. Education of the railway workers should be intensified, so that they will take good care of the property of the state and the people. All the railway workers should achieve a firm ideological unity and take an active part in the drive to detect and frustrate in advance every move of the reactionaries to cause destruction and engage in sabotage. You should always be highly vigilant, thus preventing even a single reactionary from slipping into the ranks of railway workers. By exerting all efforts to complete the restoration of the railways as soon as possible, normalize work on the railways and increase their carrying capacity, the railway workers should fulfill their transport plans on time. Only then can our country flourish. I am convinced that you will try hard to develop rail transport, braving all the unfavorable conditions and displaying your talents and energies to the full. 463. On the eve of the historic democratic elections. Speech at a Pyongyang celebration of the democratic elections November 1, 1946. Dear fellow countrymen, brothers and sisters, Election Day for the People's Committees falls on November 3, and it is a day of great significance in the life of our people. Our people have never had any experience of establishing state power according to their will, nor have they ever had the experience of electing any organ of power by themselves. In the past, the handful of rulers who oppressed the people forged their power by force from above without regard to the people's will, and so it was always a bureaucratic power not in the people's interests. But such a dark age is now over. We are now able freely to elect the people's committees, organs of genuine people's power, for the first time in the history of our nation. November 3rd, therefore, is to our people a day of historic significance, a glorious holiday. Greeting this happy, significant election day, I offer warm congratulations to the citizens of Pyongyang and to all other people. Dear brothers and sisters, a little over a year has passed since our country was liberated from the Japanese imperialist yoke of colonial rule. The past year, though short, was a period of great change. In view of the manifold 464 events that have taken place in North Korea, it is comparable to hundreds of years of past history. The democratic reforms carried out during this period with the active support and enthusiastic participation of all the people have radically changed the face of our society and laid a solid basis for the establishment of a democratic People's Republic in Korea. As a result of the agrarian reform, the feudal system of exploitation has been abolished in the countryside and the peasants who till the fields have become the masters of the land. The industrial establishments owned by the Japanese imperialists and the traders to the nation having been nationalized, the material basis of colonial dependence has been liquidated. Along with this, a progressive labor law benefiting factory and office workers, a law ridding women of social inequality and a law protecting private property are now in force, and the work of abolishing the Japanese imperialist system of enslavement education and setting up a new, public education system is also well underway. People from all walks of life have rallied closely around the people's committees, and the political enthusiasm of the masses is running exceptionally high. That such great changes in the life of our people could be effected in a short span of time is due solely to the fact that the people's committees, organs of people's power, have protected the interests of the people and led them unwaveringly towards the victory of democracy. From the first day of their liberation from the colonial yoke of Japanese imperialism, our people launched out on the road of founding the people's committees, their own organs of power. The immense vitality of the people's committees lies in the fact that they have close ties with the people and have struck their roots deep among the masses. The people's committees have clearly shown through their practical activities that they are organs of a type of political power best suited to the realities of Korea and capable of realizing the centuries-old dream of the masses in the best way. R. 465. People are convinced through real life that the people's committees are genuine organs of their own political power. Hence, it is now time to turn the heretofore provisional provincial, city and county people's committees in North Korea into legally sound organs of power. The people's committees were established on the initiative of the Korean people in all parts of North and South Korea right after liberation. From this fact alone it can be seen that they are organs of a type of political power which answers the unanimous and earnest desires of the Korean people. In North Korea the people's committees have clearly demonstrated their vast superiority and vitality and won high prestige among and the confidence of the masses. In sharp contrast, however, the people's committees in South Korea have been suppressed and dissolved and it has become impossible to realize the long-cherished desire of the masses. The South Korean people have been deprived of their power and do not have the liberties and rights that are enjoyed by the people in North Korea. Although in South Korea the people have been liberated from the Japanese imperialist yoke, their position has not changed in the least, and it has become utterly unthinkable to carry out such democratic reforms as in North Korea. This is highly deplorable. That the situation has come to this pass is not the people's fault, but is the consequence of the criminal maneuvers on the part of the reactionary elements against the decision of the Moscow Conference of Foreign Ministers. Such criminal maneuvers have made it impossible for the Korean people to set up a unified, democratic government for themselves and kept them divided between the North and the South. But no efforts, however desperate, on the part of the enemy will be able to check the Korean people's struggle to establish a unified, democratic, independent, and sovereign state. Our country will certainly be reunified, and when the reunification is realized, all the Korean people will be able to enjoy all the benefits of freedom and democracy together. The people's committees to be elected now are confronted with 466. The heavy task of accelerating the building of our state. To make our country a prosperous and strong independent state, the people's committees should consolidate and add to the successes already scored in the democratic reforms. First, agriculture should be developed rapidly and the peasants' livelihood improved on the basis of the results of the agrarian reform. Simultaneously, sound economic foundations should be laid for the building of a democratic state and the people's living standards should be raised markedly, by rehabilitating and extending industry and transport which are now owned by the people. Private property should be protected and individual business activities encouraged and promoted in industry and trade. The People's Committee should ensure education for the rising generation and the advancement of science, literature, and the arts, and eliminate the evil aftermath of Japanese imperialism in these domains at an early date. In particular, it should train scientific and technical personnel in large numbers to overcome the shortage of cotters, the biggest obstacle to advance. Under the guidance of the People's Committee, our people should strengthen friendship and solidarity with the peoples of the countries in the international democratic camp headed by the Soviet Union and continue to develop cooperation with the freedom-loving peoples of all countries of the world in the struggle to preserve and consolidate world peace. All these are most important tasks confronting the organ of our people's power at the present stage, and when they are thoroughly carried out, the historic cause of founding a democratic People's Republic in Korea, a prosperous and strong, independent and democratic state, will be accomplished. We have adequate conditions for carrying out these tasks successfully. We have genuine people's power established on the people's initiative and the might of our awakened people united closely around it. In North Korea our people are the masters of the country and owners of all its natural resources. If all the people unite. 467. Ever more firmly around the People's Committee and devote their all to the struggle for the independence and sovereignty of the country and its prosperity and progress, they will successfully overcome difficulties, however grave, and win brilliant victory. The coming elections of the People's Committees, therefore, are of tremendous significance in the political life of our people. They will reinforce our people's power, thereby consolidating the results of the democratic reforms carried out in North Korea and firmly guaranteeing the establishment of a prosperous and strong, independent, and democratic state. We should all take part in the elections with a high degree of political zeal and elect to the People's Committees the finest, most talented, and most conscientious persons who will serve the country and people faithfully. There are persons spreading false rumors in an attempt to disrupt the elections. We must sharpen our vigilance against them. Some are slinging mud at the forthcoming elections, alleging that an organ of power elected by the people themselves cannot have real power and that the people themselves are not fit to engage in politics. According to their view, a real organ of power is only one rigged up from above or forcibly imposed by a foreign country. Those who make such allegations usually refer to the old society and say, our ancestors, too, lived that way. But what kind of organ of power is it that is rigged up from above? It is a power organ of the rich established without the people's participation, an inequitable one which the minority uses against the majority. It is a well-known fact that all through history such a power organ was used to oppress the people and defend the exploiters. Moreover, through their own bitter experience our people know better than anyone else how barbarous and predatory the organ of power forcibly imposed by another country is. Therefore, those who reject the organ of power elected by the people are, in fact, persons who want to return to the past when the people were subjected to oppression and maltreatment and who are 468. Attempting to bring our people under the humiliating yoke of colonial slavery again. Others demand that the elections be put off because they are premature. Of course, this is wrong. Though of a provisional nature, the People's Committee organized in the past year proved itself, through its policies and work, to be an excellent form of power organ, the one best suited to the actual conditions of our country, and it gained high prestige among the broad masses. Under the guidance of the People's Committee, our people have carried out great democratic reforms and laid solid foundations for the establishment of an independent and sovereign state. To consolidate and develop the successes of the democratic reforms, the People's Committee, which is now provisional, should be made legally sound, a People's Committee established through the elections. We should, therefore, hold the elections on the scheduled day without fail. There is no reason why we should put them off. Those who allege that the elections are premature do not believe the People's Committee to be an organ of people's power, but they undoubtedly demand some other type of power which is not people's power. They consider that the Korean people are not yet capable of self-government and that Korea is still unable to become independent and sovereign. They are the people's enemies bent on frustrating our democratic elections. Still others insist that no priests and pastors should be elected to the People's Committees, nor should religious believers take part in the elections. According to their view, participation in the elections would be an act of betrayal to religion. This is sheer nonsense uttered by reactionaries with the sinister intent of inducing religious people to boycott the elections. Election to the People's Committees means one enjoys the confidence of the people and enters their service. There should be no religion which prohibits believers, priests, and pastors from working for their country and people. I think that believers of any religion, 469, including pastors and priests, can and ought to work for the people, if they are true patriots. So, a good and patriotic believer, no matter who he is, can be elected to the People's Committee, can vote in the elections, and can and must zealously further the work of the committee. In North Korea, freedom of religion is guaranteed and no religion is suppressed or restricted. All religious persons in North Korea enjoy the full rights and liberties of a citizen, and they are to take part in the coming elections of the People's Committees with equal rights. Thus, many pastors and priests have been put up as candidates for the People's Committees, and most believers are participating in the election work with zeal. If any religious figures try to prevent believers, priests, and pastors from participating in the elections on the plea of religious traditions and doctrines, they must be spies bribed by a foreign country, who are attempting to use religion for subversion. These persons try to play upon the good sentiments of the believers and thus cheat them with the objective of disrupting the elections. Certain Protestant pastors, for instance, act this way. They are pawns of the enemy that is seeking to turn Korea into a colony again. We do not doubt that the believers themselves will expose and reject those traitorous pastors who disguise themselves as friends of believers, but who, in reality, are their enemies and enemies of all the Korean people. Still others maintain that women should not be elected to the People's Committees and even that they should not be allowed to take part in the elections. This is also wrong thinking. Women account for half of the population. If half of the people do not take part in electing the organ of power or in its work, such power can hardly be called a genuine people's power. Women constitute a great force, and large numbers of them are sharing in the work of rehabilitating our country no less creditably than men. In our country, women are guaranteed by law equal rights with men in all fields. The law on sex equality, therefore, should be fully enforced in the elections, for only then can they be truly democratic elections. 470. The elections of the People's Committees are most progressive and democratic elections. This is evident above all from the social composition of the candidates. The candidates jointly put up by our Democratic National United Front consist of representatives of many democratic parties, non-party personalities, and representatives of people in all walks of life, such as workers, peasants, office workers, tradesmen, entrepreneurs, handicraftsmen, and men of religion. It is quite unthinkable anywhere, except in a truly democratic society where the people have become the masters of their own destiny, that workers and peasants elect a large number of their representatives to power. Many representatives of the intelligentsia are among the candidates, and I think this is also reasonable. Our intellectuals, who are using all their energy and talent to help build a prosperous and strong country and create a good life for the people, should, as a matter of course, play an important role in the People's Committees together with the workers and peasants. The elections of People's Committee members are wholly based on universal and equal suffrage. All citizens of our country have the equal right to be elected and to vote. Regardless of party affiliation, property status, conditions of residence, religious belief, and other factors, no discrimination or restriction of any kind is put on their right to vote and be elected. That the forthcoming elections are most democratic elections is also seen in the fact that the people themselves cast secret ballots and directly elect the People's Committee members. An indirect election is not at all necessary in electing an organ of genuine people's power. Such a form of election is used by the privileged circles to deceive the people whom they are afraid of. The truly people-oriented character of our power and the great tasks confronting it place very heavy duties on the members of the People's Committees who are to be elected. Our People's Committee members should have boundless love for their country and people, devote all their energy and talent to serving the people faithfully and, no matter what difficulties they encounter, they should fight to the 471 and unflinchingly, solely in the interests of the people, surmounting all difficulties boldly and with devotion. Members of the People's Committees are statesmen and servants of the people. They should always be principled and fair in doing all kinds of work, organize and lead the people correctly, and make day-by-day efforts to raise their own political and intellectual levels. People's Committee members should become officials who maintain close bonds with the people, carefully listen to their demands and know how to educate them and also learn from them, and who always examine their own work and eliminate shortcomings. The duties of People's Committee members are heavy but honorable, indeed. Our constituents should elect advanced elements with these qualities to the People's Committees, and the elected members should discharge their duties well. The electors should always check up on the work of the People's Committee member they have elected, and if he fails to acquit himself well or loses the confidence of the people, they should recall him and recommend another person faithful to the people to replace him. Dear fellow countrymen, brothers and sisters, today our people feel boundless pride in the fact that they are electing by themselves the People's Committees, organs of genuine people's power, and they greet the election day with hope and confidence. All electors without exception should participate in the elections on November 3rd and fulfill their sacred duty to the country. They should vote for the best representatives of the people of all classes and strata, for the candidates put up by the Democratic National United Front, for the true patriots who ardently love their country and people and who are fighting devotedly to build a prosperous and strong, independent and democratic state. Election day is close at hand and the election campaign is now at its height. At such a time there may appear persons who attempt to obstruct our historic elections. We should ensure a brilliant victory in the democratic elections by thoroughly smashing the maneuvers of 472. The reactionaries who are bent on frustrating them. Since liberation from the Japanese imperialist yoke of colonial rule, our people have achieved tremendous successes in building a new life by their devoted efforts. But this is no more than the first step in building a rich and powerful democratic country, and we are confronted with difficult and heavy tasks. In the future, we must establish a democratic, independent and sovereign state, rapidly rehabilitate and develop the national economy, promote the material well-being of all our people and make our national culture bloom and prosper. To carry out all these tasks successfully, our organ of people's power should be strengthened and the unity and cohesion of all the people cemented. The forthcoming elections of the provincial, city and county People's Committees are very important for this. All the people, therefore, should guarantee the success of the elections by their united efforts and concerted action and should forge ahead vigorously to win new and great victories in building a democratic country. Each and every Korean citizen who loves his country and desires happiness for himself and the people, should go to the polls and vote for the candidates for People's Committee membership. It is my firm belief that you will all zealously take part in the elections and express the indomitable will of the Korean people to attain the freedom and complete independence of the country and so demonstrate to the whole world that our awakened and united people are capable of self-government and are fully able to build their country into an advanced, independent democratic state. 473. On enhancing the role
Of the People's Committee. Members. Speech at the 30th meeting of the South Fyongan Provincial People's Committee, November 13, 1946. Dear People's Committee members. This meeting is attended by people who represent all walks of life in South Fyongan Province. I warmly congratulate you members of the People's Committee who have been elected representatives of the people. Recently we won the elections to the provincial, city and county People's Committees with the active participation of all the people. The People's Committees formed through democratic elections are the genuine organs of people's power, consisting of representatives of broad sections of the people, workers, peasants, office employees, educationalists, cultural workers, tradesmen, entrepreneurs, men of religion, and so on. This is the first time in the 5000 years of our history that such government bodies have been established. Together with you, I would like to pay tribute to the People's Committees, the genuine organs of people's power, formed through the first democratic elections in our country. Through the victorious democratic elections, the Korean people clearly demonstrated to the people of the whole world what kind of government they want. The recent elections were a graphic. 474. Illustration that today all the Korean people do not want an American-style bourgeois dictatorship. The kind of government our people want is genuine people's power, in which people from all walks of life participate and which represents their interests. The People's Committee is the very government that fully accords with the will of all the Korean people and opens the way to the democratic and complete independence and sovereignty of Korea. At present the American imperialists and reactionaries are resorting to all manner of maneuvers to rig up an anti-popular government contrary to the will of our people. They claim that the government should consist of just a few capitalists or privileged persons. The American imperialists' attempt to install a reactionary government in our country today is prompted by aggressive designs. They know that if representatives of the people from all walks of life participate in the Korean provisional government, they cannot turn our country into their colony, so they try to concoct a government out of a bunch of reactionary bandits. All the moves of the American imperialists and their stooges to set up a reactionary government in Korea were rejected flatly by our people at the recent democratic elections. We won these elections and in doing so gave legal status to the People's Committees, the genuine organs of people's power. Thus, we foiled the reactionary plots of the American imperialists to turn Korea into their colony and gave them a telling rebuff. By winning the democratic elections and thus strengthening the people's government, our country has taken its place among the democracies and has been able to make a positive contribution to the struggle for the world's democratic development and peace. However, the successful democratic reforms in North Korea and the legal consolidation of the People's Committees do not mean that all our problems have been solved. The successes our people have scored so far in fulfilling their democratic tasks are merely the foundation from which we go forward to win the country's full. 475. Independence and sovereignty. From now on we must use this foundation to build a country where all the people can live happily. In order to build a prosperous and democratic, independent, and sovereign state, it is imperative to strengthen the people's government and push ahead more vigorously with the building of democracy. For this purpose, the role of the People's Committee members should be decisively enhanced. All of them should do their utmost to carry out their serious assignments accurately. The People's Committee members should endeavor to ensure that the people's government formulates correct policies for the people. Our People's Committee is the government body of the people. Our people who have come to understand clearly from the experience of the past year that the People's Committee is indeed a true champion of their interests, entrusted with their destiny. Therefore, the People's Committee must work out just policies that will bring well-being to all the people. In order to formulate a truly people-oriented policy, it is necessary to know what the people want and what they intend to do, and listen attentively to the opinions of people from all walks of life. Only a policy correctly reflecting the will of the people can be popular and, accordingly, the masses can readily accept it and carry it out. We were able to win great victory in the first historic democratic elections this time, because they correctly reflected the requirements of the broad masses embraced in various political parties and public organizations.
If the People's Committee members are to play their part satisfactorily, they should keep in close touch with the masses. They should always go deep among the broad masses to listen to what they have to say and grasp their requirements promptly. If they fail to heed the true voice of the masses but put forward as an opinion what a few persons talked about in secret behind the scenes or what has been excerpted from some theory or someone's book, that will be empty talk running counter to the realities and the masses' wishes and will be of no help to the people's government in shaping a policy. 476. Bearing in mind that the masses of the people are following their activities, the People's Committee members should visit factories, mines, towns, farm villages, plain and mountain areas and everywhere people live and should listen to the voices of the broad sections of the masses and reflect them on the People's Committees. Members of worker and peasant origin should collect constructive opinions from among the broad sections of workers and peasants, women members from among women, and cultural and religious members from among cultural workers and religion, and submit them to the People's Committee meetings for discussion. In this way correct policies will be worked out for the people. However, the People's Committee members should not accept all individual opinions at random without analyzing them, on the plea of heeding the masses' wishes. Some people still misunderstand our democratic line. If the People's Committee members listen only to those people and interpret their opinions as those of the masses, they may commit a blunder in their work. They should therefore distinguish between right and wrong opinions and should not accept the latter. Nevertheless, it will not do to suspect and reject all people who come forward with wrong opinions. True, a struggle must be waged against those who offer opinions deliberately distorting the facts in order to obstruct the work of the people's government. As for those who express incorrect views due to a misunderstanding of our democratic line, they should be educated. The People's Committee members should carefully explain the essence and correctness of the democratic line to the people so that they will view all problems in the right light. While endeavoring to get the policies of the people's government correctly formulated, the People's Committee members should strive to carry them out. The people's government policies must be correctly shaped to reflect the people's will and then carried out by the masses of the people themselves. No matter how good the policy we put forward, if 477. It is not carried out and remains a dead letter, it is good for nothing. If the people's government policy is to be carried out correctly, it must first be explained clearly to the masses of the people. The People's Committee members should not only have a good grasp of all policies of the people's government but fully explain and propagate them among the broad masses. In this way all the people should be well acquainted with all policies of the people's government and accept them as their own. The People's Committee members should take the lead in implementing the people's government policies. They should strive to carry out the laws, decisions, and directives of the people's government by actively enlisting the broad masses of the people, so that democratic construction will make good headway. In order to play their role satisfactorily they should acquire the good habit of learning from the masses. The government officials in feudal or capitalist society stood above the people, giving orders and shouting commands without relying on them, but the People's Committee members should never behave like that because they champion the interests of the people. Our officials should not act like the bureaucrats in government bodies in the old society but should go deep among the people and learn from them. The masses of the people may not be so proficient in office work and writing as our officials, but they are wisest and most sensible and know better than anyone else how to distinguish right from wrong. Therefore, justice, wisdom and strength are always to be found among the masses. This is the reason why our officials should go among the broad sections of the people to ask them about everything and learn from them. The People's Committee members should always try to learn from the masses. In particular, from the workers and peasants they should learn fidelity to the state and ardent love for the country and the people. And it is important to imbibe the noble traits of workers and peasants who value the state and people's property, the fruits of 478. Labor, and run the economic life of the country with care. They should acquire the trait of learning from the masses with an open mind and rely firmly on them in doing all work. The People's Committee members should be ready to combat negative practices. They should oppose all wrong tendencies, including those of living in idleness and embezzling and squandering the property of the state and the people, instead of caring for it. In particular, they should see if there is such a corrupt and indolent practice among the people's government officials as working simply for the sake of getting a salary, not as faithful servants of the people. They should struggle resolutely against wrong practices in their midst so as to rectify them promptly. While learning from the masses of the people and combating negative practices, the People's Committee members should teach them. This alone enables them to work in accordance with the correct line of the people's government and become true servants of the people. Now, I am going to refer to some immediate tasks. One of the most important tasks confronting us today is to ensure success in the work of collecting the agricultural tax in kind. Timely collection of agricultural tax in kind is the key to the solution of the country's food problem. Now that all countries of the world are experiencing a food shortage, we are unable to import food from abroad. In these conditions, we must definitely solve the country's food problem with the grain we harvest. If we fail to collect the agricultural tax in kind from the peasants, we will be unable to ensure regular food supplies to the factory and office workers and students and, moreover, to realize the industrial rehabilitation we plan for 1947. Therefore, one of the most important political problems in North Korea at present is the food policy and, accordingly, a most important task facing our People's Committee members is to strive to implement the state's food policy correctly. They should direct every effort to the job of collecting agricultural tax in kind so as to solve the country's food problem. 479. Attention must be concentrated on receiving the correct amounts stipulated in the system of agricultural tax in kind. It will not do to collect more or less than the stipulated amount. 25% of the harvest is the correct amount to be collected. In order to collect agricultural tax in kind accurately and in time, it is necessary to launch an activist core campaign for full delivery of agricultural tax in kind. It has already been decided to launch this campaign, but organizational work is falling behind. With good organization, this campaign will ensure success in collecting agricultural tax in kind. The People's Committee members should go among the peasants to organize properly the activist core campaign for full delivery of agricultural tax in kind, and intensify explanatory and information work so that the tax is paid in time. And so through the quick and complete delivery of agricultural tax in kind, the peasants should be encouraged to display their patriotic zeal. The people's government bodies should make efforts to restore and develop industries. Industrial reconstruction is the basis for building a prosperous, independent and sovereign state and the key to the improvement in the people's living standards. If we are to achieve the prosperity and development of the country and provide the people with a happy life, we should restore and develop industries to produce plenty of goods. At present our industries are negligible, they produce only a scanty amount of goods for building a new Korea and improving the people's livelihood. As a result, we cannot reach the desired targets in democratic construction, nor can we pay high enough wages to the workers and office employees and supply enough daily necessities to the people. With a view to rehabilitating and developing industries and increasing production as soon as possible, all factory and office workers should work well as befitting masters of the country. Some of them still fail to understand correctly that they are the masters of the country. Some are not aware that they are the masters of the factories and enterprises, railways and banks, and still work like hired. 480. Laborers. So they cannot raise labor productivity and waste the country's valuable property, instead of taking care of it. By making the factory and office workers keenly aware that they are working for the country and themselves as masters of the state and the factories, we should encourage them to carry out their assignments as sincerely as if doing their own work at home. We should ensure that all of them strive to produce plenty of goods with a sense of being the masters, bravely coping with all obstacles and difficulties cropping up in the course of production. The crimes of the pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation must be thoroughly exposed and condemned. The Syngman-rhee clique in South Korea are traitors who have betrayed the country and the people. In the past, when true Korean patriots were fighting against the Japanese imperialists, arms in hand, shedding their blood for the country's independence, the Syngman clique were gratifying their own interests with the sympathy money they had got under the pretext of conducting an independence movement abroad and committing the crime of selling out the country and the nation. The same is true after liberation. In the past year they were engrossed in factional strife and national partition in South Korea and perpetrated thrice-cursed outrages such as closing down democratic schools and arresting, imprisoning and murdering large numbers of patriots and ordinary people while actively supporting the U.S. military government. The Syngman clique have employed every possible means to smuggle subversive agents and saboteurs into North Korea to wreck the building of democracy. They went as far as committing such crimes as setting fire to a sawmill and killing the children of a certain high official of the PPCNK. They plotted to disrupt the recent democratic elections too, by inciting a handful of reactionary pastors in North Korea. However, the people and progressive pastors did not follow in the wake of the reactionary pastors but took an active part in the democratic elections. As you see, the Syngman clique did nothing in the past 481. The country, all they did was to betray the nation and act as enemies of the people. All the facts in the past indicate clearly what path they are taking. They are taking the path of opposing democracy, hampering Korea's full independence and sovereignty and returning our people to the status of colonial slaves of imperialism. We should fully acquaint the people with the anti-popular crimes of the pro-Japanese elements and other traitors to the nation and rouse the masses to struggle against them. If all the people unite firmly and fight vigorously, they will be able to frustrate every move of the reactionaries and succeed in building a fully independent, sovereign, and democratic state in Korea. Dear People's Committee members, in North Korea, one half of our territory, genuine democratic power has already become firmly rooted. This is positive proof of our victory. No force can impair our victory. We should make a strong endeavor to establish a unified, democratic central government on the basis of the successes already achieved. I hope that deeply aware of your honorable duties you will make a great contribution to strengthening the people's government and stepping up our democratic construction by enhancing the role of the People's Committee member. 482. Immediate tasks of prosecutors and security personnel. Speech at a joint meeting of the heads of public prosecutors' offices and security stations in provinces and cities November 20, 1946. After the liberation of our country, the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea was established in North Korea and, under it, new, democratic prosecutors' offices and security bodies were formed. Over the past year the judicial and security bodies have carried out an enormous amount of work in maintaining social order and combating all sorts of crimes and in defending the people's rights and interests and protecting state property and personal property. Our prosecutors and security officers have contributed greatly to the success of the democratic reforms. They have discharged their honorable duty as faithful sons and daughters of the Korean people. 24 prosecutors and security officers died a heroic death in pursuit of their important duties, among them Comrade Kim Sang-chun, member of the Pyongyang Security Station, Comrade Yoon Sung-un of the Security Bureau and Comrade Ri Kol-young, head of the West Coast Maritime Security Corps. The lofty fidelity of those who fell in the struggle for their country and people will be remembered long by our people. The brilliant victory in the elections to the provincial, city and county people's committees held on November 3 is proof that North 483. Korea is advancing along the correct democratic line and, at the same time, that the prosecutors and security personnel have valiantly safeguarded all the democratic gains scored in North Korea in resisting the reactionaries' encroachments. However, when reviewing the work of the prosecutors' offices and security bodies of North Korea for the past year, we find there are still many shortcomings in it. The workers employed in these organizations were not equal to their heavy responsibilities and did not fully meet the people's expectations and requirements. Moreover, there were cases where shady elements found their way into the prosecutors' offices and security bodies and defiled their sacred ranks. Let me cite some examples. At the time of the agrarian reform, some officials in the prosecutors' offices tried to obstruct it, playing into the hands of reactionary landlords, and others failed to deal resolutely with pro-Japanese elements and traitors to the nation. And there were also those who, because of their inconsistent democratic consciousness, failed to carry out their duties with determination and slackened their efforts without taking an active part in carrying out the democratic reforms. In the security bodies there were some who, adhering to the Japanese imperialist police first principle, arrested people illegally, tortured them and confiscated their houses and property to dispose of them as they wished. There were also wrong tendencies to act in disregard of the directives of prosecutors' offices and the law on civil liberties which democratic state organizations must observe to the letter. Because prosecutors and security personnel lacked a correct understanding of their duties, a narrow departmentalist tendency appeared, which harmed the work of prosecutors' offices and security bodies in general and seriously obstructed their personnel's role as servants of the people. Only when the prosecutors' offices and security bodies help and cooperate with each other like two wheels of one cart and maintain close contact in carrying out their respective assignments, can the 484 building of democracy and the defense of human rights be fully guaranteed. What, then, is the basic mission entrusted to these two organizations? The mission of the Democratic Prosecutor's Office is, first, to defend our people's building of an independent and sovereign democratic state and, secondly, to protect human rights. In order that this basic mission could be fulfilled, the PPCNK laid down in detail in the law the duties of a prosecutor. The function of a prosecutor is not confined mainly to the investigation and prosecution of crimes, it is to supervise, on democratic principles, how the decisions and orders of the PPCNK and its bureaus are put into effect by state institutions, public organizations, and the masses of the people, and to observe the enforcement of the decisions and directives of the provincial, city and county people's committees. What is more, the prosecutor is duty-bound to watch over the activities of security bodies, approve or disapprove of warrants for the arrest of citizens and see whether the justice is properly carried out in both criminal and civil cases. As mentioned above, the prosecutor's office in a democratic state serving the people has an essentially different mission from that of an imperialist state, and a very important one. We have set up a prosecutor's office in every city and county to defend the government and the people's rights. You should understand that building a democratic state is out of the question if the prosecutors' offices fail to do their work thoroughly at all times. The basic mission of the public security body is to maintain law and order and defend the people's personal dignity and property substantially. In every respect our security organizations work for the people and must become the people's security bodies. Although in imperialist Japan and other fascist states the people's personal dignity and honor were completely impaired due to police despotism, in our country where a people's government has been 485 established, every citizen's personal dignity and honor are most highly regarded and defended by the public security bodies. Our public security bodies must faithfully perform this mission entrusted to them. If the prosecutors' offices and security bodies are to fulfill their basic missions well, their organization and composition, and the content and methods of work must be truly democratic, and they must strictly abide by the laws which embody them. The detailed regulations and procedures laid down in the laws are not trivialities but a means of fully implementing democracy. Only when everybody fulfills his duty faithfully in accordance with these laws, will it be possible to further strengthen our organization and give full play to the superior democratic system. We should have a profound understanding of the fact that the tendency to treat lightly as a trivial official form all the detailed stipulations of the laws at the present stage is most harmful, that weakens the organization and delays its work. I take the occasion of this meeting to call on all the workers of the prosecutors' offices and security bodies to strive devotedly to overcome the aforesaid defects in their work, to be more faithful to their duties, to enhance the prestige and functions of these organizations through work, to ensure the correct execution of all the PPCNK's undertakings, and to defend more firmly the successes of the democratic reforms carried out in North Korea. Now, I am going to speak about some immediate tasks facing the prosecutors' offices and security bodies. First, the survivals of Japanese imperialism must be cleared from the work of the prosecutors' offices and security bodies. To this end, it is essential for them to faithfully execute all the laws of the PPCNK, to do away with such malpractices as illegal arrest and duress of citizens, torture, bribery and the like, which the Japanese imperialists, prosecutors and police committed, respect rules and order and establish discipline. Second, the prosecutors and security personnel should be diligent. 486. Irreproachable and courageous persons who are infinitely loyal to the state and the people as servants of the people, and strive constantly to be comrades to one another and ensure ideological unity in their ranks. Third, it is necessary to look after state property and protect personal property. Although under Japanese imperialist rule everything that belonged to the Korean people was beyond legal protection, today it is one of our important tasks to have high regard for and protect the people's property. Particularly important is to protect all property which have come under state ownership through the law on nationalization of industries. We should take good care of all the nationalized property and manage and protect them as befitting owners. In particular, security officers and prosecutors should bear in mind that all facilities and materials of state enterprises must first be protected from the reactionary subversive activities and the embezzlement of alien elements. Fourth, all the security personnel and prosecutors should not be elated at the victory already won, but be extremely vigilant and on guard against any inertia that may appear under the favorable conditions prevailing in North Korea. They should always be ready to fulfill their duties without hesitation, however unfavorable the conditions, or however great the difficulties and confusion. Fifth, the personnel of security bodies and prosecutors' offices should strive to improve their working knowledge and qualifications and to raise their political and cultural level. They should intensify political study and make steady efforts to acquire the trade of genuine public prosecutors and public security officers, and wage a vigorous struggle against all criminal and subversive acts. Sixth, they should give help to make the collection of agricultural tax in kind a success. They should keenly realize the great political and economic importance of the agricultural tax in kind and see that all decisions regarding this tax are carried out. In view of the fact that officials of our local people's committees 487 still fail to do their work well, and that some backward peasants make false reports on the cultivated area, the yield, natural disasters, and so on, they must wage a resolute struggle against these tendencies. They should be enlisted to ensure that the fixed agricultural tax in kind will be paid in full within the set time by carrying through decision number 110 in particular, and, at the same time, they should strive to guarantee the storage and transport of the collected tax in kind and prevent shady elements from engaging in swindling. All these are the important tasks facing the security personnel and prosecutors. You are honorable workers defending our people's government in person, protecting human rights and guaranteeing the building of democracy in North Korea. Therefore, you must have a stronger hatred for the enemy than anyone else and cultivate the spirit of loving the country and the people and a high degree of national pride. I am convinced that with this noble ideological preparation, you will remain faithful to your duties to the end as servants of the people, thus adding greater contributions to the normal development of the work of prosecution and security, which is of vital importance in building democracy and, further, to laying a solid foundation for the building of an independent and sovereign democratic state. 488. The results of the democratic elections and the immediate tasks of the People's Committee. Speech at the Third Enlarged Meeting of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea, November 25, 1946. Comrade members of the People's Committee. The elections to the provincial, city and county People's Committees ended in victory on November 3. All the people marked Election Day as their most glorious holiday and discharged their sacred duty as citizens to elect their representatives with great patriotic zeal and joy. Out of a total of 4,516,120 electors, 4,501,813, or 99.6%, went to the polls, and the overwhelming majority voted for the candidates nominated by the Democratic National United Front. The ratio of ballots was 97% for the provincial people's committees, 95.4% for the city people's committees, and 96.9% for the county people's committees. This is indeed a brilliant victory. The victory in the recent elections disproved the slanders and contempt of the imperialists and traitors directed against the Korean people, and demonstrated to the whole world that we, too, can run our lives as well as others, build up our economy ourselves, and administer our country by our people's efforts. The victory in the elections showed the extent to which the Korean 489 people are politically awakened, how closely they are united, and how strong their determination is. It has provided striking proof that no one can dare to violate the interests and sovereignty of the Korean people. The victory in the recent elections testified once more that the road our people are now following is indeed a road leading to the well-being of the masses, to the building of a genuinely unified, independent state, one that meets the demand of all the people and is enthusiastically approved by them. The electoral victory has inspired our people with a firm faith in their own strength, and thoroughly convinced them that their cause is right and is bound to win. While the people in North Korea were carrying out democratic elections, the reactionaries in South Korea were enacting the fraudulent farce of the so-called election to the legislature. It was opposed by all the South Korean people and even by the right-wing political parties which the reactionaries themselves had organized and been directing. The recent elections have knitted together the democratic forces more closely and further consolidated the achievements of the past year. Comrades, the recent elections were a fair and sober assessment by the people of the activities conducted by our People's Committee in the past year. Through their practical experience, the people have come to realize that the People's Committee is a government truly guarding their interests and that, indeed, this government is to be depended upon and can safely be entrusted with their destiny. That is why our people expressed their full support for and unreserved trust in the People's Committee in the recent elections. Life itself has shown, and the results of the recent elections have afforded ample proof, that the People's Committee enjoys prestige and the deep confidence of the people. Why is this? Primarily, it is because the People's Committee not only represents 490 and safeguards the interests of all the people, but also is made up of representatives of the people from all social strata. Herein lies the great vitality of the People's Committee. The following election returns show graphically that our People's Committees are genuine organs of people's government consisting of representatives of the people from all social strata. Here is the breakdown of the total of 459 persons elected to the provincial, city and county People's Committees. Workers, 510, 14.7%. Peasants, 1256, 36.4%. Office employees, 1056, 30.5%. Cultural workers, 311, 9.0%. Merchants, 145, 4.2%. Entrepreneurs, 73, 2.1%. Religious believers, 94, 2.7%. Former landlords, 14, 0.4%. Of these 453 are women, who account for 13.1% of the total number. The working class that was most harshly exploited and persecuted by the Japanese robbers under their colonial rule, and that fought most staunchly against the enemy, is playing the vanguard role in building their liberated country along democratic lines. It is, therefore, natural that a large number of workers should participate in the people's government. And it is also natural that the peasants, who, though constituting the overwhelming majority of the population, enjoyed no rights and were trampled underfoot by the privileged simply as objects of exploitation and oppression, should have the largest number of representatives returned to our organs of people's power. Moreover, office employees, cultural workers, entrepreneurs, merchants and religious believers are also represented in the People's Committees. The women who, though equal human beings, were not treated as 491 such but were downtrodden in the old feudal and colonial Korea, have now legitimately entered the political arena in the new Korea and have sent a large number of representatives to the organs of people's power. All this proves that the People's Committee has close ties with the broad masses of the people and has taken deep root among them. It also demonstrates clearly that our People's Committee is based on a national united front and is a form of democratic power representing the demands and interests of the masses of the people from all walks of life. Through its practical work of the past year, the People's Committee has abundantly demonstrated that only this type of government is capable of freeing the masses from the consequences of the enemy's rigorous rule, improving their material and cultural lives and building a prosperous and democratic, independent, and sovereign state. The People's Committee carried out the agrarian reform and distributed land among the tillers, freeing them from the feudal system of tenancy and paving the way for them to build a new life. Today, the masters of the countryside are not the nobles or the landlords but the peasants with hoe in hand. The mere fact that the peasants participated so enthusiastically in the recent elections and welcomed them so warmly is ample proof of how they trust and support the People's Committee. The burning patriotic enthusiasm and awakening of the peasants manifested in the campaign for completing delivery of the tax in kind now underway in North Korea, arouse the admiration of everyone and infuse great courage and strength in those of us engaged in state affairs. After confiscating and nationalizing the industrial establishments owned by the Japanese state, Japanese individuals, and Korean traders to the nation, the People's Committee geared all industries to improving the material and cultural standards of the masses and rehabilitating and developing the state. By introducing the 8-hour working day and labor protection and social insurance systems, it 492 freed the factory and office workers from colonial exploitation, and provided conditions for quickly improving their material and cultural standards. The People's Committee protects private property by state law, encourages private businesses and trade, and stimulates and develops the creative initiative of the entrepreneurs and merchants. In order to develop our national culture, the People's Committee effected a reform in the educational system, and did everything in its power to set up institutions of higher learning, specialized schools, and other cultural establishments. Under state law, women are guaranteed the same rights as men and play a positive part in all social activities and in building up the nation. Through its practical work on behalf of the masses, the People's Committee has established ties of kinship with people from all walks of life and earned prestige among the masses which no one can impair. We can say without hesitation that no reactionary forces would dare to attack the government now that it has deep roots among the masses of the people, established close ties with them and won their confidence through life itself. We may take great pride in the fact that we have established in our country such a People's Committee, a genuinely people-oriented form of power. Comrade members of the People's Committee, all these victories, however, are not a windfall but a gain won through hard struggle against the enemy. The reactionary elements in South Korea who hate our successes and are hostile towards democracy and against the independence and sovereignty of Korea, tried to frustrate the recent democratic elections in North Korea in every way. They were also well aware long before that the elections held by the North Korean people would be of immense significance in the democratic development of Korea and the building of a unified, independent and sovereign state, and that victory in the elections 493 would prove a heavy blow to them. That is why they resorted to all sorts of underhand moves to upset the elections. The reactionaries of South Korea pulled wires systematically to wreck the elections. No sooner had the elections got underway than the reactionaries encouraged their underlings to spread such reactionary slanders as the elections are nonsense, the elections are undemocratic, and the elections are premature, in an attempt to give the people a distorted picture of the significance and democratic essence of the elections. They also tried to wreck the Democratic National United Front in the most despicable way by provoking strife among different political parties. In their rabid efforts to carve up the DNUF and torpedo the elections, they resorted to all sorts of slanders and vilifications, prattling, "The joint candidacy is unnecessary. Only free competition can ensure truly democratic elections, the elections will result in the despotism of a certain party, a certain other party is bound to fall if it fails to win this time." What is more, the reactionaries attempted to bribe workers who were badly off and egg the students on to upset the elections.
They even tried to stir up the former landlords by telling an outrageous lie, "We'll get the lands back for you." They sent in as spies some degenerate Christian ministers whom they thought most reliable, in a desperate effort to seduce honest-minded believers. Finally, the reactionaries launched the so-called black box drive. This meant that the electors might go to the polls, but should cast their votes in the black ballot boxes. In Sinwahua, for example, reactionaries lurking about the back streets stopped women and misled them by telling them to cast their votes in black boxes if they were in favor of the candidates. However, in spite of the reactionaries' vicious maneuvers and plots, people of all social strata in North Korea turned out as one to ensure victory in the elections, smashing these despicable efforts of the reactionaries. We should draw the proper lessons from the steps taken by the 494 reactionaries in the recent elections. We should never be carried away by victory or become self-complacent. We should not forget that the reactionary elements are becoming ever more desperate as the people's strength increases, as the people become more politically conscious, as the foundation of democracy becomes more consolidated, as the day of complete independence approaches, and as the reactionary forces come nearer to their doom. With the growth of our strength and the approach of our final victory, we should increase our vigilance and prepare for a more acute and complex struggle. Self-conceit and self-complacency mean self-destruction. The struggle against the reactionary elements is becoming more acute with every day. We should not allow the least chance for the enemy to strike. How is it that we have won a crushing victory in the recent elections despite all the premeditated acts of subversion and conspiracies of the reactionary elements? First, it is because the political consciousness and enthusiasm of the masses aspiring after independence, sovereignty, and democracy were very high, and all the laboring masses were closely united. Deeply conscious that the election results would have a serious bearing on their future destiny, the masses of the people were intent on electing representatives capable of fighting resolutely for their interests. Second, the DNUF played a big role. As in all previous democratic reforms, so in the recent elections, the United Front provided an important guarantee of our victory. With more than 6 million people organized in it, the DNUF has grown into a powerful force fully capable of crushing any maneuver of the reactionaries. Through its activities, the DNUF has already won the people's confidence and in the recent elections became the basic factor making for victory. Third, the role played by the information workers in the election campaign should be highly appraised. Almost all the primary school 495 children, secondary school, college, and university students, youth, women, artists, and members of many public organizations were mobilized and worked enthusiastically for victory in the elections. A woman information worker in a mountain village in Kangwon province, carrying her baby on her back, walked as far as 30 to 40 ri in the mountain district canvassing for the elections. In every remote corner of North Korea artists could be heard singing and evenings were devoted to plays and dances. In particular, pupils and students played a great part. Day and night they conducted explanatory work in towns and farm villages. Most characteristic of the recent election campaign was that the information work took the form of a mass movement, deep among the masses. This enthusiasm displayed by the information workers in the recent elections will go down in the history of our nation building as a manifestation of our people's patriotism. All this constituted an important factor in ensuring our recent victory. Now, I should like to refer to the tasks of the People's Committee. It is our duty to consolidate the victory already achieved and develop it in a planned way. To begin with, we should fulfill the following immediate tasks. First, we should further strengthen the People's Committee. As a result of the elections, the People's Committee has been confirmed as the legitimate government. We are confronted with the task of enhancing its authority and role. We should improve and strengthen its apparatus and straighten up its administrative system. It is necessary to do away with all lawlessness and illegalities, strictly abide by state laws and establish administrative discipline and order. A bureaucratic style of work is still much in evidence in the activities of the People's Committee. Complicated procedures and formalistic methods of work greatly hinder the people from gaining easier access to the People's Committee and actively participating in its work. This runs counter to the essential characteristics of the 496 People's Committee as a genuine people's government and prevents it from displaying its advantages to the full. It must be said that alien elements are still lurking in the organs of people's power and that their subversive activities do much harm to the people. The People's Committees at all levels should be cleared of irresponsible and incompetent chairwarmers, bureaucrats, and ideologically unsound alien elements, and all formalistic methods of work should be discarded. This will further strengthen the government bodies, increase their work efficiency, reduce their office work and cut down all superfluous staff. At present the People's Committee of the Special City of Pyongyang has a staff of 106, of which as many as 51 are messenger boys, and more than one office boy is attached to each section chief. Many offices and institutions in Pyongyang have quite a few loafers who get paid by the state for just sitting and gazing at the ceiling. In certain local districts taxes are levied on the peasants, which even the County People's Committee, to say nothing of the Provincial People's Committee, is unaware of. Moreover, there are not one or two kinds of levies but 10 or more. In North Hamgyong Province, for example, 17 to 22 kinds of taxes are imposed on the peasants. This cannot but be regarded as subversive activity carried out by loafers and alien elements to harm the prestige of the People's Committee and estrange the people from it by deliberately violating the laws and ordinances of the people's government. The most important task facing us now is to establish the authority of state power and assure the dignity of laws and ordinances by cutting down all surplus staff in the People's Committees and expelling the bureaucrats and alien elements. Unless this problem is solved, it will be impossible to further develop the People's Committee as a genuine organ of people's power and carry out the new, greater tasks to be set before us. All members of the People's Committee should be ready to go among the masses and acquaint them with its policies and frequently. 497. Check up whether they are correctly carried out. Paying heed to the voices of the masses and learning from their good qualities of industry and simplicity and their wisdom, we should become People's Committee members that truly represent the interests of the people. We should also be experienced leaders of the masses who do not tolerate or shut their eyes to the old habits and wrong tendencies persisting in part of the masses but are ready to make an effort to remedy them. The People's Committees at all levels should intensify their guidance and control over the public security bodies and public prosecutors' offices and see to it that their officials get rid of all their bureaucratic and warlordist tendencies that set them aside from the masses. Second, it is necessary to push forward vigorously the general ideological mobilization movement for nation building among the broad masses throughout the country and to wage a struggle to remold their old thinking. Whether employed in administrative, industrial, cultural, educational, or security organs, our cadres should clearly understand the conditions and circumstances in which we are now building a new country. Many of our cadres fail to see our difficulties and shortcomings. Therefore, some officials retain their bad habits of indulging in extravagance and dissipation in quest of personal pleasure, shunning difficulties instead of helping and joining one another in getting over them, being indolent and lazy, making no positive effort to create new things and hating to study. All this is an aftermath of the protracted rule of Japanese imperialism. Obviously, with such obsolete ideas, we cannot build a new country under the present difficult circumstances. As you all know, we took over from Japanese imperialism nothing but dilapidated factories, chaotic transport facilities, a ruined rural economy and safes containing nothing but account books. We are in need of many things and have many difficulties. We are now endeavoring to build a new country under extremely difficult 498 conditions, shouldering the destiny of the whole nation. Therefore, we must grit our teeth and surmount all difficulties while producing the things that are lacking and doing without the things that are in short supply. If we are lazy and dissipated, fond of luxury, fight shy of difficulties and indulge in personal enjoyment, a bitter fate will again befall our country.
We should have a keen awareness of the present circumstances and conditions in our country and work with greater devotion and creative initiative. The officials in our People's Committee, and officials at industrial establishments, cultural and educational institutions and in all other fields should take the lead in eradicating the old ideas among the broad masses and arming them with the new ideas of nation building. All cadres and people should clearly understand, above all else, how difficult the economic situation of our country is today. Every one of us should therefore work hard in a responsible manner, and acquire the habit of working 4 hours when others work 2, and of working 10 or 12 hours when others work 8. The workplaces, the streets, and the back lanes should be cleared of loafers. A vigorous struggle should be waged against all the bad practices of waste, swindle and misappropriation, and a mass economy movement should be launched in all spheres ranging from the state's economic management to personal consumption. Loose, disorderly, and lax tendencies and the wrong practices of slandering and vilifying one another should be cast aside, and all should help and unite with one another and advance together. A resolute struggle should be waged against all manner of selfishness manifested in seeking only personal enjoyment, ignoring the community life of the state and society, and neglecting or not caring for state property. We should create a new people's moral code to place the good of society as a whole before personal interests and to value and take good care of state property. 499. It is necessary to bravely face up to difficulties instead of shrinking from them and criticize shortcomings severely without shutting one's eyes to them. We should educate the masses in the bold and persevering spirit of overcoming all difficulties and obstacles without flinching, and inculcate in them the spirit of criticizing and remedying defects persistently. Cadres should tirelessly study the tasks assigned them, strive to acquire new know-how and scientific knowledge, and combat the mistaken tendency of refusing, out of self-conceit and self-complacency, to learn from others' experiences. By so doing, they should raise their practical qualifications, acquire new scientific knowledge and assimilate the good experiences of advanced countries on a wide scale. In short, we should carry out the ideological revolution aimed at cultivating the spirit, trait, morality, and fighting efficiency befitting the builders of a new, democratic Korea. We should conduct the great ideological remolding work to do away with all the depraved and decadent ways and attitudes of life left behind by Japanese imperialism in the past and to create a national spirit worthy of the new, virile, and pulsating democratic Korea. Third, the task is to strive to wind up the delivery of agricultural tax in kind before the set time and carry out the food policy of the state without a hitch. For any country, the correct implementation of its food policy is of great importance. Only when a country has plenty of food can it rehabilitate and develop industries, operate rail transport facilities, and promote education and culture. In particular, because our country is a newly liberated state, everything is in short supply and there are no reserves of food. So the food problem is all the more pressing. Korea is not the only country suffering from a food shortage. The people of all countries are short of food because the world emerged from the flames of war only 1 year ago and, worse still, because there have been droughts and floods. So we find ourselves hardly able to seek the aid of other countries in solving our food problem. We 500 have no alternative but to provide for ourselves as much as possible with the grain produced in our North Korea. To do this, we should actively develop a patriotic grain contribution movement for the peasants to deliver more grain to the state out of love for the country even after the payment of all their tax in kind. We should enlist consumers' cooperatives in the active purchase of grain from the peasants in exchange for commodities. The more plentiful our food supplies become as a consequence, the more energetically we can implement all our policies. Therefore, every effort should be directed to the work of paying the tax in kind, under the slogan, "Much grain to the state for the building of a fully independent democratic country." We must do our utmost to prevent profiteers from taking cereals out of North Korea. To take food grain out of the country and leave the people hungry must be regarded as wrecking the building of democracy and at the same time as selling out the country. All the people should fight against such persons, and people's committees at all levels, public security organs,
public prosecutors' offices and judicial organs must punish them severely according to the law. A vigorous campaign is needed now to economize on food. To collect food and then to fail to store it well and economize on it is a grave crime against the people. The food administration departments of people's committees at various levels and the public security organs should investigate and prepare exact statistics on the factory and office workers, exercise strict control over illicit rationing and make sure that provisions are distributed most reasonably without the slightest waste. Only people on the payroll and their families are entitled to rations, but the loafers who quit their jobs or live an idle life while merely having their names on the list of employees must not be given food. Some peasants have a bad habit of thinking incorrectly, let's eat our fill while we have enough. The people's committees will have to take special care to encourage the peasants to economize on food. Our nation building will not be accomplished in a day or two. We 501 should foresee the numerous obstacles and difficulties lying in the way of our nation building. We should anticipate that for some time in the future, too, our food situation will be difficult. All wasteful practices and illicit consumption of food grain, waste of cereals on ceremonial occasions and on secret brewing and distillation of alcoholic drinks, should be absolutely forbidden in the countryside. The people's committees at all levels should take good care of the cereals already collected by acting in a responsible way. In an attempt to harm our national interests and undermine our work, the reactionaries are trying to perpetrate such vicious subversive acts as setting fire to our grain storages. We should always guard against such sabotage by the enemy and store the grain well so that not a grain of rice will rot. In short, we should realize that whether or not the food policy is carried out correctly is one of the important problems decisive to the victory of our present endeavors to build a democratic state, and should concentrate all our efforts on obtaining food. Fourth, we should make every effort to rehabilitate and develop industry and transport as speedily as possible and thereby lay a solid economic foundation for the building of an independent and sovereign democratic state and improve the material and cultural standards of the people. The people's committees still fail to pay enough attention to the rehabilitation of industry. Industry and transport are the mainstays and arteries of our national economy. The people's committees should devote all their energies to the rehabilitation of industry. The most democratic patriots, staunch skilled workers and activists who are true to state policies and who put up a determined fight against the reactionaries should be selected boldly and appointed to the management of factories, and slack and inefficient managers should be sent to training centers for re-education so that they can improve their management skills and level of political consciousness. It is necessary for factory committees to be active in supervising. 502. The running of the factories and dealing with all the wrong tendencies within them. We should be resolute in resisting such erroneous tendencies as wasting state property through wrong spending, pilfering the workers' provisions and turning workers out of their homes and then giving the houses to idlers. We should make the factory and office workers know thoroughly that today the factories belong to them and that protection of these factories and rehabilitation of industry are for the good of their country and their happiness, and should see to it that they wage an uncompromising struggle against the tendency of violating labor discipline. In this way we will lead them to steadily increase labor productivity, get over all difficulties and boost production. All factories, enterprises, and transport facilities should be operated independently without relying on state subsidies, they should bring profits to the state. The people's committees at all levels should drop their indifference to production as soon as possible and show responsibility in properly guiding and supervising the factories and enterprises, improving the workers' living conditions, increasing their labor productivity and protecting the industrial establishments of the state. The Industry Bureau and the industry departments should organize work in a planned way, tackle all difficulties by displaying creative initiative, readjust and distribute the labor force correctly and supply raw and other materials in good time. Fifth, the victory of the agrarian reform should be further consolidated and agriculture developed rapidly in the countryside. Autumn plowing should be completed without delay and next year's production plan worked out in advance so as to make thorough preparations, getting draft animals, seeds, farm implements, fertilizers and everything ready now. Sixth,
the financial policy of the state, unified and planned, should be shaped. Finance is very important business not only for management of factories and enterprises but also for state administration. We should put an end to the lack of planning and 503. Disorder created in financial administration right after liberation, and should balance revenue and expenditure in a planned manner within the limits of the budget. The task is to prepare correct statistics on the finances of the state and endeavor to increase national revenues. In the future, foreign trade will be controlled by the state in a unified way. The loss caused so far by the lack of state guidance and control over this area is considerable. Large profits from foreign trade are flowing into the hands of profiteers. Since foreign trade is conducted separately by various agencies, there appear the intolerable phenomena of our essential goods flowing outside while, in return, goods unnecessary to our country flowing in. In collecting taxes, too, the Cotter's lack of a plan and responsibility is inflicting great losses on the state treasury. Even now, when the end of the year is near, only 60% of the taxes have been paid. Large amounts of money are being hoarded by the people at present, instead of circulating among the banking organizations of the country. As a result, money which as a matter of course should be used for industrial reconstruction is concentrated in the hands of individuals, profiteers in particular, thus causing prices to soar. This is a major factor today causing financial embarrassment to the state. The people's committees at all levels should induce the people, through information work, explanation, and various other ways, to invest their unused funds in industrial rehabilitation or to deposit them in the bank. The people should be called upon to launch a patriotic money deposit campaign for the building of a democratic state, and all administrative bodies and other state and public establishments should launch a drive against wasteful practices. All non-budgeted outlays should be strictly forbidden, all financial administration concentrated in the central bodies in a unified way, and severe legal sanctions applied against unlawful outlays and wasteful practices. 7th, the People's Committee should make greater efforts to 504. Develop our science, art, and culture, eradicate the vestiges of Japanese imperialism remaining in the institutions of public education, and promote educational work quickly. A broad anti-illiteracy campaign should be conducted in winter, the peasants' slack season, and much attention directed to rural enlightenment work. The People's Committee should concentrate its energies on the training of talented personnel. Evening technical schools, evening secondary schools and various other training centers should be set up in many localities. In the last analysis, the problem of talented personnel is today the focal point of all matters concerned with building up democracy. Whether this problem is solved or not is an important factor decisive for success in our work. This is especially true of technical personnel. If we fail to train our own cadres in a short period of time, we shall encounter great difficulties in all spheres and be unable to take even one step forward. While doing its best to train our own cadres, the People's Committee should take good care of them and study and correctly select them for appointment to appropriate posts. 8th, the People's Committee should further strengthen and develop friendship and cooperation with the socialist countries and all other freedom and democracy-loving countries and take an active part in the struggle for world peace and the people's security. I am firmly convinced that our People's Committees will successfully carry out the tasks I have mentioned and thus hasten the building of a unified, democratic People's Republic, which is an urgent demand and the goal of all the Korean people. 505. For planned management of state-controlled enterprises. Speech at the meeting of heads of industry. Departments of Provincial People's Committees and Directors of State Enterprises, December 3, 1946. In a little over 1 year following Korea's liberation from colonial yoke of Japanese imperialism, the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea, the People's Government, has carried out the agrarian reform, nationalized industries, introduced the labor law and the law on sex equality and effected other democratic reforms with the active support of all the people. This signified the successful fulfillment of the democratic tasks of fundamental importance at the present stage and the creation in North Korea of the groundwork on which to build a democratic country. The first democratic elections held on November 3 in particular strengthened our people's government and consolidated the success in the democratic reforms. The foremost task in ensuring the independence and sovereignty, prosperity and development of the country is quickly to rehabilitate and develop the national economy and lay the foundations of an independent national economy. Unless these foundations are laid solidly, the building of a rich and powerful, independent and democratic state and the improvement of the people's living standards will be impossible. 506. As you all know, our economy had long been subordinated to Japanese imperialism and suffered from its merciless colonial plunder. Consequently, we had to start building a new, democratic Korea with a very backward and deformed economy, which moreover had been destroyed. Ours is still a backward agrarian country whose industrial development is at a very low level. If our country is to be economically independent and catch up with the advanced countries in all fields, it must shake off its industrial backwardness to build an independent industry capable of manufacturing everything to meet its domestic needs. Industrial progress is the key to the rapid development of agriculture and all other spheres of the national economy. Our immediate task is to rehabilitate the national economy, rebuild and develop industry in particular on the basis of the successful democratic reforms. We are confronted with many difficulties and hardships, however, in reconstructing and developing industry. The biggest obstacle in industrial construction is the colonial one-sidedness and deformity of our industry. The industries we took over from Japanese imperialism had been built and developed not to promote Korea's economic progress and improve its people's living standards, but as an appendage of the Japanese economy to cater exclusively for the interests of the Japanese imperialist colonial plunderers. Accordingly, the very structure of these industries was one-sided and deformed beyond description. Although a comparatively big proportion was said to be taken up by heavy industry, it consisted mostly of those branches which extracted natural resources. It lacked a series of major branches including the machine-building industry. Light industry was in an even poorer state. Very weak, too, were the links between the various processes within a branch, not to speak of different branches. Moreover, the division of the country adds to the one-sidedness and deformation of our industry. We are very short of raw and other materials needed for the rehabilitation and development of industry. This, too, is one of the 507 serious difficulties we are now facing. Our country is blessed with rich natural resources. But the Japanese imperialists plundered our resources indiscriminately and shipped everything to Japan. For this reason there were very few raw and other materials available immediately after liberation, and even this small amount has been practically used up in the past year. So we are now short of these materials and fuel. There is a serious shortage of bituminous coal, particularly coking coal, which causes difficulties everywhere. To make matters worse, many factories, mines and collieries were devastated. Consequently, domestic production cannot be expected to make up for the shortage of raw and other materials. Another major problem in economic construction is the scarcity of technicians and skilled workers. By imposing an evil colonial enslavement education on Korea, the Japanese imperialists prevented the Koreans from studying technology. This resulted in a scarcity of scientists, technicians, and even skilled workers. Our country is not only short of experts in natural sciences and technology but also economic experts experienced in industrial management. Therefore, one of our most pressing problems today is to train technicians and specialists in these fields and plenty of skilled workers who can operate the main production processes in different branches. Besides, we are short of funds for industrial rehabilitation and construction. This applies even to state funds for the operation of state enterprises, not to speak of private capital. So another task of prime importance is to solve the problem of funds for the development of industry. To do so we must increase state accumulation and actively tap all the sources of funds on a national scale. As mentioned above,
We are meeting countless difficulties and obstacles in rehabilitating and building our industry, but we must not lose heart. Now that we have a people's government and have nationalized the key industries, we can rapidly rebuild and develop our industry and push ahead successfully with nation building. 508. Overcoming the difficulties. If all the people display an unusually high degree of enthusiasm and creativity. The key to surmounting the difficulties in economic construction lies in arousing the spirit of nation building among the broad masses of the people. However, the spirit of devoting all energies and talents to the building of a prosperous, new, democratic Korea is still absent among our workers. Quite a few workers at state enterprises are not really conscious of the fact that they are the real masters. Among them are even swindlers who misappropriate the property of the state and people. We must understand clearly that only by heightening patriotic enthusiasm and the spirit of nation building can we cope with all these difficulties and ensure success in the rehabilitation and development of the national economy. A powerful factor in propelling the work of building a democratic state is the general ideological mobilization movement for nation building. So we must make sure that everyone strives to intensify the movement, always examining himself as to how he is displaying the spirit of nation building and criticizing one another in a comradely way. An important factor in speeding up the reconstruction and development of the national economy is to develop the nationalized industries and run the state enterprises, in a planned way. Only when we plan national economic development and firmly establish planned management, particularly in the state industries, can we smooth out all the difficulties, build our economy successfully and lay a firm foundation for a prosperous, unified, democratic state. Our main efforts should be directed at planned development of the state industries owned by all the people, in the meantime actively utilizing private capital. Thus, we will closely combine state and private businesses, quickly expand and consolidate the former while encouraging the latter. In the light of this, I consider the 1947 production plan and budget drafted this time by the Industry Bureau to be basically correct, and I hope you will ensure that they are successfully carried out in all branches and enterprises. 509. If you are to plan the management of state enterprises properly, you must, first of all, have a clear understanding of the economic laws governing the nationalized industries and the principles of industrial management. Only then will state enterprises operate smoothly and to good advantage. Without detailed statistics on production and operational activities, there can be no planned management of the state enterprises. Accurate statistics on equipment, materials, funds, and manpower and an understanding of the details of objective conditions can provide you with the basis for drawing up a correct plan. And a carefully worked out concrete plan makes it possible to manage enterprises in a planned way. It is urgent, therefore, to introduce a system of management accounts and a statistical report in all enterprises. A proper business accounting system is basic to the planned management of state enterprises. Accounts must not be neglected simply because production is a priority. Needless to say, the aim and principles of running state enterprises which belong to the people are totally different from those adopted by capitalist enterprises. The aim of the latter is to make profit by exploiting the workers, whereas the former aims at increasing production solely for the well-being of the working people, allowing no room for exploitation. Yet, if a state enterprise works at a loss due to inefficient and irrational operation, it will be an additional financial burden to the state and, in the long run, will badly affect the well-being of all the people. That is why each state enterprise must increase labor productivity, economize on raw and other materials and systematically lower its production costs so as to increase its income and state accumulations. I hope that the directors of state enterprises will actively contribute to the expansion and development of our industry and the working people's well-being by drawing up precise, detailed production and financial plans based on the targets set by the state plan to be issued this time and exceeding the plans by mobilizing all resources and possibilities. 510. In enterprise management, it is important to establish a strict system of property administration and to pay wages regularly. Some officials pay lip service to people's factories and property, but, in collusion with the profiteers who obstruct democratic construction, they dispose of the property of state enterprises as they please to fill their own pockets. Stealing state property is an anti-popular act that cannot be forgiven under our present system. These criminals must be duly punished under the Decree on the Management of State Enterprise Property. Besides, some employees misinterpret the underlying spirit of the labor law by trying to work as little as possible for as much as they can get. Everyone should be paid according to the quantity and quality of the work done. Those who work little and wish to get paid as much as those who work a lot cannot be tolerated. Wage leveling is a wrong practice, which must be rejected. We must set scientific work norms for each branch and each trade and make it a principle to pay additional remuneration for overfulfilling work norms. The directors of enterprises must correct their outdated, slipshod manner of planless manpower organization. They should allocate manpower and organize work rationally according to detailed plans and tighten labor discipline in every way so that the waste of manpower as well as all idlers can be eliminated from every factory and enterprise. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that you managers of state enterprises are entrusted with very heavy responsibilities. The state has placed in your charge the management of its enterprises which belong to all the people and constitute the cornerstone for the building of a democratic Korea. Only when you run them properly according to a plan can the rehabilitation and development of our national economy be speeded up and the building of a rich and powerful, unified, democratic, independent and sovereign state be accelerated. You must, therefore, make every effort to carry out your important duties. 511. I firmly believe that you who have been entrusted with the highly honorable job of director of a state enterprise, will splendidly overfulfill the plan for 1947, the first national economic development plan in our country, by properly mobilizing the zeal and creativity of all workers and technicians, following every policy of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea. 512. On the establishment of a North Korean news agency. Speech at a meeting of the Presidium of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea December 5, 1946. Today the Presidium has decided to set up the North Korean News Agency under the direct control of the Provisional People's Committee of North Korea. Since liberation we have published our own newspapers and have carried on radio broadcasting by ourselves in the center and local areas. Our news media have so far played a big role in educating the masses in democratic ideas and arousing them to the nation-building work. Today we are confronted with the heavy task of further consolidating and developing the PPCNK and People's Committees at all levels, strengthening North Korea, the strategic center of our revolution, politically and economically and speeding up the building of a fully independent and sovereign democratic state. In order to carry out this historical task successfully, we should vigorously inspire all the people to build a new country. Here it is very important to enhance the role of the news media. If we are to heighten their role, we should improve the work of newspaper offices and radio broadcasting stations in keeping with the requirements of the developing reality and, at the same time, should have a news agency to collect information on the internal and external situation and distribute it to the news media in a unified way. The 513. Establishment of the North Korean News Agency today is precisely for this purpose. The NKNA is the mouthpiece of our people's government. The people expect a great deal of the news agency, so its mission is very important indeed. The NKNA is to distribute quickly among central and local newspaper offices and radio broadcasting stations accurate information about the political, economic, and cultural life of our country and the international situation, and clarify our stand and views on events at home and abroad by circulating official information and statements. As a state organization possessing up-to-date communications equipment with which to run an information service, it should naturally play a leading role with regard to the news media. Moreover, since our country is now divided into the North and the South, its task and role are very important. The news agency should carry on a live publicity to acquaint the broad masses of the people promptly and correctly with the policies of the people's government and inspire them to carry them out.
The policies of the people's government are aimed at the people's freedom and happiness and the building of a prosperous, independent, and sovereign state in our country. In order to put these policies into effect, the broad masses should be encouraged to assist in carrying them out. The news agency should step up publicity regarding the policies of the people's power so as to inform the masses of the decisions and directives of the PPCNK promptly and accurately and actively mobilize them for their implementation. It should also broadly publicize the struggle of the masses to build a new, democratic Korea and the rapid changes and developments in our country, and educate them in patriotism and democracy. The news agency should increase its militant functions and role so that all the people take an active part in the struggle to establish a unified, democratic government and achieve full independence and sovereignty of the country. 514. At present the American imperialists occupying South Korea are plotting to turn our country into their permanent colony, while the traitorous Syngman clique are making desperate efforts to lead our country again onto the road of ruin, following the former's colonial subjugation policy towards Korea. The American imperialists and their stooges are intensifying the suppression and slaughter of the patriotic people in South Korea, while hurling malicious abuse and slander at North Korea and conducting false propaganda against it. Under these circumstances, the NKNA should naturally unfold a vigorous information campaign against the enemy. Its communications apparatus should be a powerful weapon in this campaign, and every clause and sentence of the information a sharp bullet. The news agency should fully expose the aggressive nature of the American imperialists, their plot to colonize Korea, and the Syngman clique's reactionary, anti-popular, and treacherous acts. At the same time, it should refute and condemn in good time the false propaganda of the South Korean reactionaries who are denigrating our democratic system and the correct policies of the people's government. Thus it should deal a heavy blow at the American imperialists and their stooges and encourage all the people to struggle energetically against the enemy, barring the way to the democratic development of the country and the building of a fully independent and sovereign state. The news agency must conduct good overseas news activities. It must widely report and propagate abroad information about the new, hopeful life of our people who have become true masters of the country, and their splendid achievements and experience in the building of a democratic Korea. In particular, it must fully acquaint the world with our people's struggle to win the full independence and sovereignty of the country and the correctness of this cause. In this way it will help considerably to rally international support for our people in their struggle to build an independent and sovereign democratic state. 515. The news agency must lose no time in supplying press agencies with materials on the international situation. This has a great bearing on ensuring uniformity of reports on the international situation, deepening the people's understanding of world political affairs and broadening the political outlook of the masses. It must collect in good time news dispatches from many countries of the world and edit them well for newspaper offices and broadcasting stations. Since the NKNA speaks for the state, every word of its reports has a bearing on state activity and the people's life. Therefore, the news agency must ensure a rich political and ideological content, militancy, promptness, and truthfulness in its news service. In order to guarantee the success of the NKNA, it is important to lay its solid material and technical foundations. Only then can it operate a prompt news service at home and abroad. So, close attention should be given to building up the material and technical foundations of the news agency. It is particularly important to install radio apparatuses as soon as possible. These should be installed not only in the capital but in Hamhung, Kongjin, and all other provincial seats. And a building for the news agency should be made available. The Pyongyang City People's Committee should allocate a building for the news agency so that it can get down to work soon. It is vital to have a well-staffed news agency. The staff should consist of people who are well prepared politically and practically and have a high sense of responsibility. Full-time special correspondents should be carefully selected and allocated for every province. When the material and technical foundations and the staff of the news agency are firmly built up, and the news service is functioning well, it will spur the North Korean people on to further efforts in building a new country, provide great impetus to the South Korean people aspiring for the democratic development of society and deal a telling blow to the American imperialists and the South Korean reactionaries. All efforts should be mobilized to organize the news agency well and launch the news service quickly. 516. To Comrade Kim Jae-won. Other peasants in Jereong County, Hwanghae Province. December 13, 1946. Comrade Kim Jae-won, after receiving land under the agrarian reform, you launched a drive for increased production and have taken in a good harvest this year. You have contributed 30 sacks of rice to the state out of patriotism. The peasants of Jereong County, Hwanghae Province, have donated thousands of sacks of rice to the country, following your patriotic example, Comrade Kim Jae-won. I extend my thanks to you, Comrade Kim Jae-won, and other peasants in Jereong County, Hwanghae Province, who by a patriotic drive for higher yields have brought in a good harvest and donated rice to the state at the very moment when the country's food situation is difficult. Our nation building is proceeding at a time when everything is in short supply and the food situation in particular is acute. It is proving successful solely because peasants like Comrade Kim Jae-won are carrying on a patriotic drive for increased production and are showing initiative for the sake of the country and the people. Comrade Kim Jae-won is indeed a peasant of the new Korea today. I firmly believe that you will put all your energies into, and redouble your efforts for, the building of a new, democratic Korea following the example of Comrade Kim Jae-won. I wish you, Comrade Kim Jae-won, and other peasants in Jereong County, Hwanghae Province, greater victories and successes in the work of building the state. 517. To 1 million Korean compatriots in Japan. Letter to Korean compatriots in Japan. December 13, 1946. 1 million fellow countrymen in Japan. Our nation, who were colonial slaves of the Japanese imperialists for many years, have been liberated. Our people have regained their freedoms and rights and now have all the conditions for building a new life freely. In North Korea, the historic democratic reforms now well underway serve as a foundation for our nation's full independence and sovereignty and its future development along democratic lines. In the past, the vicious Japanese imperialists drove large numbers of our brothers away from this land where our nation had lived for many generations, but which now is surging with the joy of life and songs of construction. 1 million fellow countrymen in Japan. I imagine that you, too, are feeling jubilant to be a nation freed from an inhuman life of humiliation and maltreatment. Viewing from afar the progress being made by the new homeland, you care deeply, I know, about the new destiny of your native land with infinite patriotism and brotherly love. However, Korea has been unable, so far, to establish a unified, democratic national government and is not ready at this moment to receive 1 million fellow countrymen in Japan who wish to return to their warm-hearted homeland. This is because implementation of the decision of the Moscow Conference of Foreign Ministers on ensuring Korea's 518 independence, sovereignty, and democratic progress is being delayed by the plots of pro-Japanese and pro-American elements and other national traitors who are aided and abetted by international reactionaries. Today the South Korean people are waging a bloody struggle, calling loudly for the introduction of democratic reforms in South Korea, too, the same as in North Korea. 1 million fellow countrymen in Japan. The issue of the homeland's destiny today will immediately affect the destiny of our fellow countrymen in Japan, too. Only when a unified, democratic national government is established in Korea and it becomes fully independent, will it be able to raise your dignity and stretch out a protecting hand as your homeland. 1 million fellow countrymen in Japan. Construction in North Korea will provide the foundation on which the whole nation can build a unified, democratic state definitely in the not-too-distant future. Then, having gathered strength, our country will encourage and look after you and will be perfectly prepared to give you warm welcome. I believe you are cooperating with the true Democrats of Japan to overthrow Japanese imperialism. The reactionaries obstructing the building of democracy in our country now have an international foothold, and only by relying on it can they maneuver. This is because the overwhelming majority of the Korean people reject them. I hope the 1 million compatriots in Japan realize the responsible duty they have of further weakening the reactionaries' international collusion and its links. As a force today, the reactionaries are not advancing or developing, they are deteriorating and crumbling. I expect you to do your best until the day comes when the reactionaries will perish throughout Asia and lasting freedom and peace will reign there, when our people will enjoy peace and freedom, and when our country will glow with eternal prosperity, wealth, and power, and a brilliant culture. Long live Korea's full independence. Long live the founding of a democratic People's Republic of Korea. 519. On certain tasks facing the Democratic National United Front at present. Speech at the 8th meeting of the Central Committee of the Democratic National United Front of North Korea, December 26, 1946. 1. For further strengthening the Democratic National United Front. All the democratic reforms have been completed smoothly and successfully in North Korea thanks to the mutual cooperation and joint efforts of political parties and public organizations. We can say that we have laid a solid foundation in North Korea for building a new, democratic Korea through enlisting the broad patriotic forces united in the DNUF. 1 year has passed already since the publication of the decision of the Moscow Conference of Foreign Ministers on Korea. However, the Korean question has not yet been settled, and the work of the USSR-US Joint Commission set up in accordance with this decision has ended in failure. Who is to blame for this? Needless to say, it is the American reactionary group and the South Korean reactionaries who, under its aegis, are engrossed in treachery against the country and the nation. 520. Fearing the unexpected strength of the democratic forces which grew rapidly after liberation, the reactionary elements at home and abroad engineered the breakdown of the USSR-US Joint Commission so as to regroup for an onslaught on the patriotic, democratic forces, because if things had developed at this rate, their foothold would have vanished and the democratic forces would most certainly have gained an overwhelming majority in the future provisional government. As is generally known, since the breakdown of the Joint Commission, the U.S. military government and the South Korean reactionaries under its control have resorted, and still are resorting, to every dirty trick possible to split the democratic forces. In South Korea they are openly engaged in unprecedented terrorism, persecution, and murder against political parties, public organizations and patriots affiliated to the DNUF, and are closing down democratic press centers by force on the one hand, and, on the other, are smuggling spies, subversive elements, saboteurs, and bogus Democrats into the Democratic camp. By sending stooges of this kind to penetrate even the Communist Party, not to speak of the New Democratic Party and the People's Party, the reactionaries of the United States and South Korea have tried to undermine the progressive democratic parties from within and plotted in every way to prevent the merger of parties in particular. Not only in South Korea, the reactionaries are also trying to infiltrate spies, subversive elements, saboteurs, and pseudo-democrats into political parties and public organizations in North Korea in an attempt to split our DNUF and weaken the democratic forces. This is very serious indeed, and we must guard against it. This happened some time ago when a certain Kim, ex-chairman of the South Hamgyong Provincial Committee of the Democratic Party, openly opposed the People's Committee, challenged the Workers' Party and attempted to break the DNUF. In South Hamgyong and Kangwon provinces there were some Democratic Party members who insisted upon land being returned to landlords and a fresh start to the agrarian reform. In Ryongchon County, North Gyeonggi Province, an 521 attempt was made to form a separate youth department of the Democratic Party in order to split the Democratic Youth League, while in Namsi some Democratic Party members even organized a boycott against grain procurement work. It cannot be said that these incidents are accidental. In actual fact, the Democratic Party members who seek to weaken the unity of our democratic forces and bring about the failure of democratic construction are led not by the Korean Democratic Party but by the Hanguk Democratic Party in South Korea. This fact cannot be overlooked. In view of the fact that the enemy's splitting and subversive machinations against the democratic forces are becoming more open, it is highly important today to strengthen the DNUF, which has the honorable mission of building a prosperous democratic country. What, then, should be done to strengthen the DNUF? In the first place, we must wage a resolute struggle to detect and purge the spies, subversive elements, saboteurs, and bogus Democrats who have found their way into the democratic political parties and public organizations in order to split our united ranks. Those who plot to undermine the DNUF are, without exception, the enemies of our nation and our people. That is why we must not allow these elements to remain among us even for a moment, but expose and expel them through a massive struggle. What I am going to emphasize particularly at this meeting is that each political party should further intensify explanatory and educational work regarding the DNUF among its members. It is very important for everybody to be educated, from the leading personnel of the center to the rank and file, so that they get a good idea of the need for the DNUF, its immediate tasks, and the way to strengthen it. Another thing I must point out is that no political party should accept those expelled from other parties without question. All political parties in North Korea are democratic. Therefore, those expelled from such democratic parties are, after all, betrayers of democracy and opponents of the policy of the people's government. 522. To allow such elements to join other democratic parties indiscriminately is harmful to the united front work, and things cannot possibly go well when such people are accepted. Next, my emphasis is on letting all democratic political parties give active help in strengthening public organizations. In a certain party there are people who work undercover to disunite the public organizations. In North Korea, the trade unions, the Peasants' Union, the Democratic Youth League, the Women's Union and so on have been formed as broad mass organizations of the working class and other working people. They are taking an active part in nation building. To strengthen these organizations and enhance their role should be a matter of common concern for all democratic parties. Nevertheless, a certain hidebound political party, pursuing a dirty purpose, is inclined to form separate public organizations under its influence. This is sort of thing Syngman Rhee, Jo Man-sik and their kind would like. Although the National Council of Trade Unions is operating in South Korea as a unified mass organization of the working class, the American imperialists and the reactionaries at home have formed a separate reactionary organization, the so-called Tihan Federation of Trade Unions, and in the early days when the Democratic Youth League was set up as a unified youth organization in North Korea, Jo Man-sik made a pretense of supporting it in word, but tried to set up a separate youth department within the Democratic Party in an attempt to disrupt the youth movement. Such splitting activities are intolerable. They only help the enemies of our nation and our people while doing enormous harm to the building of democracy. The nation-splitting policy is the stereotyped policy of all imperialists. In South Korea the American imperialists are enforcing such a policy, and the Korean reactionaries have become the henchmen of their American masters, bent on selling out the national interests. We must completely isolate these traitors and frustrate the American imperialists' insidious policy of nation splitting while exposing and thwarting in good time the slightest move to wreck the 523 unity of our democratic mass organizations, especially in North Korea. The road we take is one, and our goal is also one. Why, then, must we split our mass organizations? Whoever plots such a split is undoubtedly an alien element with ideas incompatible with democracy, and such persons cannot be tolerated. All of us must struggle resolutely against every attempt to divide our democratic mass organizations and break up our united front. I would like to make one last remark. It would be better if the political slogans of all democratic parties were coordinated. Many of the slogans now to be seen in the streets show that each political party gives prominence to itself only. This is unfair. True, each party may well give itself a boost and put forward independent slogans and is called upon to conduct its own particular ideological education within its ranks. But I think that the general political slogans for the masses of the people should be uniform after being approved by the DNUF or the People's Committee. 2. On the general ideological mobilization movement for nation building. The general ideological mobilization movement for nation building is a most appropriate movement suitably timed for our people's building of a prosperous, new country at present. This is not a movement that will end with the shouting of one or two slogans and several propaganda lectures. It is a down-to-earth movement aimed at inducing all people to devote their activities to the building of a democratic country. Needless to say, information and publicity work should be intensified, but if practical work does not follow, the movement will not be crowned with success. It is important to put the idea of nation building into practice first. 524. In carrying out immediate daily routines, factory and office workers should translate into action, to begin with, the slogan of "Let us finish a day's work on the day." We should not return home after idling away the time just because there is an 8-hour working day, but should establish the habit of finishing one job and plan every day. When all officials and working people do their jobs with a sense of responsibility, there is no doubt that the cause of nation building will be carried forward to victory. The idea of nation building is badly needed also in economizing on funds and taking good care of state materials. Although the word economy is used very frequently, many cases of waste are still to be found everywhere. There is much talk about cutting down on superfluous personnel, but office employees over and above the regular staff are dozing idly at their desks, and in many cases useless establishments and organizations are occupying state buildings. All the establishments and organizations have set up separate provincial, city and county offices, employing large numbers of salaried workers. Many officials admit that this is wrong, but do nothing about it. Everywhere there are slogans calling for the dismissal of people who fill their pockets by misappropriating and stealing state property, and in fact all civil service organizations are purging many swindlers and squanderers, bureaucrats and loafers. This is good, but it is better to re-educate these kinds of people so that they devote themselves to the cause of nation building. Why are there so few people who admit their mistakes and say, "Although I made a mistake because of my poor knowledge of nation building, I will turn over a new leaf from now on and work devotedly for the country and the people"? We can ascertain, in the final analysis, that this is because education is unsatisfactory and the ideological movement for nation building is failing to gain ground deep among the masses. The general ideological mobilization movement for nation building is now on in our country, but as yet it is confined mainly to cotters. It does not reach the broad masses, nor has it become a 525 nationwide movement. Since this is so, we cannot establish a new national trait. The general ideological mobilization movement for nation building can only achieve great success when it becomes a campaign of all the people. 3. On grain procurement and food rationing. The grain procurement work is one of our immediate important tasks. I cannot but point out that in its early stage certain shortcomings were manifested in this work. First of all, it was a mistake for consumers' cooperatives to insist on all farm households selling an equal amount of grain. This method of work is wrong because no attempt is made to find out how much surplus grain each one has left over after payment of the agricultural tax in kind. This cannot result in good procurement work. And the tendency to purchase grain forcibly is also incorrect. Grain procurement is not a job to be done by coercion. It must always be carried out according to the peasant's voluntary will. This does not mean, however, that the grain procurement work must be discontinued, but rather that it must be carried on more vigorously. We must thoroughly eliminate the early deviations manifested in the procurement work and push ahead with it by having the peasants exchange their surplus grain for industrial goods and by appealing to their spontaneous enthusiasm and patriotic spirit through information work. At the same time, the working people must be rationed fairly and regularly, and we must guard against the malpractices of increasing the number of people receiving rations without principle or embezzling from the state grain reserves. 526. Food rations must be restricted to the officials of the state bodies and the workers and office employees of state enterprises. If all the grain reserves of the peasants are deprived through forced deliveries just as in the days of Japanese imperialist rule, not only factory and office workers but all citizens will be able to receive rations. Today, however, we collect the agricultural tax in kind from the peasants amounting to merely 25% of their harvests, so we are not in a position to cater for all. In this situation, it is natural that only the officials of state bodies and the employees of state enterprises are supplied with provisions. For instance, private business people and tradesmen in the towns are earning far more than the blue and white collar workers of state factories. Why should we allow rations to such persons at the same price as employees of state enterprises? They can buy and eat as much food as they need at market prices. Besides, we should not allow rations to dishonest persons who, even though they are employed at state factories, only register their names on the food lists, but do not work. It would also be advisable to institute food control so that unnecessary civil service establishments and organizations be abolished and the excessively enlarged staff be cut down. Anyhow, only those who work honestly for the country and the people should be allowed valuable state food supplies. I hope that all political parties and public organizations affiliated to the DNUF will unite more firmly and closely cooperate to fulfill the tasks ahead of it with credit, and contribute to hastening the building of our new, democratic Korea.